Mardi, and a Voyage Thither, by Herman Melville, in 2 volumes. Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Entered according to Act of Congress in the year 1849, by Herman Melville, in the Clerk's Office of the District Court of the Southern District of New York. Dedicated to my brother, Alan Melville. Preface. Not long ago, having published 2 narratives of voyages in the Pacific, which in many quarters were received with incredulity, the thought occurred to me of indeed writing a romance of Polynesian adventure, and publishing it as such, to see whether the fiction might not possibly be received for a verity, in some degree the reverse of my previous experience. This thought was the germ of others, which have resulted in Mardi. New York, January 1849. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Mardi by Herman Melville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mardi by Herman Melville. Chapter 1. Foot in Stirrup. We are off. The courses and topsails are set. The coral-hung anchor swings from the bow. And together the 3 royals are given to the breeze that follows us out to sea like the baying of a hound. Out spreads the canvas. Alow, aloft, booms stretched on both sides, with many a stunsail, till like a hawk with pinions poised, we shadow the sea with our sails, and reelingly cleave the brine. But whence and whither wend ye, mariners? We sail from Ravavai, an isle in the sea, not very far northward from the Tropic of Capricorn, not very far westward from Pitcairn's Island, where the mutineers of the Bounty settled. At Ravavai I had stepped ashore some few months previous, and now was embarked on a cruise for the whale, whose brain enlightens the world. And from Ravavai we sail for the Galapagos, otherwise called the Enchanted Islands, by reason of the many wild currents and eddies there met. Now, round about those isles which Dampier once trod, where the Spanish buccaneers once hived their gold moidore, the cachalot, or sperm whale, at certain seasons abounds. But thither from Ravavai your craft may not fly, as flies the seagull, straight to her nest. For, owing to the prevalence of the trade winds, ships bound to the northeast from the vicinity of Ravavai are fain to take something of a circuit, a few thousand miles or so. First, in pursuit of the variable winds, they make all haste to the south, and there, at length picking up a stray breeze, they stand for the main. Then, making their easting up helm and away down the coast toward the line. This roundabout way did the Arcturion take, and in all conscience a weary one it was. Never before had the ocean appeared so monotonous. Thank fate, never since. But bravo, in 2 weeks' time, an event. Out of the gray of the morning, and right ahead as we sailed along, a dark object rose out of the sea, standing dimly before us, mists wreathing and curling aloft, and creamy breakers frothing round its base. We turned aside, and at length, when day dawned, passed Masafuero. With a glass we spied 2 or 3 hermit goats winding down to the sea in a ravine, and presently a signal, a tattered flag upon a summit beyond. Well knowing, however, that there was nobody on the island but 2 or 3 noosefuls of runaway convicts from Chili, our captain had no mind to comply with their invitation to land, though haply he may have erred in not sending a boat off with his card. A few days more, and we took the trades. Like favors snappishly conferred, they came to us, as is often the case, in a very sharp squall, the shock of which carried away one of our spars, also our fat old cook off his legs, depositing him plump in the scuppers to leeward. In good time making the desired longitude upon the equator, a few leagues west of the Galapagos, We spent several weeks chasseing across the line, to and fro, in unavailing search for our prey. For some of their hunters believed that whales, like the silver ore in Peru, run in veins through the ocean. So, day after day, daily, and week after week, weekly, we traversed the self-same longitudinal intersection of the self-same line, till we were almost ready to swear that we felt the ship strike every time her keel crossed that imaginary locality. At length, dead before the equatorial breeze, we threaded our way straight along the very line itself. Westward sailing, peering right and peering left, but seeing not. It was during this weary time that I experienced the first symptoms of that bitter impatience of our monotonous craft, which ultimately led to the adventures herein recounted. But hold you, not a word against that rare old ship, nor its crew. The sailors were good fellows all, the half-score of pagans we had shipped at the islands included. Nevertheless, they were not precisely to my mind. There was no soul a magnet to mine, none with whom to mingle sympathies, save in deploring the calms with which we were now and then overtaken, or in hailing the breeze when it came. Under other and livelier auspices, the tarry knaves might have developed qualities more attractive, had we sprung a leak, been stove by a whale, or been blessed with some despot of a captain against whom to stir up some spirited revolt. These shipmates of mine might have proved limber lads and men of mettle. But as it was, there was not to strike fire from their steel. There were other things also tending to make my lot on shipboard very hard to be borne. True, the skipper himself was a trump, stood upon no quarter-deck dignity, and had a tongue for a sailor. Let me do him justice furthermore. He took a sort of fancy for me in particular, was sociable, nay, loquacious, when I happened to stand at the helm. But what of that? Could he talk sentiment or philosophy? Not a bit. His library was 8 inches by 4, Bowditch and Hamilton Moore. And what to me, thus pining for someone who could page me a quotation from Burton on Blue Devils, what to me, indeed, were flat repetitions of long-drawn yarns, and the everlasting stanzas of Black-eyed Susan sung by our full forecastle choir? Staler than stale ale. Ay, ay, Arcturion, I say it in no malice, but thou wast exceedingly dull. Not only at sailing, hard though it was, that I could have borne, but in every other respect. The days went slowly round and round, endless and uneventful as cycles in space. Time and time pieces. How many centuries did my hammock tell, as pendulum-like it swung to the ship's dull roll, and ticked the hours and ages. Sacred forever be the Arcturion's forehatch. Alas, sea moss is over it now, and rusty forever the bolts that held together that old sea hearthstone about which we so often lounged. Nevertheless, ye lost and leaden hours, I will rail at ye while life lasts. Well, weeks, chronologically speaking, went by. Bill Marvel's stories were told over and over again, till the beginning and end dovetailed into each other, and were united for aye. Ned Ballard's songs were sung till the echoes lurked in the very tops, and nested in the bunts of the sails. My poor patience was clean gone. But at last, after some time sailing due westward, we quitted the line in high disgust, having seen there no sign of a whale. But whither now? To the broiling coast of Papa? That region of sunstrokes, typhoons, and bitter pulls after whales unattainable? Far worse. We were going, it seems, to illustrate the Wistonian theory concerning the damned and the comets, hurried from equinoctial heats to Arctic frosts. To be short, with the true fickleness of his tribe, our skipper had abandoned all thought of the cachalot. In desperation, he was bent upon bobbing for the right whale on the northwest coast, and in the Bay of Kamchatka. To the uninitiated in the business of whaling, my feelings at this juncture may perhaps be hard to understand. But this much let me say. that right whaling on the northwest coast, in chill and dismal fogs, the sullen inert monsters, rafting the sea all round like Hart's forest logs on the Rhine, and submitting to the harpoon like half-stunned bullocks to the knife, this horrid and indecent right whaling, I say, compared to a spirited hunt for the gentlemanly cachalot in southern and more genial seas, is as the butchery of white bears upon blank Greenland icebergs to zebra hunting in Caffrarea, where the lively quarry bounds before you through leafy glades. Now, this most unforeseen determination on the part of my captain to measure the Arctic Circle was nothing more nor less than a tacit contravention of the agreement between us. That agreement needs not to be detailed. And having shipped but for a single cruise, I had embarked aboard his craft as one might put foot in stirrup for a day's following of the hounds. And here, heaven help me, he was going to carry me off to the pole. And on such a vile errand, too. For there was something degrading in it. Your true whaleman glories in keeping his harpoon unspotted by blood of aught but cachalot. By my halidome, it touched the knighthood of a tar. Sperm and spermaceti. It was unendurable. "Captain," said I, touching my sombrero to him as I stood at the wheel one day, "it's very hard to carry me off this way to purgatory. I ship to go elsewhere." "Yes, and so did I," was his reply. "But it can't be helped. Sperm whales are not to be had. We've been out now 3 years, and something or other must be got, for the ship is hungry for oil, and her hold a gulf to look into. But cheer up, my boy, once in the Bay of Kamschatka, and we'll be all afloat with what we want, though it be none of the best." Worse and worse. The oleaginous prospect extended into an immensity of Macassar. "Sir," said I did not ship for it. Put me ashore somewhere, I beseech." He stared, but no answer vouchsafed. And for a moment I thought I had roused the domineering spirit of the sea captain to the prejudice of the more kindly nature of the man. But not so. Taking 3 turns on the deck, he placed his hand on the wheel and said, "Right or wrong, my lad, go with us you must. Putting you ashore now is out of the question. I make no port till this ship is full to the coamings of her hatchways. However, you may leave her if you can." And so saying, he entered his cabin, like Julius Caesar into his tent. He may have meant little by it, but that last sentence rung in my ear like a bravado. It savored of the turnkey's compliments to the prisoner in Newgate, when he shoots to the bolt on him. Leave the ship if I can. Leave the ship, when neither sail nor shore was in sight. Ay, my fine captain, stranger things have been done. For on board that very craft, the old Arcturian, were 4 tall fellows, whom 2 years previous our skipper himself had picked up in an open boat, far from the farthest shoal. To be sure, they spun a long yarn about being the only survivors of an Indiaman burnt down to the water's edge, but who credited their tale? Like many others, they were keepers of a secret, had doubtless contracted a disgust for some ugly craft still afloat and hardy, and stolen away from her, off soundings. Among seamen in the Pacific, such adventures not seldom occur. Nor are they accounted great wonders. They are but incidents, not events, in the career of the brethren of the Order of South Sea Rovers. For what matters it, though hundreds of miles from land, if a good whale boat be underfoot, the trades behind, and mild warm seas before? And herein lies the difference between the Atlantic and Pacific. That once within the tropics, the bold sailor who has a mind to quit his ship round Cape Horn waits not for port. He regards that ocean as one mighty harbor. None the less, the enterprise hinted at was no light one, and I resolved to weigh well the chances. It's worth noticing, this way we all have of pondering for ourselves the enterprise which for others we hold a bagatelle. My first thoughts were of the boat to be obtained, and the right or wrong of abstracting it under the circumstances. But to split no hairs on this point, let me say, that were I placed in the same situation again, I would repeat the thing I did then. The captain well knew that he was going to detain me unlawfully, against our agreement, and it was he himself who threw out the very hint, which I merely adopted, with many thanks to him. In some such willful mood as this, I went aloft one day to stand my allotted 2 hours at the masthead. It was toward the close of a day, serene and beautiful. There I stood, high upon the mast, and away, away, illimitably rolled the ocean beneath. Where we then were was perhaps the most unfrequented and least known portion of these seas. Westward, however, lay numerous groups of islands loosely laid down upon the charts, and invested with all the charms of dreamland. But soon these regions would be passed, the mild equatorial breeze exchanged for cold, fierce squalls, and all the horrors of northern voyaging. I cast my eyes downward to the brown planks of the dull, plodding ship, silent from stem to stern, then abroad. In the distance, what visions were spread! The entire western horizon high piled with gold and crimson clouds, airy arches, domes, and minarets, as if the yellow Moorish sun were setting behind some vast Alhambra. Vistas seemed leading to worlds beyond. To and fro, and all over the towers of this Nineveh in the sky, flew troops of birds. Watching them long, one crossed my sight, flew through a low arch, and was lost to view. My spirit must have sailed in with it, for directly, as in a trance, came upon me the cadence of mild billows laving a beach of shells, the waving of boughs, and the voices of maidens, and the lulled beatings of my own dissolved heart, all blended together. Now, all this, to be plain, was but one of the many visions one has up aloft. But coming upon me at this time, it wrought upon me so, that thenceforth my desire to quit the Arcturian became little short of a frenzy. End of chapter 1. Chapter 1. Foot in Stirrup. We are off. The courses and topsails are set. The coral-hung anchor swings from the bow. And together the 3 royals are given to the breeze that follows us out to sea like the baying of a hound. Out spreads the canvas. Alow, aloft, boom stretched on both sides, with many a stunsail, till like a hawk with pinions poised, we shadow the sea with our sails, and reelingly cleave the brine. But whence and whither wend ye, mariners? We sail from Ravavai, an isle in the sea, not very far northward from the Tropic of Capricorn, not very far westward from Pitcairn's Island, where the mutineers of the Bounty settled. At Ravavai I had stepped ashore some few months previous, and now was embarked on a cruise for the whale, whose brain enlightens the world. And from Ravavai we sail for the Galapagos, otherwise called the Enchanted Islands, by reason of the many wild currents and eddies there met. Now, round about those isles which Dampier once trod, where the Spanish buccaneers once hived their gold moidore, the cachalot, or sperm whale, at certain seasons abounds. But thither from Ravavai your craft may not fly, as flies the seagull, straight to her nest. For, owing to the prevalence of the trade winds, ships bound to the northeast from the vicinity of Ravavai are fain to take something of a circuit, a few thousand miles or so. First, in pursuit of the variable winds, they make all haste to the south, and there, at length picking up a stray breeze, they stand for the main. Then, making their easting up helm and away down the coast toward the line. This roundabout way did the Arcturian take, and in all conscience a weary one it was. Never before had the ocean appeared so monotonous. Thank fate, never since. But bravo, in 2 weeks' time, an event. Out of the gray of the morning, and right ahead as we sailed along, a dark object rose out of the sea, standing dimly before us, mists wreathing and curling aloft, and creamy breakers frothing round its base. We turned aside, and at length, when day dawned, passed Masafuero. With a glass we spied 2 or 3 hermit goats winding down to the sea in a ravine, and presently a signal, a tattered flag upon a summit beyond. Well knowing, however, that there was nobody on the island but 2 or 3 noosefuls of runaway convicts from Chili, our captain had no mind to comply with their invitation to land. Though haply he may have erred in not sending a boat off with his card. A few days more, and we took the trades. Like favors snappishly conferred, they came to us, as is often the case, in a very sharp squall, the shock of which carried away one of our spars, also our fat old cook off his legs, depositing him plump in the scuppers to leeward. In good time making the desired longitude upon the equator, a few leagues west of the Galapagos, we spent several weeks chasseing across the line, to and fro, in unavailing search for our prey. For some of their hunters believed, that whales like the silver ore in Peru run in veins through the ocean. So, day after day, daily, and week after week, weekly, we traversed the self-same longitudinal intersection of the self-same line, till we were almost ready to swear that we felt the ship strike every time her keel crossed that imaginary locality. At length, dead before the equatorial breeze, we threaded our way straight along the very line itself. Westward sailing, peering right and peering left, but seeing not. It was during this weary time that I experienced the first symptoms of that bitter impatience of our monotonous craft, which ultimately led to the adventures herein recounted. But hold you, not a word against that rare old ship, nor its crew. The sailors were good fellows all, the half-score of pagans we had shipped at the islands included. Nevertheless, they were not precisely to my mind. There was no soul a magnet to mine, none with whom to mingle sympathies, save in deploring the calms with which we were now and then overtaken, or in hailing the breeze when it came. Under other and livelier auspices, the tarry knaves might have developed qualities more attractive, had we sprung a leak, been stove by a whale, or been blessed with some despot of a captain against whom to stir up some spirited revolt. These shipmates of mine might have proved limber lads and men of mettle. But as it was, there was not to strike fire from their steel. There were other things also tending to make my lot on shipboard very hard to be borne. True, the skipper himself was a trump, stood upon no quarter-deck dignity, and had a tongue for a sailor. Let me do him justice furthermore. He took a sort of fancy for me in particular, was sociable, nay, loquacious, when I happened to stand at the helm. But what of that? Could he talk sentiment or philosophy? Not a bit. His library was 8 inches by 4, Bowditch and Hamilton Moore. And what to me, thus pining for someone who could page me a quotation from Burton on Blue Devils, what to me, indeed, were flat repetitions of long-drawn yarns, and the everlasting stanzas of Black-eyed Susan sung by our full forecastle choir? Staler than stale ale. Ay, ay, Arcturion, I say it in no malice, but thou wast exceedingly dull. Not only at sailing, hard though it was, that I could have borne, but in every other respect. The days went slowly round and round, endless and uneventful as cycles in space. Time and time pieces. How many centuries did my hammock tell, as pendulum-like it swung to the ship's dull roll, and ticked the hours and ages. Sacred forever be the Arcturion's forehatch. Alas, sea moss is over it now, and rusty forever the bolts that held together that old sea hearthstone about which we so often lounged. Nevertheless, ye lost and leaden hours, I will rail at ye while life lasts. Well, weeks, chronologically speaking, went by. Bill Marvel's stories were told over and over again, till the beginning and end dovetailed into each other, and were united for aye. Ned Ballard's songs were sung till the echoes lurked in the very tops, and nested in the bunts of the sails. My poor patience was clean gone. But at last, after some time sailing due westward, we quitted the line in high disgust, having seen there no sign of a whale. But whither now? To the broiling coast of Papa? That region of sunstrokes, typhoons, and bitter pulls after whales unattainable? Far worse. We were going, it seemed, to illustrate the Wistonian theory concerning the damned and the comets, hurried from equinoctial heats to Arctic frosts. To be short, with the true fickleness of his tribe, our skipper had abandoned all thought of the cachalot. In desperation, he was bent upon bobbing for the right whale on the northwest coast, and in the bay of Kamschatka. To the uninitiated in the business of whaling, my feelings at this juncture may perhaps be hard to understand. But this much let me say. That right whaling on the northwest coast, in chill and dismal fogs, the sullen inert monsters, rafting the sea all round like Hart's forest logs on the Rhine, and submitting to the harpoon like half-stunned bullocks to the knife, this horrid and indecent right whaling, I say, compared to a spirited hunt for the gentlemanly cachalot in southern and more genial seas, is as the butchery of white bears upon blank Greenland icebergs, to zebra hunting in Caffrarea, where the lively quarry bounds before you through leafy glades. Now, this most unforeseen determination on the part of my captain to measure the Arctic Circle was nothing more nor less than a tacit contravention of the agreement between us. That agreement needs not to be detailed. And having shipped but for a single cruise, I had embarked aboard his craft as one might put foot in stirrup for a day's following of the hounds. And here, heaven help me, he was going to carry me off to the pole. And on such a vile errand, too. For there was something degrading in it. Your true whaleman glories in keeping his harpoon unspotted by blood of aught but cachalot. By my halidome, it touched the knighthood of a tar. Sperm and spermaceti. It was unendurable. "Captain," said I, touching my sombrero to him as I stood at the wheel one day, "it's very hard to carry me off this way to purgatory. I shipped to go elsewhere." "Yes, and so did I," was his reply. "But it can't be helped. Sperm whales are not to be had. We've been out now 3 years, and something or other must be got, for the ship is hungry for oil, and her hold a gulf to look into. But cheer up, my boy, once in the bay of Kamschatka, and we'll be all afloat with what we want, though it be none of the best." Worse and worse. The oleaginous prospect extended into an immensity of Macassar. "Sir," said I did not ship for it. Put me ashore somewhere, I beseech." He stared, but no answer vouchsafed. And for a moment I thought I had roused the domineering spirit of the sea captain to the prejudice of the more kindly nature of the man. But not so. Taking 3 turns on the deck, he placed his hand on the wheel and said, "Right or wrong, my lad, go with us you must. Putting you ashore now is out of the question. I make no port till this ship is full to the coamings of her hatchways. However, you may leave her if you can." And so saying, he entered his cabin, like Julius Caesar into his tent. He may have meant little by it, but that last sentence rung in my ear like a bravado. It savored of the turnkey's compliments to the prisoner in Newgate, when he shoots to the bolt on him. Leave the ship if I can. Leave the ship when neither sail nor shore was in sight. Ay, my fine captain, stranger things have been done. For on board that very craft, the old Arcturian, were 4 tall fellows, whom 2 years previous our skipper himself had picked up in an open boat, far from the farthest shoal. To be sure, they spun a long yarn about being the only survivors of an Indiaman burnt down to the water's edge, but who credited their tale? Like many others, they were keepers of a secret, had doubtless contracted a disgust for some ugly craft still afloat and hardy, and stolen away from her, off soundings. Among seamen in the Pacific, such adventures not seldom occur. Nor are they accounted great wonders. They are but incidents, not events, in the career of the brethren of the Order of South Sea Rovers. For what matters it, though hundreds of miles from land, if a good whale boat be underfoot, the trades behind, and mild warm seas before? And herein lies the difference between the Atlantic and Pacific. That once within the tropics, the bold sailor who has a mind to quit his ship round Cape Horn waits not for port. He regards that ocean as one mighty harbor. None the less, the enterprise hinted at was no light one, and I resolved to weigh well the chances. It's worth noticing, this way we all have of pondering for ourselves the enterprise which for others we hold a bagatelle. My first thoughts were of the boat to be obtained, and the right or wrong of abstracting it under the circumstances. But to split no hairs on this point, let me say, that were I placed in the same situation again, I would repeat the thing I did then. The captain well knew that he was going to detain me unlawfully, against our agreement, and it was he himself who threw out the very hint, which I merely adopted, with many thanks to him. In some such wilful mood as this, I went aloft one day to stand my allotted 2 hours at the masthead. It was toward the close of a day, serene and beautiful. There I stood, high upon the mast, and away, away, illimitably rolled the ocean beneath. Where we then were was perhaps the most unfrequented and least known portion of these seas. Westward, however, lay numerous groups of islands loosely laid down upon the charts, and invested with all the charms of dreamland. But soon these regions would be passed, the mild equatorial breeze exchanged for cold, fierce squalls, and all the horrors of northern voyaging. I cast my eyes downward to the brown planks of the dull, plodding ship, silent from stem to stern, then abroad. In the distance, what visions were spread! The entire western horizon high piled with gold and crimson clouds, airy arches, domes, and minarets, as if the yellow Moorish sun were setting behind some vast Alhambra. Vistas seemed leading to worlds beyond. To and fro, and all over the towers of this Nineveh in the sky, flew troops of birds. Watching them long, one crossed my sight, flew through a low arch, and was lost to view. My spirit must have sailed in with it, for directly, as in a trance, came upon me the cadence of mild billows laving a beach of shells, the waving of boughs, and the voices of maidens, and the lulled beatings of my own dissolved heart, all blended together. Now, all this, to be plain, was but one of the many visions one has up aloft. But coming upon me at this time, it wrought upon me so, that thenceforth my desire to quit the Arcturian became little short of a frenzy. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Mardi by Herman Melville. A Calm. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Next day there was a calm, which added not a little to my impatience of the ship, and furthermore, by certain nameless associations, revived in me my old impressions upon first witnessing, as a landsman, this phenomenon of the sea. Those impressions may merit a page. To a landsman, a calm is no joke. It not only revolutionizes his abdomen, but unsettles his mind, tempts him to recant his belief in the eternal fitness of things. In short, almost makes an infidel of him. At first he is taken by surprise, never having dreamt of a state of existence where existence itself seems suspended. He shakes himself in his coat to see whether it be empty or no. He closes his eyes to test the reality of the glassy expanse. He fetches a deep breath by way of experiment, and for the sake of witnessing the effect. If a reader of books, priestly on necessity occurs to him, and he believes in that old Sir Anthony Absolute to the very last chapter. His faith in Malte Brun, however, begins to fail. For the geography, which from boyhood he had implicitly confided in, always assured him that though expiating all over the globe, the sea was at least margined by land, that over against America, for example, was Asia. But it is a calm, and he grows madly skeptical. To his alarmed fancy, parallels and meridians become emphatically what they are merely designated as being, imaginary lines drawn round the earth's surface. The log assures him that he is in such a place, but the log is a liar, for no place, nor any thing possessed of a local angularity, is to be lighted upon in the watery waste. At length horrible doubts overtake him as to the captain's competency to navigate his ship. The ignoramus must have lost his way and drifted into the outer confines of creation, the region of the everlasting lull, introductory to a positive vacuity. Thoughts of eternity thicken. He begins to feel anxious concerning his soul. The stillness of the calm is awful. His voice begins to grow strange and portentous. He feels it in him like something swallowed, too big for the esophagus. It keeps up a sort of involuntary interior humming in him, like a live beetle. His cranium is a dome full of reverberations. The hollows of his very bones are as whispering galleries. He is afraid to speak loud, lest he be stunned, like the man in the bass drum. But more than all else is the consciousness of his utter helplessness. Succor or sympathy there is none. Penitence for embarking avails not. The final satisfaction of despairing may not be his with a relish. Vain the idea of idling out the calm. He may sleep if he can, or purposely delude himself into a crazy fancy that he is merely at leisure. All this may he compass, but he may not lounge, for to lounge is to be idle. To be idle implies an absence of anything to do, whereas there is a calm to be endured, enough to attend to, heaven knows. His physical organization, obviously intended for locomotion, becomes a fixture. For where the calm leaves him, there he remains. Even his undoubted vested rights, comprised in his glorious liberty of volition, become as naught. For of what use? He wills to go, to get away from the calm, as ashore he would avoid the plague, but he cannot. And how foolish to revolve expedients. It is more hopeless than a bad marriage in a land where there is no doctor's commons. He has taken the ship to wife, for better or for worse, for calm or for gale, and she is not to be shuffled off. With yards akimbo, she says unto him scornfully, as the old beldam said to the little dwarf, "Help yourself." And all this, and more than this, is a calm. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Mardi by Herman Melville. A King for a Comrade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the time I now write of, we must have been something more than 60 degrees to the west of the Galapagos. And having attained a desirable longitude, we were standing northward of our Arctic destination. Around us, one wide sea. But due west, though distant 1,000 miles, stretched north and south an almost endless archipelago, here and there inhabited, but little known, and most unfrequented even by whalemen who go almost everywhere. Beginning at the southerly termination of this great chain, it comprises the islands loosely known as Ellis's group, then the Kingsmill Isles, then the Radak and Mulgrave clusters. These islands have been represented to me as mostly of coral formation, low and fertile, and abounding in a variety of fruits. The language of the people was said to be very similar to that of the Navigators' Islands, from which their ancestors are supposed to have emigrated. And thus much being said, all has been related that I then knew of the islands in question. Enough, however, that they existed at all, and that our path thereto lay over a pleasant sea, and before a reliable trade wind. The distance, though great, was merely an extension of water, so much blankness to be sailed over. And in a craft, too, that properly managed has been known to outlive great ships in a gale. For this much is true of a whaleboat, the cunningest thing in its way ever fabricated by man. Upon one of the Kingsmill Islands, then, I determined to plant my foot, come what come would. And I was equally determined that one of the ship's boats should float me thither. But I had no idea of being without a companion. It would be a weary watch to keep all by myself, with naught but the horizon in sight. Now, among the crew was a fine old seaman, one Jarl. How old no one could tell, not even himself. Forecastle chronology is ever vague and defective. "Man and boy," said honest Jarl, "I have lived ever since I can remember." And truly, who may call to mind when he was not? To ourselves we all seem coeval with creation. Whence it comes that is so hard to die ere the world itself is departed. Jarl hailed from the Isle of Skye, one of the constellated Hebrides, hence they often called him the Skyman. And though he was far from being piratical of soul, he was yet an old Norseman to behold. His hands were brawny as the paws of a bear, his voice hoarse as a storm roaring round the old peak of Mull, and his long yellow hair waved round his head like a sunset. My life for it, Jarl, thy ancestors were Vikings, who many a time sailed over the salt German Sea and the Baltic, who wedded their Brynhildas in Jutland, and are now quaffing mead in the halls of Valhalla, and beating time with their cans to the hymns of the Scalds. Ah, how the old sagas run through me. Yet Jarl, the descendant of heroes and kings, was a lone, friendless mariner on the main, only true to his origin and the sea life that he led. But so it has been, and forever will be. What yeoman shall swear that he is not descended from Alfred? What dunce that he is not sprung of old Homer? King Noah, God bless him, fathered us all. Then hold up your heads, O ye helots, blood potential flows through your veins. All of us have monarchs and sages for kinsmen, nay, angels and archangels for cousins, since in antediluvian days the sons of God did verily wed with our mothers, the irresistible daughters of Eve. Thus all generations are blended, and heaven and earth of one kin. The hierarchies of seraphs in the uttermost skies, the thrones and principalities in the zodiac, the shades that roam throughout space, the nations and families, flocks and folds of the earth, one and all brothers in essence. Oh, be we then brothers indeed. All things form but one whole, the universe a Judea, and God Jehovah its head. Then no more let us start with affright. In a theocracy, what is to fear? Let us compose ourselves to death as fagged horsemen sleep in the saddle. Let us welcome even ghosts when they rise. Away with our stares and grimaces. The New Zealander's tattooing is not a prodigy, nor the Chinaman's ways an enigma. No custom is strange, no creed is absurd, no foe but who will in the end prove a friend. In heaven, at last, our good old white-haired Father Adam will greet all alike, and sociality forever prevail. Christian shall join hands between Gentile and Jew, grim Dante forget his infernos, and shake sides with fat Rabelais, and monk Luther, over a flagon of old nectar, talk over old times with Pope Leo. Then shall we sit by the sages who of yore gave laws to Medes and Persians in the sun, by the cavalry captains in Perseus, who cried to horse when waked by their last trump sounding to the charge, by the old hunters who eternities ago hunted the moose in Orion, by the minstrels who sang in the Milky Way when Jesus our Savior was born. Then shall we list to no shallow gossip of Magellans and Drakes, but give ear to the voyagers who have circumnavigated the ecliptic, who rounded the polar star as Cape Horn. Then shall the Stagirite and Kant be forgotten, and another folio than theirs be turned over for wisdom. Even the folio now spread with horoscopes as yet undeciphered, the heaven of heavens on high. Now, in old Jarl's lingo, there was never an idiom. Your aboriginal tar is too much of a cosmopolitan for that. Long companionship with seamen of all tribes, Manila men, Anglo-Saxons, Colos, Lascars, and Danes, wear away in good time all mother tongue stammerings. You sink your clan, down goes your nation. You speak a world's language, jovially jabbering in the lingua franca of the forecastle. True to his calling, the Skyman was very illiterate, witless of Salamanca, Heidelberg, or Brazen-Nose, in Delhi, had never turned over the books of the Brahmins. For geography, in which sailors should be adepts, since they are forever turning over and over the great globe of globes, poor Jarl was deplorably lacking. According to his view of the matter, this terraqueous world had been formed in the manner of a tart, the land being a mere marginal crust, within which rolled the watery world proper. Such seemed my good Viking's theory of cosmography. As for other worlds, he weened not of them, yet full as much of Chrysostom. Ah, Jarl, an honest, earnest wight, so true and simple that the secret operations of thy soul were more inscrutable than the subtle workings of Spinoza's. Thus much be said of the Skyman, for he was exceedingly taciturn, and but seldom will speak for himself. Now, higher sympathies apart, for Jarl and I had a wonderful liking, for he loved me, from the first had cleaved to me. It is sometimes the case that an old mariner like him will conceive a very strong attachment for some young sailor, his shipmate, An attachment so devoted as to be wholly inexplicable, unless originating in that heart loneliness which overtakes most seamen as they grow aged, impelling them to fasten upon some chance object of regard. But however it was, my Viking, thy unbidden affection was the noblest homage ever paid me. And frankly, I am more inclined to think well of myself, as in some way deserving of thy devotion, than from the rounded compliments of more cultivated minds. Now, at sea, and in the fellowship of sailors, all men appear as they are. No school like a ship for studying human nature. The contact of one man with another is too near and constant to favor deceit. You wear your character as loosely as your flowing trousers. Vain all endeavors to assume qualities not yours, or to conceal those you possess. Incognitos, however desirable, are out of the question. And thus, aboard of all ships in which I have sailed, I have invariably been known by a sort of drawing-room title. Not, let me hurry to say, that I put hand in tar-bucket with a squeamish air, or ascended the rigging with a Chesterfieldian mince. No, I was never better than my vocation, and mine have been many. I showed as brown a chest and as hard a hand as the tarriest tar of them all. And never did shipmate of mine upbraid me with a genteel disinclination to duty, though it carried me to truck of mainmast or jib-boom end, in the most wolfish blast that ever howled. Whence, then, this annoying appellation? For annoying it most assuredly was. It was because of something in me that could not be hidden, stealing out in an occasional polysyllable, an otherwise incomprehensible deliberation in dining, remote, unguarded allusions to belles-lettres affairs, and other trifles superfluous to mention. But suffice it to say that it had gone aboard with the Arcturian's crew that at some indefinite period in my career I had been a nob. But Jarl seemed to go further. He must have taken me for one of the House of Hanover in disguise, or haply for bonneted Charles Edward the Pretender, who, like the wandering Jew, may yet be a vagrant. At any rate, his loyalty was extreme. Unsolicited, he was my laundress and tailor, a most expert one, too, and when at meal times my turn came round to look at the masthead or stand at the wheel, he catered for me among the kids in the forecastle with unwearied assiduity. Many's the good lump of duff from which I was indebted to my good Viking's good care of me. And like Sesostris, I was served by a monarch. Yet in some degree the obligation was mutual, for be it known that in sea parlance we were chummies. Now this chumming among sailors is like the brotherhood subsisting between a brace of collegians, chums, rooming together. It is a fidus Achates ship, a league of offense and defense, a copartnership of chests and toilets, a bond of love and good feeling, and a mutual championship of the absent one. True, my nautical reminiscences remind me of sundry lazy, ne'er-do-well, unprofitable, and abominable chummies. Chummies who at meal times were last at the kids, when their unfortunate partners were high upon the spars. Chummies who affected awkwardness at the needle, and conscientious scruples about dabbling in the suds, so that Chummy the Simple was made to do all the work of the firm, while Chummy the Cunning played the sleeping partner in his hammock. Out upon such chummies. But I appeal to thee, honest Jarl, if I was ever Chummy the Cunning. Never mind if thou didst fabricate my tarpaulins, and with Samaritan charity bind up the rents, and pour needle and thread into the frightful gashes that agonized my hapless nether integuments, which thou calledst ducks. Didst thou not expressly declare that all these things and more thou wouldst do for me, despite my own quaint thimble, fashioned from the ivory tusk of a whale? Nay, could I even wrest from thy wilful hands my very shirt, when once thou hadst it steaming in an unsavory pickle in thy capacious vat, a decapitated cask? Full well thou knowest, Jarl, that these things are true, and I am bound to say it, to disclaim any lurking desire to reap advantage from thy great good nature. Now, my Viking for me, thought I, when I cast about for a comrade, and my Viking alone. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Mardi by Herman Melville. A Chat in the Clouds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Skyman seemed so earnest and upright a seaman that, to tell the plain truth, in spite of his love for me, I had many misgivings as to his readiness to unite in an undertaking which apparently savored of a moral dereliction. But all things considered, I deemed my own resolution quite venial. And as for inducing another to join me, it seemed a precaution so indispensable as to outweigh all other considerations. Therefore, I resolved freely to open my heart to him, for that special purpose paying him a visit, when, like some old albatross in the air, he happened to be perched at the foremast head, all by himself, on the lookout for whales never seen. Now this standing upon a bit of stick 100 feet aloft for hours at a time, swiftly sailing over the sea, is very much like crossing the channel in a balloon. Manfred-like, you talk to the clouds. You have a fellow feeling for the sun. And when Jarl and I got conversing up there, smoking our dwarfish dudines, any seagull passing by might have taken us for Messrs. Blanchard and Jeffries, socially puffing their after-dinner Bagdads, bound to Calais via heaven from Dover. Honest Jarl I acquainted withal. My conversation with the captain, the hint implied in his last words, my firm resolve to quit the ship in one of her boats, and the facility with which I thought the thing could be done. Then I threw out many inducements in the shape of pleasant anticipations of bearing right down before the wind upon the sunny isles under our lee. He listened attentively, but so long remained silent that I almost fancied there was something in Jarl which would prove too much for me and my eloquence. At last he very bluntly declared that the scheme was a crazy one. He had never known of such a thing but thrice before, and in every case the runaways had never afterwards been heard of. He entreated me to renounce my determination, not be a boy, pause and reflect, stick to the ship, and go home in her like a man. Verily, my Viking talked to me like my uncle. But to all this I turned a deaf ear, affirming that my mind was made up, and that as he refused to accompany me, and I fancied no one else for a comrade, I would go stark alone rather than not at all. Upon this, seeing my resolution immovable, he bluntly swore that he would follow me through thick and thin. Thanks, Jarl. Thou wert one of those devoted fellows who will wrestle hard to convince one loved of error, but failing, forthwith change their wrestling to a sympathetic hug. But now his elderly prudence came into play. Casting his eye over the boundless expanse below, he inquired how far off were the islands in question. 1,000 miles, and no less. With a fair trade breeze, then, and a boat sail, that is a good 12 days' passage. But calms and currents may make it a month, perhaps more. So saying, he shook his old head, and his yellow hair streamed. But trying my best to chase away these misgivings, he at last gave them over. He assured me I might count upon him to his uttermost keel. My Viking secured, I felt more at ease, and thoughtfully considered how the enterprise might best be accomplished. There was no time to be lost. Every hour was carrying us farther and farther from the parallel most desirable for us to follow in our route to the westward. So with all possible dispatch, I matured my plans and communicated them to Jarl, who gave several old hints, having ulterior probabilities in view which were not neglected. Strange to relate, it was not till my Viking, with a rueful face, reminded me of the fact, that I bethought me of a circumstance somewhat alarming at the first blush. We must push off without chart or quadrant, though, as will shortly be seen, a compass was by no means out of the question. The chart, to be sure, I did not so much lay to heart, but a quadrant was more than desirable. Still, it was by no means indispensable. For this reason: when we started, our latitude would be exactly known, and whether on our voyage westward we drifted north or south therefrom, we could not by any possibility get so far out of our reckoning as to fail in striking some one of a long chain of islands, which for many degrees, on both sides of the equator, stretched right across our track. For much the same reason, it mattered little whether our passage we daily knew our longitude, for no known land lay between us and the place we desired to reach. So what could be plainer than this, that if westward we patiently held our way, we must eventually achieve our destination? As for intervening shoals or reefs, if any there were, they intimidated us not. In a boat that drew but a few inches of water, but an indifferent lookout would preclude all danger on that score. At all events, the thing seemed feasible enough, notwithstanding old Jarl's superstitious reverence for nautical instruments, and the philosophical objections which might have been urged by a pedantic disciple of Mercator. Very often, as the old maxim goes, the simplest things are the most startling, and that, too, from their very simplicity. So cherish no alarms, if thus we addressed the setting sun. Be thou, old pilot, our guide. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Seats secured and portmanteaus packed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But thoughts of sextants and quadrants were the least of our cares. Right from under the very arches of the eyebrows of 30 men, captain, mates, and crew, a boat was to be abstracted. They knowing nothing of the event until all knowledge would prove unavailing. Hark ye, at sea, the boats of a South Seaman, generally 4 in number, spare ones omitted, are suspended by tackles, hooked above to curved timbers called davits, vertically fixed to the ship's sides. Now, no fair one with golden locks is more assiduously waited upon, or more delicately handled by her tirewoman, than the slender whaleboat by her crew. And out of its element it seems fragile enough to justify the utmost solicitude. For truly, like a fine lady, the fine whaleboat is most delicate when idle, though little coy at a pinch. Besides the davits, the following supports are provided. 2 small cranes are swung under the keel, on which the latter rests, preventing the settling of the boat's middle, while hanging suspended by the bow and stern. A broad braided hempen band, usually worked in a tasteful pattern, is also passed round both gunwales, and, secured to the ship's bulwarks, firmly lashes the craft to its place. Being elevated above the ship's rail, the boats are in plain sight from all parts of the deck. Now, one of these boats was to be made way with. No facile matter, truly. Harder than for any dashing young Janizary to run off with a sultana from the Grand Turk's seraglio. Still, the thing could be done, for, by Jove, it had been. What say you to slyly loosing everything by day, and when night comes, cast off the band and swing in the cranes? But how lower the tackles, even in the darkest night, without a creaking more fearful than the death rattle? Easily avoided. Anoint the ropes, and they will travel deftly through the subtle windings of the blocks. But though I had heard of this plan being pursued, there was a degree of risk in it, after all, which I was far from fancying. Another plan was hit upon, still bolder, and hence more safe. What it was in the right place will be seen. In selecting my craft for this good voyage, I would fain have traversed the deck, and eyed the boats like a cornet choosing his steed from out a goodly stud. But this was denied me. And the bow boat was, perforce, singled out as the most remote from the quarter-deck, that region of sharp eyes and relentless purposes. Then our larder was to be thought of, also an abundant supply of water, concerning which last I determined to take good heed. There were but 2 to be taken care of, but I resolved to lay in sufficient store of both meat and drink for 4, at the same time that the supplemental twain thus provided for were but imaginary. And if it came to the last dead pinch, of which we had no fear, however, I was food for no man but Jarl. Little time was lost in catering for our mess. Biscuit and salt beef were our sole resource, and thanks to the generosity of the Arcturion's owners, our ship's company had a plentiful supply. Casks of both, with heads knocked out, were at the service of all. In bags which we made for the purpose, a sufficiency of the biscuit was readily stored away, and secreted in a corner of easy access. The salt beef was more difficult to obtain, but little by little we managed to smuggle out of the cask enough to answer our purpose. As for water, most luckily a day or two previous, several breakers of it had been hoisted from below for the present use of the ship's company. These breakers are casks, long and slender, but very strong. Of various diameters, they are made on purpose to stow in spaces intervening between the immense butts in a ship's hold. The largest we could find was selected, first carefully examining it to detect any leak. On some pretense or other, we then rolled them all over to that side of the vessel where our boat was suspended, the selected breaker being placed in their middle. Our compendious wardrobes were snugly packed into bundles and laid aside for the present. And at last, by due caution, we had everything arranged preliminary to the final start. Let me say, though, perhaps to the credit of Jarl, that whenever the most strategy was necessary, he seemed ill at ease, and for the most part left the matter to me. It was well that he did, for as it was, by his untimely straightforwardness, he once or twice came near spoiling everything. Indeed, on one occasion he was so unseasonably blunt that, curiously enough, I had almost suspected him of taking that odd sort of interest in one's welfare which leads a philanthropist, all other methods failing, to frustrate a project deemed bad by pretending clumsily to favor it. But no innuendos. Jarl was a Viking, frank as his fathers, though not so much of a buccaneer. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mardi by Herman Melville. 8 Bells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The moon must be monstrous coy, or some things fall out opportunely, or else almanacs are consulted by nocturnal adventurers. But so it is, that when Cynthia shows a round and chubby disk, few daring deeds are done. Though true it may be that of moonlight nights, jewelers' caskets and maidens' hearts have been burglarously broken into, and rifled for aught Copernicus can tell. The gentle planet was in her final quarter, and upon her slender horn I hung my hopes of withdrawing from the ship undetected. Now, making a tranquil passage across the ocean, we kept at this time what are called among whalemen boat's crew watches. That is, instead of the sailors being divided at night into 2 bands, alternately on deck every 4 hours, there were 4 watches, each composed of a boat's crew, the headsman, always one of the mates, excepted. To the officers, this plan gives uninterrupted repose, all night in, as they call it, and of course greatly lightens the duties of the crew. The harpooners head the boat's crews and are responsible for the ship during the continuance of their watches. Now my Viking, being a stalwart seaman, pulled the midship oar of the boat of which I was bowsman. Hence we were in the same watch, to which, also, 3 others belonged, including Mark, the harpooner. One of these seamen, however, being an invalid, there were only 2 left for us to manage. Voyaging in these seas, you may glide along for weeks without starting tack or sheet, hardly moving the helm a spoke, so mild and constant are the trades. At night, the watch seldom trouble themselves with keeping much of a lookout, especially as a strange sail is almost a prodigy in these lonely waters. In some ships, for weeks in and weeks out, you are puzzled to tell when your nightly turn on deck really comes round, so little heed is given to the standing of watches, where, in the license of presumed safety, nearly everyone nods without fear. But remiss as you may be in the boat's crew watch of a heedless whaleman, the man who heads it is bound to maintain his post on the quarter-deck until regularly relieved. Yet, drowsiness being incidental to all natures, even to Napoleon, beside his own sentry napping in the snowy bivouac, so often in snowy moonlight, or ebon eclipse, dozed Mark, our harpooner. Leith be his portion this blessed night, thought I, as during the morning which preceded our enterprise, I eyed the man who might possibly cross my plans. But let me come closer to this part of my story. During what are called at sea the dog watches, between 4 o'clock and 8 in the evening, sailors are quite lively and frolicsome. Their spirits even flow far into the first of the long night watches. But upon its expiration at 8 bells midnight, silence begins to reign. If you hear a voice, it is no cherub's. All exclamations are oaths. At 8 bells, the mariners on deck, now relieved from their cares, crawl out of their sleepy retreats in old monkey jackets or coils of rigging, and hie to their hammocks, almost without interrupting their dreams, while the sluggards below lazily drag themselves up the ladder to resume their slumbers in the open air. For these reasons, then, the moonless sea midnight was just the time to escape. Hence we suffered a whole day to pass, unemployed, waiting for the night, when the starboard quarter boat's watch, to which we belonged, would be summoned on deck at the eventful 8 of the bell. But 24 hours soon glide away, and "Starbolins ahoy, 8 bells there below," at last started me from a troubled doze. I sprang from my hammock and would have lighted my pipe, but the forecastle lamp had gone out. An old sea dog was talking about sharks in his sleep. Jarl and our solitary watchmate were groping their way into their trousers, and little was heard but the humming of the still sails aloft, the dash of the waves against the bow, and the deep breathing of the dreaming sailors around. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Mardi by Herman Melville. A Pause. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Good old Arcturion, maternal craft that rocked me so often in thy heart of oak, I grieve to tell how I deserted thee on the broad deep. So far from home, with such a motley crew, so many islanders, whose heathen babble echoing through thy Christian hull must have grated harshly on every carline. Old ship, where sails thy lone ghost now? For of the stout Arcturion no word was ever heard, from the dark hour we pushed from her fated planks. In what time of tempest, to what seagull's scream, the drowning eddies did their work, knows no mortal man. Sunk she silently, helplessly into the calm depths of that summer sea, assassinated by the ruthless blade of the swordfish? Such things have been. Or was hers a better fate? Stricken down while gallantly battling with the blast, her storm sails set, helm manned, and every sailor at his post, as sunk the Hornet, her men at quarters, in some distant gale. But surmises are idle. A very old craft she may have foundered, or laid her bones upon some treacherous reef, but as with many a fair rover, her fate is a mystery. Pray Heaven, the spirit of that lost vessel roaming abroad through the troubled mists of midnight gales, as old mariners believe of missing ships, may never haunt my future path upon the waves. Peacefully may she rest at the bottom of the sea, and sweetly sleep my shipmates in the lowest watery zone, where prowling sharks come not, nor billows roll. By quitting the Arcturion when we did, Jarl and I unconsciously eluded a sailor's grave. We hear of providential deliverances. Was this one? But life is sweet to all, death comes as hard. And for myself, I am almost tempted to hang my head that I escaped the fate of my shipmates. Something like him who blushed to have escaped the fell carnage at Thermopylae. Though I cannot repress a shudder when I think of that old ship's end, it is impossible for me so much as to imagine that our deserting her could have been in any way instrumental in her loss. Nevertheless, I would to heaven the Arcturion still floated, that it was given me once more to tread her familiar decks. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Mardi by Herman Melville. They push off, Velis et Remis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And now to tell how, tempted by devil or good angel, and 1,000 miles from land, we embarked upon this western voyage. It was midnight, mark you, when our watch began, and my turn at the helm now coming on was of course to be avoided. On some plausible pretense, I induced our solitary watchmate to assume it, thus leaving myself untrammeled, and at the same time satisfactorily disposing of him. For being a rather fat fellow, an enormous consumer of duff, and with good reason supposed to be the son of a farmer, I made no doubt he would pursue his old course, and fall to nodding over the wheel. As for the leader of the watch, our harpooner, he fell heir to the nest of old jackets under the lee of the mizzen mast, left nice and warm by his predecessor. The night was even blacker than we had anticipated. There was no trace of a moon, and the dark purple haze sometimes encountered at night near the line half shrouded the stars from view. Waiting about 20 minutes after the last man of the previous watch had gone below, I motioned to Jarl, and we slipped our shoes from our feet. He then descended into the forecastle, and I sauntered aft toward the quarter-deck. All was still. Thrice did I pass my hand full before the face of the slumbering lubber at the helm, and right between him and the light of the binnacle. Mark, the harpooner, was not so easily sounded. I feared to approach him. He lay quietly, though, but asleep or awake, no more delay. Risks must be run when time presses, and our ears were pointers to catch a sound. To work we went, without hurry, but swiftly and silently. Our various stores were dragged from their lurking places and placed in the boat, which hung from the ship's lee side, the side depressed in the water, an indispensable requisite to an attempt at escape. And though at sundown the boat was to windward, yet, as we had foreseen, the vessel having been tacked during the first watch, brought it to leeward. Endeavoring to manhandle our clumsy breaker and lift it into the boat, we found that by reason of the intervention of the shrouds, it could not be done without risking a jar, besides straining the craft in lowering. An expedient, however, though at the 11th hour, was hit upon. Fastening a long rope to the breaker, which was perfectly tight, we cautiously dropped it overboard, paying out enough line to ensure its towing astern of the ship, so as not to strike against the copper. The other end of the line we then secured to the boat's stern. Fortunately, this was the last thing to be done, for the breaker, acting as a clog to the vessel's way in the water, so affected her steering as to fling her perceptibly into the wind. And by causing the helm to work, this must soon rouse the lubber there stationed, if not already awake. But our dropping overboard the breaker greatly aided us in this respect. It diminished the ship's headway, which, owing to the light breeze, had not been very great at any time during the night. Had it been so, all hope of escaping without first arresting the vessel's progress would have been little short of madness. As it was, the sole daring of the deed that night achieved consisted in our lowering away while the ship yet clove the brine, though but moderately. All was now ready. The crane swung in, the lashings adrift, and the boat fairly suspended, when, seizing the ends of the tackle ropes, we silently stepped into it, one at each end. The dead weight of the breaker astern now dragged the craft horizontally through the air, so that her tackle ropes strained hard. She quivered like a dolphin. Nevertheless, had we not feared her loud splash upon striking the wave, we might have quitted the ship almost as silently as the breath the body. But this was out of the question, and our plans were laid accordingly. "All ready, Jarl?" "Ready." "A man overboard!" I shouted at the top of my compass, and like lightning the cord slid through our blistering hands, and with a tremendous shock, the boat bounded on the sea's back. One mad sheer and plunge, one terrible strain on the tackles as we sunk in the trough of the waves, tugged upon by the towing breaker, and our knives severed the tackle ropes. We hazarded not unhooking the blocks. Our oars were out, and the good boat headed round, with prow to leeward. "Man overboard!" was now shouted from stem to stern, and directly we heard the confused tramping and shouting of the sailors as they rushed from their dreams into the almost inscrutable darkness. "Man overboard! Man overboard!" My heart smote me as the human cry of horror came out of the black vaulted night. "Down helm!" was soon heard from the chief mate. "Back the mainyard! Quit to the boats! How's this? One down already? Well done! Hold on, then, these other boats." Meanwhile, several seamen were shouting as they strained at the braces. "Cut! Cut all! Lower away! Lower away!" impatiently cried the sailors, who already had leaped into the boats. "Heave the ship to, and hold fast everything!" cried the captain, apparently just springing to the deck. "One boat's enough. Steward, show a light there from the mizzen top. Boat ahoy! Have you got that man?" No reply. The voice came out of a cloud, the ship dimly showing like a ghost. We had desisted from rowing, and hand over hand were now hauling in upon the rope attached to the breaker, which we soon lifted into the boat, instantly resuming our oars. "Pull! Pull, men, and save him!" again shouted the captain. "Aye, aye, sir," answered Jarl instinctively. "Pulling as hard as ever we can, sir." And pull we did, till nothing could be heard from the ship but a confused tumult, and ever and anon the hoarse shout of the captain, too distant to be understood. We now set our sail to a light air, and right into the darkness, and dead to leeward, we rowed and sailed till morning dawned. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mardi by Herman Melville. The Watery World is all before them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At sea in an open boat, and 1,000 miles from land. Shortly after the break of day, in the gray transparent light, a speck to windward broke the even line of the horizon. It was the ship, wending her way northeastward. Had I not known the final indifference of sailors to such disasters as that which the Arcturian's crew must have imputed to the night past, did not the skipper suspect the truth, I would have regarded that little speck with many compunctions of conscience. Nor, as it was, did I feel in any very serene humor. For the consciousness of being deemed dead is next to the presumable unpleasantness of being so in reality. One feels like his own ghost unlawfully tenanting a defunct carcass. Even Jarl's glance seemed so queer that I begged him to look another way. Secure now from all efforts of the captain to recover those whom he most probably supposed lost, and equally cut off from all hope of returning to the ship, even had we felt so inclined, the resolution that had thus far nerved me began to succumb in a measure to the awful loneliness of the scene. Ere this, I had regarded the ocean as a slave, the steed that bore me whither I listed, and whose vicious propensities, mighty though they were, often proved harmless when opposed to the genius of man. But now, how changed! In our frail boat, I would fain have built an altar to Neptune. What a mere toy we were to the billows, that jeeringly shouldered us from crest to crest, as from hand to hand lost souls may be tossed along by the chain of shades which enfilade the route to Tartarus. But, drown or swim, here's overboard with care. Cheer up, Jarl. Ha ha, how merrily yet terribly we sail. Up, up, slowly up, toiling up the long, calm wave. Then, balanced on its summit awhile, like a plank on a rail, and down we plunge headlong into the seething abyss, till arrested, we glide upward again. And thus did we go, now buried in watery hollows, our sail idly flapping, then lifted aloft, canvas bellying, and beholding the furthest horizon. Had not our familiarity with the business of whaling divested our craft's wild motions of its first novel horrors, we had been but a rueful pair. But day-long pulls after whales, the ship left miles astern, and entire dark nights passed moored to the monsters, killed too late to be towed to the ship far to leeward. All this, and much more, accustoms one to strange things. Death, to be sure, has a mouth as black as a wolf's, and to be thrust into his jaws is a serious thing. But true it most certainly is, and I speak from no hearsay, that to sailors, as a class, the grisly king seems not half so hideous as he appears to those who have only regarded him on shore, and at deferential distance. Like many ugly mortals, his features grow less frightful upon acquaintance, and met over often and sociably, the old adage holds true, about familiarity breeding contempt. Thus too with soldiers. Of the quaking recruit, 3 pitched battles make him a grim grenadier, and he who shrank from the muzzle of a cannon is now ready to yield his mustache for a sponge. And truly, since death is the last enemy of all, valiant souls will taunt him while they may. Yet rather should the wise regard him as the inflexible friend who, even against our own wills, from life's evils triumphantly relieves us. And there is but little difference in the manner of dying. To die is all. And death has been gallantly encountered by those who never beheld blood that was red, only its light azure seen through the veins. And to yield the ghost proudly, and march out of your fortress with all the honors of war, is not a thing of sinew and bone. Though in prison, Geoffrey Hudson the dwarf died more bravely than Goliath the giant, and the last end of a butterfly shames us all. Some women have lived nobler lives and died nobler deaths than men. Threatened with the stake, mitred Cranmer recanted. But through her fortitude, the lorn widow of Edessa stayed the tide of Valen's persecutions. 'Tis no great valor to perish sword in hand and bravado on lip, cased all in panoply complete. For even the alligator dies in his mail, and the swordfish never surrenders. To expire, mild-eyed in one's bed, transcends the death of Epaminondas. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Mardi by Herman Melville. They arrange their canopies and lounges, and try to make things comfortable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our little craft was soon in good order. From the spare rigging brought along, we made shrouds to the mast, and converted the boat hook into a handy boom for the jib. Going large before the wind, we set this sail wing and wing with the mainsail. The latter, in accordance with the customary rig of whaleboats, was worked with a sprit and sheet. It could be furled or set in an instant. The bags of bread we stowed away in the covered space about the loggerhead, a useless appurtenance now, and therefore removed. At night, Jarl used it for a pillow, saying that when the boat rolled, it gave easy play to his head. The precious breaker we lashed firmly amidships, thereby much improving our sailing. Now, previous to leaving the ship, we had seen to it well that our craft was supplied with all those equipments with which, by the regulations of the fishery, a whaleboat is constantly provided, night and day, afloat or suspended. Hanging along our gunwales inside were 6 harpoons, 3 lances, and a blubber spade, all keen as razors and sheathed with leather. Besides these, we had 3 waifs, a couple of 2-gallon water kegs, several bailers, the boat hatchet for cutting the whale line, 2 auxiliary knives for the like purpose, and several minor articles also employed in hunting the Leviathan. The line and line tub, however, were on shipboard. And here it may be mentioned that to prevent the strain upon the boat when suspended to the ship's side, the heavy whale line, over 200 fathoms in length and something more than an inch in diameter, when not in use, is kept on shipboard, coiled away like an endless snake in its tub. But this tub is always in readiness to be launched into the boat. Now, having no use for the line belonging to our craft, we had purposely left it behind. But well had we marked that by far the most important item of a whaleboat's furniture was snugly secured in its place. This was the watertight keg, at both ends firmly headed, containing a small compass, tinderbox and flint, candles, and a score or 2 of biscuit. This keg is an invariable precaution against what so frequently occurs in pursuing the sperm whale: prolonged absence from the ship, losing sight of her, or never seeing her more till years after you reach home again. And this same keg of ours seemed coopered up life and death, at least so it seemed to honest Jarl. No sooner had we got clear from the Arcturion, than dropping his oar for an instant, he clutched at it in the dark. And when day at last came, we knocked out the head of the keg with the little hammer and chisel always attached to it for that purpose, and removed the compass, that glistened to us like a human eye. Then, filling up the vacancy with biscuit, we again made all tight, driving down the hoops till they would budge no more. At first we were puzzled to fix our compass, but at last the Skyeman out knife, and cutting a round hole in the aftermost thwart, or seat of the boat, there inserted the little brass case containing the needle. Over the stern of the boat, with some old canvas which my Viking's forethought had provided, we spread a rude sort of awning, or rather counterpane. This, however, proved but little or no protection from the glare of the sun, for the management of the mainsail forbade any considerable elevation of the shelter. And when the breeze was fresh, we were fain to strike it altogether, for the wind being from aft and getting underneath the canvas, almost lifted the light boat's stern into the air, vexing the counterpane as if it were a petticoat turning a gusty corner. But when a mere breath rippled the sea, and the sun was fiery hot, it was most pleasant to lounge in this shady asylum. It was like being transferred from the roast to cool in the cupboard. And Jarl, much the toughest fowl of the two, out of an abundant kindness for his comrade, during the day voluntarily remained exposed at the helm, almost 2 hours to my 1. No ladylike scruples had he, the old Viking, about marring his complexion, which already was more than bronzed. Over the ordinary tanning of the sailor, he seemed masked by a visor of japanning, dotted all over with freckles, so intensely yellow and symmetrically circular that they seemed scorched there by a burning glass. In the tragico-comico moods which at times overtook me, I used to look upon the brown skyman with humorous complacency. If we fall in with cannibals, thought I, then ready-roasted Norseman that thou art, shall I survive to mourn thee, at least during the period I revolve upon the spit. But of such a fate, it needs hardly be said, we had no apprehension. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Jarl, afflicted with the Lockjaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. If ever again I launch whaleboat from sheer plank of ship at sea, I shall take good heed that my comrade be a sprightly fellow, with a rattlebox head. Be he never so silly, his very silliness, so long as he be lively at it, shall be its own excuse. Upon occasion, who likes not a lively loon, one of your giggling, gamesome oafs whose mouth is a grin? Are not such well-ordered dispensations of Providence, filling up vacuums and intervals of social stagnation, relieving the tedium of existing? Besides keeping up here and there, in very many quarters indeed, sundry people's good opinion of themselves, what if at times their speech is insipid as water after wine? What if to ungenial and irascible souls their very mug is an exasperation to behold, their clack an inducement to suicide? Let us not be hard upon them for this, but let them live on for the good they may do. But Jarl, dear dumb Jarl, thou wert none of these. Thou didst carry a phiz like an excommunicated deacon's. And no matter what happened, it was ever the same. Quietly, in thyself, thou didst revolve upon thine own sober axis, like a wheel in a machine, which forever goes round, whether you look at it or no. Ay, Jarl, wast thou not forever intent upon minding that which so many neglect, thine own especial business? Wast thou not forever at it, too, with no likelihood of ever winding up thy moody affairs and striking a balance sheet? But at times, how wearisome to me, these everlasting reveries in my one solitary companion. I longed for something enlivening, a burst of words, human vivacity of one kind or other. After in vain essaying to get something of this sort out of Jarl, I tried it, all by myself, playing upon my body as an instrument, singing, hallooing, and making empty gestures, till my Viking stared hard, and I myself paused to consider whether I had run crazy or no. But how account for the Skyman's gravity? Surely it was based upon no philosophic taciturnity. He was nothing of an idealist, an aerial architect, a constructor of flying buttresses. It was inconceivable that his reveries were Manfred-like and exalted, reminiscent of unutterable deeds, too mysterious even to be indicated by the remotest of hints. Suppositions all out of the question. His ruminations were a riddle. I asked him anxiously whether, in any part of the world, Savannah Surratt or Archangel, he had ever a wife to think of, or children that he carried so lengthy a phiz. Nowhere neither. Therefore, as by his own confession he had nothing to think of but himself, and there was little but honesty in him, having which, by the way, he may be thought full to the brim, what could I fall back upon but my original theory, namely, that in repose his intellect stepped out and left his body to itself. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Mardi by Herman Melville. More about being in an open boat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the third morning, at break of day, I sat at the steering oar, an hour or two previous having relieved Jarl, now fast asleep. Somehow, and suddenly, a sense of peril so intense came over me that it could hardly have been aggravated by the completest solitude. On a ship's deck, the mere feeling of elevation above the water, and the reach of prospect you command, impart a degree of confidence which disposes you to exult in your fancied security. But in an open boat, brought down to the very plane of the sea, this feeling almost wholly deserts you. At best, your most extended view, in any one direction at least, is in a high, slow-rolling sea, when you descend into the dark, misty spaces between long and uniform swells. Then, for the moment, it is like looking up and down in a twilight glade interminable, where two dawns, one on each hand, seem struggling through the semi-transparent tops of the fluid mountains. But, lingering not long in those silent vales, from watery cliff to cliff, a sea chamois sprang our solitary craft, a goat among the Alps. How undulated the horizon, like a vast serpent with 10,000 folds coiled all round the globe, yet so nigh apparently that it seemed as if one's hand might touch it. What loneliness! When the sun rose and spurred up the heavens, we hailed him as a wayfarer in Sahara the sight of a distant horseman. Save ourselves, the sun and the chamois seemed all that was left of life in the universe. We yearned towards its jocund disk, as in strange lands the traveler joyfully greets a face from home, which there had passed unheeded. And was not the sun a fellow voyager? Were we not both wending westward? But how soon he daily overtook and passed us, hurrying to his journey's end. When a week had gone by, sailing steadily on, by day and by night, and nothing in sight but this self-same sea, what wonder if disquieting thoughts at last entered our hearts? If unknowingly we should pass the spot where, according to our reckoning, our islands lay, upon what shoreless sea would we launch? At times these forebodings bewildered my idea of the positions of the groups beyond. All became vague and confused, so that westward of the King's Mill Isles in the Radack chain, I fancied there could be naught but an endless sea. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Of the Chondropterygii and other uncouth hordes infesting the South Seas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At intervals in our lonely voyage, there were sights which diversified the scene, especially when the constellation Pisces was in the ascendant. It's famous botanizing, they say, in Arkansas's boundless prairies. I commend the student of ichthyology to an open boat and the ocean moors of the Pacific. As your craft glides along, what strange monsters float by. Elsewhere was never seen their like, and nowhere are they found in the books of the naturalists. Though America be discovered, the Cathays of the deep are unknown, and whoso crosses the Pacific might have read lessons to Buffon. The sea serpent is not a fable, and in the sea that snake is but a garden worm. There are more wonders than the wonders rejected, and more sights unrevealed than you or I ever dreamt of. Moles and bats alone should be skeptics. And the only true infidelity is for a live man to vote himself dead. Be Sir Thomas Browne our example, who, while exploding vulgar errors, heartily hugged all the mysteries in the Pentateuch. But look, fathoms down in the sea, wherever saw you a phantom like that? An enormous crescent with antlers like a reindeer in a delta of mouths. Slowly it sinks and is seen no more. Dr. Faust saw the devil, but you have seen the devilfish. Look again, here comes another. Jarl calls it a bone shark. Full as large as a whale, it is spotted like a leopard, and tusk-like teeth overlap its jaws like those of the walrus. To seamen, Nothing strikes more terror than the near vicinity of a creature like this. Great ships steer out of its path, and well they may, since the good craft Essex and others have been sunk by sea monsters, as the alligator thrusts his horny snout through a Caribbean canoe. Ever present to us was the apprehension of some sudden disaster from the extraordinary zoological specimens we almost hourly passed. For the sharks, we saw them not by units, nor by tens, nor by hundreds, but by thousands, and by myriads. Trust me, there are more sharks in the sea than mortals on land. And of these prolific fish, there are full as many species as of dogs. But by the German naturalists Müller and Henle, who, in christening the sharks, have bestowed upon them the most heathenish names, they are classed under one family, which family, according to Müller, King at Arms, is an undoubted branch of the ancient and famous tribe of the Chondropterygii. To begin, there is the ordinary brown shark, our sea attorney, so called by sailors, a grasping, rapacious varlet, that in spite of the hard knocks received from it, often snapped viciously at our steering oar. At times, these gentry swim in herds, especially about the remains of a slaughtered whale. They are the vultures of the deep. Then we often encountered the dandy blue shark, a long, taper, and mighty genteel looking fellow, with a slender waist like a Bond Street bow, and the whitest tiers of teeth imaginable. This dainty spark invariably lounged by with a careless fin and an indolent tail. But he looked infernally heartless. How his cold-blooded, gentlemanly air contrasted with the rude, savage swagger of the tiger shark, a round, portly gourmand, with distended mouth and collapsed conscience, swimming about, seeking whom he might devour. These gluttons are the scavengers of navies, following ships in the South Seas, picking up odds and ends of garbage, and sometimes a titbit, a stray sailor. No wonder, then, that sailors denounce them. In substance, Jarl once assured me that under any temporary misfortune, it was one of his sweetest consolations to remember that in his day he had murdered, not killed, shoals of tiger sharks. Yet this is all wrong. As well hate a seraph as a shark. Both were made by the same hand. And that sharks are lovable, witness their domestic endearments. No fury so ferocious as not to have some amiable side. In the wild wilderness, a leopard mother caresses her cub, as Hagar did Ishmael, or a queen of France the Dauphin. We know not what we do when we hate. And I have the word of my gentlemanly friend Stanhope for it, that he who declared he loved a good hater was but a respectable sort of Hottentot at best. No very genteel epithet this, though coming from the genteelest of men. But when the digger of dictionaries said that saying of his, he was assuredly not much of a Christian. However, it is hard for one given up to constitutional hypos like him to be filled with the milk and meekness of the Gospels. Yet, with deference, I deny that my old Uncle Johnson really believed in the sentiment ascribed to him. Love a hater, indeed. Who smacks his lips over gall? Now, hate is a thankless thing. So let us only hate hatred, and once give love play, we will fall in love with the unicorn. Ah, the easiest way is the best, and to hate a man must work hard. Love is a delight, but hate a torment. And haters are thumbscrews, Scotch boots, and Spanish Inquisitions to themselves. In 5 words, would they were a Siamese diphthong, he who hates is a fool. For several days our chamois was followed by 2 of these aforesaid tiger sharks. A brace of confidential inseparables, jogging along in our wake side by side like a couple of highwaymen, biding their time till you come to the crossroads. But giving it up at last for a bootless errand, they dropped farther and farther astern until completely out of sight. Much to the Skyeman's chagrin, who long stood in the stern, lance poised for a dart. But of all sharks, save me from the ghastly white shark. For though we should hate not, Yet some dislikes are spontaneous, and disliking is not hating. And never yet could I bring myself to be loving, or even sociable, with a white shark. He is not the sort of creature to enlist young affections. This ghost of a fish is not often encountered, and shows plainer by night than by day. Timmerman-like, he always swims by himself, gliding along just under the surface, revealing a long, vague shape of a milky hue, with glimpses now and then of his bottomless white pit of teeth. No need of a dentist hath he. Seen at night stealing along like a spirit in the water, with horrific serenity of aspect, the white shark sent many a thrill to us twain in the chamois. By day, and in the profoundest calms, oft were we startled by the ponderous sigh of the grampus, as lazily rising to the surface, he fetched a long breath after napping below. And time and again we watched the darting albacore, the fish with the chain plate armor and golden scales, the Nimrod of the seas, to whom so many flying fish fall a prey. Flying from the pursuers, many of them flew into our boat, but invariably they died from the shock. No nursing could restore them. One of their wings I removed, spreading it out to dry under a weight. In 2 days' time, the thin membrane, all over tracings like those of a leaf, was transparent as isinglass, and tinted with brilliant hues like those of a changing silk. Almost every day we spied black fish, coal-black and glossy. They seemed to swim by revolving round and round in the water like a wheel, their dorsal fins every now and then shooting into view, like spokes. Of a somewhat similar species, but smaller and clipper-built about the nose, were the Algerines, so called probably for their corsair propensities, waylaying peaceful fish on the high seas, and plundering them of body and soul at a gulp. Atrocious Turks, a crusade should be preached against them. Besides all these, we encountered killers and thrashers, by far the most spirited and spunky of the finny tribes. Though little larger than a porpoise, a band of them think nothing of assailing Leviathan himself. They bait the monster, as dogs a bull. The killers seizing the right whale by his immense sulky lower lip, and the thrashers fastening onto his back and beating him with their sinewy tails. Often they come off conquerors, worrying the enemy to death. Though, sooth to say, if Leviathan gets but one sweep at them with his terrible tail, they go flying into the air, as if tossed from Taurus's horn. This sight we beheld. Had old Wouvermans, who once painted a bullbait, been along with us, a rare chance that for his pencil. And Gudin or Iseby might have thrown the blue rolling sea into the picture. Lastly, one of Claude's setting summer suns would have glorified the whole. Oh, believe me, God's creatures fighting fin for fin 1,000 miles from land, with the round horizon for an arena, is no ignoble subject for a masterpiece. Such are a few of the sights of the great South Sea, but there is no telling all. The Pacific is populous as China. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Jarl's Misgivings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About this time, an event took place. My good Viking opened his mouth and spoke. The prodigy occurred as, jackknife in hand, he was bending over the midship oar, on the loom or handle of which he kept our almanac, making a notch for every set sun. For some 48 hours past, the wind had been light and variable. It was more than suspected that a current was sweeping us northward. Now, marking these things, Jarl threw out the thought that the more wind and the less current, the better. And if a long calm came on, of which there was some prospect, we had better take to our oars. Take to our oars, as if we were crossing a ferry and no ocean leagues to traverse. The idea indirectly suggested all possible horrors. To be rid of them forthwith, I proceeded to dole out our morning meal. For to make away with such things, there is nothing better than bolting something down on top of them. Albeit oft repeated, the plan is very apt to beget dyspepsia, and the dyspepsia, the blues. But what of our store of provisions? So far as enough to eat was concerned, we felt not the slightest apprehension, our supplies proving more abundant than we had anticipated. But, curious to tell, we felt but little inclination for food. It was water, bright water, cool, sparkling water alone that we craved. And of this also our store at first seemed ample. But as our voyage lengthened, and breezes blew faint, and calms fell fast, the idea of being deprived of the precious fluid grew into something little short of a monomania, especially with Jarl. Every hour or two, with a hammer and chisel belonging to the tinderbox keg, he tinkered away at the invaluable breaker, driving down the hoops, till in his over-solicitude I thought he would burst them outright. Now the breaker lay on its bilge, in the middle of the boat, where more or less sea-water always collected. And ever and anon, dipping his finger therein, my Viking was troubled with the thought that this sea-water tasted less brackish than that alongside. Of course the breaker must be leaking. So he would turn it over till its wet side came uppermost, when it would quickly become dry as a bone. But now with his knife he would gently probe the joints of the staves, shake his head, look up, look down, taste of the water in the bottom of the boat, then that of the sea, then lift one end of the breaker, going through with every test of leakage he could dream of. Nor was he ever fully satisfied that the breaker was in all respects sound. But in reality, it was tight as the drumheads that beat at Cerro Gordo. Oh, Jarl, Jarl, to me, in the boat's quiet stern, steering and philosophizing at one time and the same, thou and thy breaker were a study. Besides the breaker we had full of water, the 2 boat kegs previously alluded to. These were first used. We drank from them by their leaden spouts, so many swallows 3 times in the day, having no other means of measuring an allowance. But when we came to the breaker, which had only a bunghole, though a very large one, dog-like it was so many laps apiece, jealously counted by the observer. This plan, however, was only good for a single day, the water then getting beyond the reach of the tongue. We therefore daily poured from the breaker into one of the kegs, and drank from its spout. But to obviate the absorption inseparable from decanting, we at last hit upon something better. My comrade's shoe, which, deprived of its quarters, narrowed at the heel, and diligently rinsed out in the sea, was converted into a handy, but rather limber ladle. This we kept suspended in the bunghole of the breaker, that it might never twice absorb the water. Now pewter imparts flavor to ale, a meerschaum bowl the same to the tobacco of Smyrna, and goggle green glasses are deemed indispensable to the bibbing of hock. What then shall be said of a leathern goblet for water? Try it, ye mariners who list. One morning, taking his wonted draught, Jarl fished up in his ladle a deceased insect, something like a daddy longlegs, only more corpulent. Its fate, a sea toss? Believe it not, with all those precious drops clinging to its lengthy legs. It was held over the ladle till the last globule dribbled, and even then, being moist, honest Jarl was but loath to drop it overboard. For our larder, we could not endure the salt beef. It was raw as a live Abyssinian steak, and salt as Krakow. Besides, the Fiji simile would not have held good with respect to it. It was far from being tender as a dead man. The biscuit only could we eat, not to be wondered at, for even on shipboard, seamen in the tropics are but sparing feeders. And here let not a suggestion be omitted, most valuable to any future castaway or sail-away, as the case may be. Eat not your biscuit dry, but dip it in the sea, which makes it more bulky and palatable. During meal times, it was soak and sip with Jarl and me, one on each side of the chamois dipping our biscuit in the brine. This plan obviated finger glasses at the conclusion of our repast. Upon the whole, dwelling upon the water is not so bad after all. The Chinese are no fools. In the operation of making your toilet, how handy to float in your ewer. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Mardi by Herman Melville. A Stitch in Time Saves 9. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Like most silent, earnest sort of people, my good Viking was a pattern of industry. When in the boats after whales, I have known him carry along a roll of sinnate to stitch into a hat. And the boats, lying motionless for half an hour or so, waiting the rising of the chase, his fingers would be plying at their task like an old lady knitting. Like an experienced old wife, too, his digits had become so expert and conscientious that his eyes left them alone, deeming optic supervision unnecessary. And on this trip of ours, when not otherwise engaged, he was quite as busy with his fingers as ever, unraveling old Cape Horn hose for yarn wherewith to darn our woolen frocks, with great patches from the skirts of a condemned reefing jacket, paneling the seats of our ducks, in short, veneering our broken garments with all manner of choice old broadcloths. With the true forethought of an old tar, he had brought along with him nearly the whole contents of his chest. His precious ditty bag, containing his sewing utensils, had been carefully packed away in the bottom of one of his bundles, of which he had as many as an old maid on her travels. In truth, an old salt is very much of an old maid, though, strictly speaking, far from deserving that misdeemed appellative. Better be an old maid, a woman with herself for a husband, than the wife of a fool. And Solomon more than hints that all men are fools, and every wise man knows himself to be one. When playing the sempstress, Jarl's favorite perch was the triangular little platform in the bow, which, being the driest and most elevated part of the boat, was best adapted to his purpose. Here, for hours and hours together, the honest old tailor would sit darning and sewing away, heedless of the wide ocean around, while forever his slouched Guayaquil hat kept bobbing up and down against the horizon before us. It was a most solemn avocation with him. Silently he nodded like the still statue in the opera of Don Juan. Indeed, he never spoke, unless to give pithy utterance to the wisdom of keeping one's wardrobe in repair. But herein, my Viking at times waxed oracular. And many's the hour we glided along, myself deeply pondering in the stern, hand upon helm, while cross-legged at the other end of the boat Jarl laid down patch upon patch, and at long intervals precept upon precept, here several saws, and there innumerable stitches. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Mardi by Herman Melville. They are becalmed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the 8th day there was a calm. It came on by night, so that waking at daybreak and folding my arms over the gunwale, I looked out upon a scene very hard to describe. The sun was still beneath the horizon, perhaps not yet out of sight from the plains of Paraguay. But the dawn was too strong for the stars, which one by one had gone out, like waning lamps after a ball. Now, as the face of a mirror is a blank, only borrowing character from what it reflects, so in a calm, the tropics, a colorless sky overhead, the ocean upon its surface hardly presents a sign of existence. The deep blue is gone, and the glassy element lies tranced, almost viewless as the air. But that morning the two gray firmaments of sky and water seemed collapsed into a vague ellipsis, and alike the chamois seemed drifting in the atmosphere as in the sea. Everything was fused into the calm, sky, air, water, and all. Not a fish was to be seen. The silence was that of a vacuum. No vitality lurked in the air, and this inert blending and brooding of all things seemed gray chaos in conception. This calm lasted 4 days and 4 nights, during which but a few cat's paws of wind varied the scene. They were faint as the breath of one dying. At times the heat was intense, the heavens at midday glowing like an ignited coal mine. Our skin curled up like lint, our vision became dim, the brain dizzy. To our consternation, the water in the breaker became lukewarm, brackish, and slightly putrescent. Notwithstanding, we kept our spare clothing piled upon the breaker to shield it from the sun. At last, Jarl enlarged the vent, carefully keeping it exposed. To this precaution, doubtless, we owed more than we then thought. It was now deemed wise to reduce our allowance of water to the smallest modicum consistent with the present preservation of life, strangling all desire for more. Nor was this all. The upper planking of the boat began to warp, here and there cracking and splintering. But though we kept it moistened with brine, one of the plank ends started from its place, and the sharp, sudden sound, breaking the scorching silence, caused us both to spring to our feet. Instantly the sea burst in, but we made shift to secure the rebellious plank with the cord, not having a nail. We then bailed out the boat, nearly half full of water. On the second day of the calm, we unshipped the mast to prevent its being pitched out by the occasional rolling of the vast smooth swells now overtaking us. Leagues and leagues away, after its fierce raging, some tempest must have been sending to us its last dying waves. For as a pebble dropped into a pond ruffles it to its marge, so on all sides a sea gale operates as if an asteroid had fallen into the brine, making ringed mountain billows, interminably expanding instead of ripples. The great September waves breaking at the base of the Neversink Highlands, far in advance of the swiftest pilot boat, carry tidings. And full often they know the last secret of many a stout ship, never heard of from the day she left port. Every wave in my eyes seems a soul. As there was no steering to be done, Jarl and I sheltered ourselves as well as we could under the awning. And for the first 2 days, one at a time, every 3 or 4 hours, we dropped overboard for a bath, clinging to the gunwale, a sharp lookout being kept for prowling sharks. A foot or two below the surface, the water felt cool and refreshing. On the 3rd day, a change came over us. We relinquished bathing, the exertion taxing us too much. Sullenly, we laid ourselves down, turned our backs to each other, and were impatient at the slightest casual touch of our persons. What sort of expression my own countenance wore, I know not, but I hated to look at Jarl's. When I did, it was a glare, not a glance. I became more taciturn than he. I cannot tell what it was that came over me, but I wished I was alone. I felt that so long as the calm lasted, we were without help, that neither could assist the other, and above all, that for one, the water would hold out longer than for two. I felt no remorse, not the slightest for these thoughts. It was instinct. Like a desperado giving up the ghost, I desired to gasp by myself. From being cast away with a brother, good God deliver me. The 4 days passed, and on the morning of the 5th, thanks be to heaven, there came a breeze. Dancingly, mincingly it came, just rippling the sea, until it struck our sails, previously set at the very first token of its advance. At length it slightly freshened, and our poor chamois seemed raised from the dead. Beyond expression delightful. Once more we heard the low humming of the sea under our bow, as our boat, like a bird, went singing on its way. How changed the scene! Overhead, a sweet blue haze distilling sunlight in drops, and flung abroad over the visible creation was the sun-spangled azure rustling robe of the ocean, ermined with wave crests. All else infinitely blue. Such a cadence of musical sounds, waves chasing each other, and sporting and frothing and frolicsome foam, painted fish rippling past, and anon the noise of wings as sea-fowls flew by. O ocean, when thou choosest to smile, more beautiful thou art than flowery mead or plain. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Mardi by Herman Melville. In high spirits, they push on for the Terra Incognita. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There were now 14 notches on the loom of the Skyman's oar. So many days since we had pushed from the forechains of the Arcturion. But as yet no floating bow, no tern, knotty, nor reef bird to denote our proximity to land. In that long calm, whither might not the currents have swept us? Where we were precisely we knew not, but according to our reckoning, the loose estimation of the knots run every hour, we must have sailed due west but little more than 150 leagues. for the most part having encountered but light winds and frequent intermitting calms, besides that prolonged one described. But spite of past calms and currents, land there must be to the westward. Sun, compass, stout hearts, and steady breezes pointed our prow thereto. So courage, my Viking, and never say drown. At this time our hearts were much lightened by discovering that our water was improving in taste. It seemed to have been undergoing anew that sort of fermentation or working occasionally incident to ship water shortly after being taken on board. Sometimes for a period it is more or less offensive to taste and smell, again, however, becoming comparatively limpid. But as our water improved, we grew more and more miserly of so priceless a treasure. And here it may be well to make mention of another little circumstance, however unsentimental. Thorough-paced tar that he was, my Viking was an inordinate consumer of the Indian weed. From the Arcturion he had brought along with him a small half-keg, at bottom impacted with a solitary layer of sable negro head, fossil-marked like the primary stratum of the geologists. It was the last tier of his abundant supply for the long whaling voyage upon which he had embarked upwards of 3 years previous. Now, during the calm, and for some days after, poor Jarl's accustomed quid was no longer agreeable company. To pun, he eschewed his chew. I asked him wherefore. He replied that it puckered up his mouth, above all provoked thirst, and had somehow grown every way distasteful. I was sorry, for the absence of his before ever-present wad impaired what little fullness there was left in his cheek. Though, sooth to say, I no longer called upon him, as of yore, to shift over the enormous morsel to starboard or larboard, and so trim our craft. The calm gone by, once again my sea-tailor plied needle and thread. Our turning laundress hung our raiment to dry on oars peaked obliquely in the thole-pins. All of which tattered pennons, the wind being astern, helped us gaily on our way, as jolly poor devils with rags flying in the breeze sail blithely through life, and are merry, although they are poor. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Mardi by Herman Melville, My Lord Shark and His Pages. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There is a fish in the sea that evermore, like a surly lord, only goes abroad attended by his suite. It is the shovel-nosed shark. A clumsy, lethargic monster, unshapely as his name, and the last species of his kind, one would think, to be so bravely waited upon as he is. His suite is composed of those dainty little creatures called pilot fish by sailors. But by night his retinue is frequently increased by the presence of several small luminous fish running in advance and flourishing their flambeaux like link boys lighting the monster's way. Pity there were no ray fish in rear, page-like, to carry his caudal train. Now the relation subsisting between the pilot fish above mentioned and their huge ungainly lord seems one of the most inscrutable things in nature. At any rate, it poses poor me to comprehend. That a monster so ferocious should suffer 5 or 6 little sparks, hardly 14 inches long, to gambol about his grim hull with the utmost impunity, is of itself something strange. But when it is considered that by a reciprocal understanding the pilot fish seem to act as scouts to the shark, warning him of danger and appraising him of the vicinity of prey, and moreover, in case of his being killed, evincing their anguish by certain agitations otherwise inexplicable, the whole thing becomes a mystery, unfathomable. Truly marvels abound. It needs no dead man to be raised to convince us of some things. Even my Viking marveled full as much at those pilot fish as he would have marveled at the Pentecost. But perhaps a little incident occurring about this period will best illustrate the matter in hand. We were gliding along, hardly 3 knots an hour, when my comrade, who had been dozing over the gunwale, suddenly started to his feet and pointed out an immense shovel-nosed shark less than a boat's length distant, and about half a fathom beneath the surface. A lance was at once snatched from its place, and true to his calling, Jarl was about to dart it at the fish, when, interested by the sight of its radiant little scouts, I begged him to desist. One of them was right under the shark, nibbling at his ventral fin, another above, hovering about his dorsal appurtenance, one on each flank, and a frisking fifth pranking about his nose, seemingly having something to say of a confidential nature. They were of a bright steel-blue color, alternated with jet-black stripes, with glistening bellies of a silver white. Clinging to the back of the shark were 4 or 5 remoras, or sucking fish, snaky parasites impossible to remove from whatever they adhere to without destroying their lives. The remora has little power in swimming, hence its sole locomotion is on the backs of larger fish. Leech-like, it sticketh closer than a false brother in prosperity, closer than a beggar to the benevolent, closer than Webster to the Constitution. But it feeds upon what it clings to, its feelers having a direct communication with the esophagus. The shark swam sluggishly, creating no sign of a ripple, but ever and anon shaking his Medusa locks, writhing and curling with horrible life. Now and then the nimble pilotfish darted from his side, this way and that, mostly toward our boat, but previous to taking a fresh start, ever returning to their liege lord to report progress. A thought struck me. Baiting a rope's end with a morsel of our almost useless salt beef, I suffered it to trail in the sea. Instantly, the foremost scout swam toward it, hesitated, paused, but at last advancing, briskly snuffed at the line, and taking one finical little nibble, retreated toward the shark. Another moment, and the great Tamerlane himself turned heavily about, pointing his black cannon-like nose directly toward our broadside. Meanwhile, the little pilot-fish darted hither and thither, keeping up a mighty fidgeting like men of small minds in a state of nervous agitation. Presently Tamerlane swam nearer and nearer, all the while lazily eyeing the chamois as a wild boar a kid. Suddenly, making a rush for it, in the foam he made away with the bait, but the next instant the uplifted lance sped at his skull, and thrashing his requiem with his sinewy tail, he sunk slowly, through his own blood, out of sight. Down with him swam the terrified pilot-fish, but soon after, 3 of them were observed close to the boat, gliding along at a uniform pace, 1 on each side and 1 in advance, even as they had attended their lord. Doubtless, 1 was under our keel. "A good omen," said Jarl. "No harm will befall us so long as they stay." But however that might be, follow us they did for many days after, until an event occurred which necessitated their withdrawal. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Who Goes There? This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jarl's oar showed 16 notches on the loom, when one evening as the expanded sun touched the horizon's rim, a ship's uppermost spars were observed, traced like a spider's web against its crimson disk. It looked like a far-off craft on fire. In bright weather at sea, a sail, invisible in the full flood of noon, becomes perceptible toward sunset. It is the reverse in the morning. In sight at gray dawn, the distant vessel, though in reality approaching, recedes from view as the sun rises higher and higher. This holds true until its vicinity makes it readily fall within the ordinary scope of vision. And thus, too, here and there with other distant things, the more light you throw on them, the more you obscure. Some revelations show best in a twilight. The sight of the stranger not a little surprised us, but brightening up as if the encounter were welcome, Jarl looked happy and expectant. He quickly changed his demeanor, however, upon perceiving that I was bent upon shunning a meeting. Instantly our sails were struck, and calling upon Jarl, who was somewhat backward to obey, I shipped the oars, and, both rowing, we stood away obliquely from our former course. I divined that the vessel was a whaler, and hence that by help of the glass, with which her lookouts must be momentarily sweeping the horizon, they might possibly have descried us, especially as we were due east from the ship, a direction which at sunset is one of the most favorable for perceiving a far-off object at sea. Furthermore, our canvas was snow-white and conspicuous. To be sure, we could not be certain what kind of a vessel it was, but whatever it might be, I for one had no mind to risk an encounter. For it was quite plain that if the stranger came within hailing distance, there would be no resource but to link our fortunes with hers, whereas I desired to pursue none but the chamois. As for the skyman, he kept looking wistfully over his shoulder, doubtless praying heaven that we might not escape what I sought to avoid. Now, upon a closer scrutiny, being pretty well convinced that the stranger, after all, was steering a nearly westerly course, right away from us, we reset our sail, and as night fell, my Viking's entreaties, seconded by my own curiosity, induced me to resume our original course, and so follow after the vessel, with a view of obtaining a nearer glimpse without danger of detection. So boldly we steered for the sail. But not gaining much upon her, spite of the lightness of the breeze, a circumstance in our favor, the chase being a ship and we but a boat, at my comrade's instigation we added oars to sails, readily guiding our way by the former, though the helm was left to itself. As we came nearer, it was plain that the vessel was no whaler, but a small two-masted craft, in short, a brigantine. Her sails were in a state of unaccountable disarray, only the foresail, mainsail, and jib being set. The first was much tattered, and the jib was hoisted but halfway up the stay, where it idly flapped, the breeze coming from over the taffrail. She continually yawed in her course, now almost presenting her broadside, then showing her stern. Striking our sails once more, we lay on our oars and watched her in the starlight. Still she swung from side to side, and still sailed on. Not a little terrified at the sight, superstitious Jarl more than insinuated that the craft must be a gold huntress, haunted. But I told him that if such were the case, we must board her, come gold or goblins. In reality, however, I began to think that she must have been abandoned by her crew, or else that from sickness those on board were incapable of managing her. After a long and anxious reconnoiter, we came still nearer, using our oars, but very reluctantly on Jarl's part, who, while rowing, kept his eyes over his shoulder, as if about to beach the little chamois on the back of a whale as of yore. Indeed, he seemed full as impatient to quit the vicinity of the vessel as before he had been anxiously courting it. Now, as the silent brigantine again swung round her broadside, I hailed her loudly. No return. Again, but all was silent. With a few vigorous strokes, we closed with her, giving yet another unanswered hail, when, laying the chamois right alongside, I clutched at the main chains. Instantly we felt her dragging us along. Securing our craft by its painter, I sprang over the rail, followed by Jarl, who had snatched his harpoon, his favorite arms. Long used with that weapon to overcome the monsters of the deep, he doubted not it would prove equally serviceable in any other encounter. The deck was a complete litter. Tossed about were pearl oyster shells, husks of coconuts, empty casks, and cases. The deserted tiller was lashed, which accounted for the vessel's yawing. But we could not conceive how, going large before the wind, the craft could, for any considerable time at least, have guided herself without the help of a hand. Still, the breeze was light and steady. Now, seeing the helm thus lashed, I could not but distrust the silence that prevailed. It conjured up the idea of miscreants concealed below, and meditating treachery, unscrupulous mutineers. Lascars or Manila men, who, having murdered the Europeans of the crew, might not be willing to let strangers depart unmolested. Or, yet worse, the entire ship's company might have been swept away by a fever, its infection still lurking in the poisoned hull. And though the first conceit, as the last, was a mere surmise, it was nevertheless deemed prudent to secure the hatches, which for the present we accordingly barred down with the oars of our boat. This done, we went about the deck in search of water, and finding some in a clumsy cask, drank long and freely, and to our thirsty souls' content. The wind now freshening, and the rent sails like to blow from the yards, we brought the brigantine to the wind, and brailed up the canvas. This left us at liberty to examine the craft, though, unfortunately, the night was growing hazy. All this while our boat was still towing alongside, and I was about to drop it astern, when Jarl, ever cautious, declared it safer where it was, since if there were people on board, they would most likely be down in the cabin, from the dead lights of which mischief might be done to the chamois. It was then that my comrade observed that the brigantine had no boats, a circumstance most unusual in any sort of a vessel at sea. But marking this, I was exceedingly gratified. It seemed to indicate, as I had opined, that from some cause or other she must have abandoned her crew. And in a good measure this dispelled my fears of foul play, and the apprehension of contagion. Encouraged by these reflections, I now resolved to descend and explore the cabin, though sorely against Jarl's counsel.
To be sure, as he earnestly said, this step might have been deferred till daylight, but it seemed too wearisome to wait. So bethinking me of our tinderbox and candles, I sent him into the boat for them. Presently 2 candles were lit, one of which the Skyman tied up and down the barbed end of his harpoon, so that upon going below, the keen steel might not be far off, should the light be blown out by a dastard. Unfastening the cabin scuttle, we stepped downward into the smallest and murkiest den in the world. The altar-like transom, surmounted by the closed deadlights in the stern, together with the dim little skylight overhead, and the somber aspect of everything around, gave the place the air of some subterranean oratory, say a prayer-room of Peter the Hermit. But coils of rigging, bolts of canvas, articles of clothing, and disorderly heaps of rubbish harmonized not with this impression. 2 doors, one on each side, led into wee little staterooms, the berths of which were also littered. Among other things was a large box, sheathed with iron and stoutly clamped, containing a keg partly filled with powder, the half of an old cutlass, a pouch of bullets, and a case for a sextant, a brass plate on the lid with the maker's name, London. The broken blade of the cutlass was very rusty and stained, and the iron hilt bent in. It looked so tragical that I thrust it out of sight. Removing a small trapdoor, opening into the space beneath, called the run, we lighted upon sundry cutlasses and muskets, lying together at 6s and 7s, as if pitched down in a hurry. Casting round a hasty glance, and satisfying ourselves that through the bulkhead of the cabin there was no passage to the forward part of the hold, we caught up the muskets and cutlasses, the powder keg and the pouch of bullets, and, bundling them on deck, prepared to visit the other end of the vessel. Previous to so doing, however, I loaded a musket and belted a cutlass to my side. But my Viking preferred his harpoon. In the forecastle reigned similar confusion, but there was a snug little lair, cleared away in one corner and furnished with a grass mat and bolster, like those used among the islanders of these seas. This little lair looked to us as if some leopard had crouched there, and as it turned out, we were not far from right. Forming one side of this retreat was a sailor's chest, stoutly secured by a lock, and monstrous heavy withal. Regardless of Jarl's entreaties, I managed to burst the lid, thereby revealing a motley assemblage of millinery and outlandish knickknacks of all sorts, together with sundry rude calico contrivances, which, though of unaccountable cut, nevertheless possessed a certain petticoatish air and latitude of skirt, betokening them the habiliments of some feminine creature, most probably of the human species. In this strong box also was a canvas bag, jingling with rusty old bell buttons, gangrened copper bolts, and sheathing nails, damp greenish Carlus dollars, true coin all, besides divers iron screws and battered chisels and belaying pins. Sounded on the chest lid, the dollars rang clear as convent bells. These were put aside by Jarl, the sight of substantial dollars doing away for the nonce with his superstitious misgivings. True to his kingship, he loved true coin. Though abroad on the sea and no land but dollarless dominions around, all this silver was worthless as charcoal or diamonds. Nearly one and the same thing, say the chemists, but tell that to the marines, say the illiterate Jews and the jewelers. Go, buy a house or a ship if you can with your charcoal. Yea, all the woods in Canada charred down to cinders would not be worth the one famed Brazilian diamond, though no bigger than the egg of a carrier pigeon. Ah, but these chemists are liars, and Sir Humphrey Davy a cheat. Many's the poor devil they've deluded into the charcoal business, who otherwise might have made his fortune with a mattock. Groping again into the chest, we brought to light a queer little hair trunk, very bald and rickety. At every corner was a mighty clamp, the weight of which had no doubt debilitated the box. It was jealously secured with a padlock almost as big as itself, so that it was almost a question which was meant to be security to the other. Prying at it hard, we at length effected an entrance, but saw no golden moidores, no ruddy doubloons, nothing under heaven but 3 pewter mugs, such as are used in a ship's cabin, several brass screws and brass plates, which must have belonged to a quadrant, together with a famous lot of glass beads and brass rings, while pasted on the inside of the cover was a little colored print, representing the harlots, the shameless hussies, having a fine time with the prodigal son. It should have been mentioned ere now, that while we were busy in the forecastle, we were several times startled by strange sounds aloft. And just after, crashing into the little hair trunk, down came a great top block, right through the scuttle, narrowly missing my Viking's crown. A much stronger article, by the way, than your goldsmiths turn out in these days. This startled us much, particularly Jarl, as one might suppose, but accustomed to strange creakings and wheezings of the masts and yards of old vessels at sea, and having many a time dodged stray blocks accidentally falling from aloft, I thought little more of the matter, though my comrade seemed to think the noises somewhat different from anything of that kind he had ever heard before. After a little more turning over of the rubbish in the forecastle, and much marveling thereat, we ascended to the deck, where we found everything so silent that as we moved toward the taffrail, the skyman unconsciously addressed me in a whisper. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Mardi by Herman MELVILLE. Noises and Portents. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I longed for day, for wherever now inclined to believe that the brigantine was untenanted, I desired the light of the sun to place that fact beyond a misgiving. Now, having observed previous to boarding the vessel that she lay rather low in the water, I thought proper to sound the well. But there being no line and sinker at hand, I sent Jarl to hunt them up in the arm-chest on the quarter-deck, where doubtless they must be kept. Meanwhile I searched for the brakes, or pump-handles, which, as it turned out, could not have been very recently used, for they were found lashed up and down to the mainmast. Suddenly Jarl came running toward me, whispering that all doubt was dispelled. There were spirits on board, to a dead certainty. He had overheard a supernatural sneeze. But by this time I was all but convinced that we were alone in the brigantine, since, if otherwise, I could assign no earthly reason for the crew's hiding away from a couple of sailors, whom, were they so minded, they might easily have mastered. And furthermore, this alleged disturbance of the atmosphere aloft by a sneeze, Jarl averred to have taken place in the maintop, directly underneath which I was all this time standing, and had heard nothing. So complimenting my good Viking upon the exceeding delicacy of his auriculars, I bade him trouble himself no more with his piratical ghosts and goblins, which existed nowhere but in his own imagination. Not finding the line and sinker, with the spare end of a bowline we rigged a substitute, and sounding the well, found nothing to excite our alarm. Under certain circumstances, however, this sounding a ship's well is a nervous sort of business enough. 'Tis like feeling your own pulse in the last stage of a fever. At the skyman's suggestion, we now proceeded to throw round the brigantine's head on the other tack. For until daylight, we desired to alter the vessel's position as little as possible, fearful of coming unawares upon reefs. And here be it said that for all his superstitious misgivings about the brigantine, his imputing to her something equivalent to a purely phantom-like nature, honest Jarl was nevertheless exceedingly downright and practical in all hints and proceedings concerning her, wherein he resembled my right reverend friend Bishop Berkeley, truly one of your lords spiritual, who, metaphysically speaking, holding all objects to be mere optical delusions, was, notwithstanding, extremely matter-of-fact in all matters touching matter itself. Besides being pervious to the points of pins, and possessing a palate capable of appreciating plum puddings, which sentence reads off like a pattering of hailstones. Now, while we were employed bracing round the yards, whispering Jarl must needs pester me again with his confounded suspicions of goblins on board. He swore by the mainmast that when the foreyard swung round, he had heard a half-stifled groan from that quarter, as if one of his bugbears had been getting its aerial legs jammed. I laughed, hinting that goblins were incorporeal. Whereupon he besought me to ascend the fore-rigging and test the matter for myself. But here my mature judgment got the better of my first crude opinion. I civilly declined. For assuredly there was still a possibility that the foretop might be tenanted, and that too by living miscreants. And a pretty hap would be mine, if, with hands full of rigging, and legs dangling in the air, while surmounting the oblique futtock shroud, some unseen arm should all at once tumble me overboard. Therefore I held my peace, while Jarl went on to declare that with regard to the character of the brigantine, his mind was now pretty fully made up. She was an arrant impostor, a shade of a ship, full of sailors' ghosts, and before we knew where we were, would dissolve in a supernatural squall, and leave us twain in the water. In short, Jarl, the descendant of the superstitious old Norseman, was full of old Norse conceits, and all matter of Valhalla marvels concerning the land of goblins and goblets. No wonder, then, that with this catastrophe in prospect, he again entreated me to quit the ill-starred craft, carrying off nothing from her ghostly hull. But I refused. One cannot relate everything at once. While in the cabin, we came across a barge of biscuit, and finding its contents of a quality much superior to our own, we had filled our pockets and occasionally regaled ourselves in the intervals of rummaging. Now this sea cake basket we had brought on deck, and for the first time since bidding adieu to the Arcturian, having fully quenched our thirst, our appetite returned with a rush. And having nothing better to do till day dawned, we planted the bread barge in the middle of the quarter-deck, and crossing our legs before it, laid close siege thereto, like the Grand Turk and his Vizier Mustafa sitting down before Vienna. Our castle, the bread barge, was of the common sort. An oblong oaken box, much battered and bruised, and like the Elgin marbles, all over inscriptions and carving. Foul anchors, skewered hearts, almanacs, Burton blocks, love verses, links of cable, kings of clubs, and divers mystic diagrams in chalk drawn by old Finnish mariners, in casting horoscopes and prophecies. Your old tars are all Daniels. There was a round hole in one side, through which, in getting at the bread, invited guests thrust their hands. And mighty was the thrusting of hands that night. Also many and earnest the glances of Mustafa at every sudden creaking of the spars or rigging. Like Belshazzar, my royal Viking ate with great fear and trembling, ever and anon pausing to watch the wild shadows flitting along the bulwarks. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Man Ho. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slowly, fitfully broke the morning in the east, showing the desolate brig forging heavily through the water, which sluggishly thumped under her bows. While leaping from sea to sea, our faithful chamois, like a faithful dog, still gamboled alongside, confined to the main chains by its painter. At times it would long lag behind, then, pushed by a wave like lightning, dash forward, till bridled by its leash, it again fell in rear. As the gray light came on, anxiously we scrutinized the features of the craft, as one by one they became more plainly revealed. Everything seemed stranger now than when partially visible in the dingy night. The stanchions, or posts of the bulwarks, were of rough stakes still encased in the bark. The unpainted sides were of a dark-colored, heathenish-looking wood. The tiller was a wry-necked, elbowed bough, thrusting itself through the deck as if the tree itself was fast rooted in the hold. The binnacle containing the compass was defended at the sides by yellow matting. The rigging, shrouds, halyards, and all, was of kayar, or coconut fibers, and here and there the sails were patched with plaited rushes. But this was not all. Whoso will pry must needs light upon matters for suspicion. Glancing over the side in the wake of every scupper hole, we beheld a faded, crimson stain, which Jarl averred to be blood. Though now he betrayed not the slightest trepidation, for what he saw pertained not to ghosts, and all his fears hitherto had been of the supernatural. Indeed, plucking up a heart, with the dawn of the day my Viking looked bold as a lion, and soon with the instinct of an old seaman cast his eyes up aloft. Directly he touched my arm. "Look, what stirs in the maintop?" Sure enough, something alive was there. Fingering our arms, we watched it, till as the day came on, a crouching stranger was beheld. Presenting my piece, I hailed him to descend or be shot. There was silence for a space, when the black barrel of a musket was thrust forth, leveled at my head. Instantly, Jarl's harpoon was presented at a dart, 2-to-1, and my hail was repeated, but no reply. "Who are you?" "Chamois," at length said a clear, firm voice. "Come down from the rigging. We are friends." Another pause, when, rising to his feet, the stranger slowly descended, holding on by one hand to the rigging, for but one did he have, his musket partly slung from his back and partly gripped under the stump of his mutilated arm. He alighted about 6 paces from where we stood, and balancing his weapon, eyed us bravely as the Cid. He was a tall, dark islander, a very devil to behold, theatrically arrayed in kilt and turban. The kilt of a gay calico print, the turban of a red China silk. His neck was jingling with strings of beads. "Who else is on board?" I asked, while Jarl, thus far covering the stranger with his weapon, now dropped it to the deck. "Look there, Anatu," was his reply in broken English, pointing aloft to the foretop. And lo, a woman, also an islander, and barring her skirts, dressed very much like Samoa, was beheld descending. "Any more?" "No more." "Who are you, then, and what craft is this?" You are no ghost, but are you my friend?" he cried, advancing nearer as he spoke, while the woman, having gained the deck, also approached, eagerly glancing. We said we were friends, that we meant no harm, but desired to know what craft this was, and what disaster had befallen her, for that something untoward had occurred, we were certain. Whereto Samoa made answer that it was true that something dreadful had happened, and that he would gladly tell us all and tell us the truth, and about it he went. Now, this story of his was related in the mixed phraseology of a Polynesian sailor, with a few random reflections in substance. It will be found in the 6 following chapters. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Mardi by Herman Melville. What befell the brigantine at the Pearl Shell Islands. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The vessel was the Parki of Lahaina, a village and harbor on the coast of Maui, one of the Hawaiian Isles, where she had been miserably cobbled together with planks of native wood and fragments of a wreck there drifted ashore. Her appellative had been bestowed in honor of a high chief, the tallest and goodliest-looking gentleman in all the Sandwich Islands. With a mixed European and native crew, about 30 in number, but only 4 whites in all, captain included, the Parki, some 4 months previous, had sailed from her port on a voyage southward, in quest of pearls and pearl oyster shells, sea slugs, and other matters of that sort. Samoa, a native of the Navigator Islands, had long followed the sea and was well versed in the business of oyster diving and its submarine mysteries. The native Lahanese on board were immediately subordinate to him, the captain having bargained with Samoa for their services as divers. The woman, Anatu, was a native of a far-off anonymous island to the westward, whence, when quite young, she had been carried by the commander of a ship, touching there on a passage from Macau to Valparaiso. At Valparaiso, her protector put her ashore, most probably, as I afterward had reason to think, for a nuisance. By chance it came to pass that when Anatu's first virgin bloom had departed, leaving nothing but a lusty frame and a lustier soul, Samoa the navigator had fallen desperately in love with her. And thinking the lady to his mind, being brave like himself and doubtless well adapted to the vicissitudes of matrimony at sea, he meditated suicide. I would have said wedlock, and the twain became one. And some time after, in capacity of wife, Anatu the dame accompanied in the brigantine Samoa her lord. Now, as Antony flew to the refuse embraces of Caesar, so Samoa solaced himself in the arms of this discarded fair one. And the sequel was the same, for not harder the life of Cleopatra led my fine frank friend, poor Mark, than Queen Anatu did leave this captive of her bow and her spear. But all in good time. They left their port, and crossing the tropic and the line, fell in with a cluster of islands where the shells they sought were found in round numbers. And here, not at all strange to tell, besides the natives they encountered a couple of cholos, or half-breed Spaniards, from the main, one half Spanish, the other half quartered between the wild Indian and the devil, a race that from Valdivia to Panama are notorious for their unscrupulous villainy. Now the half-breeds, having long since deserted a ship at these islands, had risen to high authority among the natives. This hearing the Parki's captain was much gratified, he, poor ignorant, never before having fallen in with any of their treacherous race. And no doubt he imagined that their influence over the islanders would tend to his advantage. At all events, he made presents to the Cholos, who in turn provided him with additional divers from among the natives. Very kindly also they pointed out the best places for seeking the oysters. In a word, they were exceedingly friendly, often coming off to the brigantine and sociably dining with the captain in the cabin, placing the salt between them and him. All things went on very pleasantly until one morning the half-breeds prevailed upon the captain to go with them in his whaleboat to a shoal on the thither side of the island, some distance from the spot where lay the brigantine. They so managed it, moreover, that none but the Lahanese under Samoa, in whom the captain much confided, were left in custody of the Parki, the 3 white men going along to row, for there happened to be little or no wind for a sail. Now the fated brig lay anchored within a deep, smooth, circular lagoon, margined on all sides but one by the most beautiful groves. On that side was the outlet to the sea, perhaps a cable's length or more from where the brigantine had been moored. An hour or two after the party were gone, and when the boat was completely out of sight, the natives in shoals were perceived coming off from the shore, some in canoes and some swimming. The former brought breadfruit and bananas, ostentatiously piled up in their proas. The latter dragged after them long streams of coconuts, for all of which, on nearing the vessel, they clamorously demanded knives and hatchets in barter. From their actions, suspecting some treachery, Samoa stood in the gangway and warned them off, saying that no barter could take place until the captain's return. But presently one of the savages stealthily climbed up from the water, and nimbly springing from the bobstays to the bowsprit, darted a javelin full at the foremast where it vibrated. The signal of blood. With terrible outcries, the rest, pulling forth their weapons, hitherto concealed in the canoes or under the floating coconuts, leaped into the low chains of the brigantine, sprang over the bulwarks, and with clubs and spears attacked the aghast crew with the utmost ferocity. After one faint rally, the Lahanese scrambled for the rigging, but to a man were overtaken and slain. At the first alarm, Anna too, however, had escaped to the foretop gallant yard, higher than which she could not climb, and whither the savages durst not venture. For, though after their nuts these Polynesians will climb palm trees like squirrels, yet at the first blush they decline a ship's mast like Kennebec farmers. Upon the first token of an onslaught, Samoa, having rushed toward the cabin scuttle for arms, was there fallen upon by 2 young savages. But after a desperate, momentary fray, in which his arm was mangled, he made shift to spring below, instantly securing overhead the slide of the scuttle. In the cabin, while yet the uproar of butchery prevailed, he quietly bound up his arm. Then, laying on the transom the captain's 3 loaded muskets, undauntedly awaited an assault. The object of the natives, it seems, was to wreck the brigantine upon the sharp coral beach of the lagoon, and with this intent one of their number had plunged into the water and cut the cable, which was of hemp. But the tide ebbing cast the Parki's head seaward toward the outlet, and the savages, perceiving this, clumsily boarded the foretack and hauled aft the sheet, thus setting after a fashion the foresail previously loosed to dry. Meanwhile, a gray-haired old chief stood calmly at the tiller, endeavoring to steer the vessel shoreward. But not managing the helm aright, the brigantine, now gliding apace through the water, only made more way toward the outlet, seeing which the ringleaders, 6 or 8 in number, ran to help the old graybeard at the helm. But it was a black hour for them. Of a sudden, while they were handling the tiller, 3 muskets were rapidly discharged upon them from the cabin skylight. 2 of the savages dropped dead. The old steersman, clutching wildly at the helm, fell over it mortally wounded. And in a wild panic at seeing their leaders thus unaccountably slain, the rest of the natives leaped overboard and made for the shore. Hearing the splashing, Samoa flew on deck, and beholding the foresail set, and the brigantine heading right out to sea, he cried out to Annatoo, still aloft, to descend the topsail yard, and loose the canvas there. His command was obeyed. Annatoo deserved a gold medal for what she did that day. Hastening down the rigging, after loosing the topsail, she strained away at the sheets, in which operation she was assisted by Samoa, who snatched an instant from the helm. The foresail and foretopsail were now tolerably well set, and as the craft drew seaward, the breeze freshened. And well that it did, for, recovered from their alarm, the savages were now in hot pursuit, some in canoes, and some swimming as before. But soon the main topsail was given to the breeze, which, still freshening, came from over the quarter. And with this brave show of canvas, the Parki made gallantly for the outlet, and loud shouted Samoa as she shot by the reef, and parted the long swells without. Against these the savages could not swim, and at that turn of the tide, paddling a canoe therein was almost equally difficult. But the fugitives were not yet safe. In full chase now came in sight the whaleboat manned by the Cholos and 4 or 5 islanders, whereat, making no doubt that all the whites who left the vessel that morning had been massacred through the treachery of the half-breeds, and that the capture of the brigantine had been premeditated, Samoa now saw no other resource than to point his craft dead away from the land. Now on came the devils, buckling to their oars. Meantime, Annatoo was still busy aloft, loosing the smaller sails, topgallants and royals, which she managed partially to set. The strong breeze from astern now filling the ill-set sails, they bellied and rocked in the air like balloons, while, from the novel strain upon it, every spar quivered and sprung. And thus, like a frightened gull fleeing from sea-hawks, the little Parki swooped along and bravely breasted the brine. His shattered arm in a hempen sling, Samoa stood at the helm, the muskets reloaded and planted full before him on the binnacle. For a time, so badly did the brigantine steer, by reason of her ill-adjusted sails, made still more unmanageable by the strength of the breeze, that it was doubtful, after all, notwithstanding her start, whether the fugitives would not yet fall a prey to their hunters. The craft wildly yawed, and the boat drew nearer and nearer. Maddened by the sight, and perhaps thinking more of revenge for the past than of security for the future, Samoa, yielding the helm to Annatoo, rested his muskets on the bulwarks, and taking long, sure aim, discharged them one by one at the advancing foe. The 3 reports were answered by loud jeers from the savages, who brandished their spears and made gestures of derision, while with might and main the Cholos tugged at their oars. The boat still gaining on the brigantine, the muskets were again reloaded, and as the next shot sped, there was a pause, when, like lightning, the headmost Cholo bounded upwards from his seat, and oar in hand fell into the sea. A fierce yell, and one of the natives, springing into the water, caught the sinking body by its long hair, and the dead and the living were dragged into the boat. Taking heart from this fatal shot, Samoa fired yet again, but not with the like sure result, merely grazing the remaining half-breed, who, crouching behind his comrades, besought them to turn the boat round and make for the shore. Alarmed at the fate of his brother, and seemingly distrustful of the impartiality of Samoa's fire, the pusillanimous villain refused to expose a limb above the gunwale. Fain now would the pursuers have made good their escape, but an accident forbade. In the careening of the boat, when the stricken Cholo sprung overboard, 2 of their oars had slid into the water, and together with that death gripped by the half-breed, were now floating off, occasionally lost to view as they sunk in the trough of the sea. 2 of the islanders swam to recover them, but frightened by a whirring of a shot over their heads, as they unavoidably struck out towards the Parki, they turned quickly about, just in time to see one of their comrades smite his body with his hand as he received a bullet from Samoa. Enough. Darting past the ill-fated boat, they swam rapidly for land, followed by the rest, who plunged overboard, leaving in the boat the surviving Cholo, who it seems could not swim, the wounded savage, and the dead man. "Load away now, and take thy revenge, my fine fellow," said Samoa to himself, but not yet. Seeing all at his mercy, and having none, he quickly laid his foretopsail to the mast, hove to the brigantine, and opened fire anew upon the boat. Every swell of the sea heaving it nearer and nearer. Vain all efforts to escape. The wounded man paddled wildly with his hands, the dead one rolled from side to side, and the Cholo, seizing the solitary oar, in his frenzied heedlessness, spun the boat round and round, while all the while shot followed shot, Samoa firing as fast as Annatoo could load. At length, both Cholo and Savage fell dead upon their comrades, canting the boat over sideways, till well nigh awash, in which manner she drifted off. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Sailing from the island, they pillage the cabin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was a small carronade on the forecastle, unshipped from its carriage, and lashed down to ring bolts on the deck. This Samoa now loaded, and with an axe, knocking off the round knob upon the breech, rammed it home in the tube. When running the cannon out at one of the ports, and studying well his aim, he let fly, sunk the boat, and buried his dead. It was now late in the afternoon, and for the present bent upon avoiding land and gaining the shoreless sea, never mind where, Samoa again forced round his craft before the wind, leaving the island astern. The decks were still cumbered with the bodies of Lahanese, which heel to point and crosswise had log-like been piled up on the main hatch. These, one by one, were committed to the sea, after which the decks were washed down. At sunrise next morning, finding themselves out of sight of land with little or no wind, they stopped their headway and lashed the tiller alee, the better to enable them to overhaul the brigantine, especially the recesses of the cabin. For there were stores of goods adapted for barter among the islanders, also several bags of dollars. Now, nothing can exceed the cupidity of the Polynesian when, through partial commerce with the whites, his eyes are opened to his nakedness, and he perceives that in some things they are richer than himself. The poor skipper's wardrobe was first explored, his chests of clothes being capsized and their contents strewn about the cabin floor. Then took place the costuming. Samoa and Annatoo trying on coats and pantaloons, shirts and drawers, and admiring themselves in the little mirror paneled in the bulkhead. Then were broken open boxes and bales, rolls of printed cotton were inspected and vastly admired. As case after case was opened and overturned, slippery grew the cabin deck with torrents of glass beads, and heavy the necks of Samoa and Annatoo with goodly bunches thereof. Among other things came to light brass jewelry, rag fair gewgaws and baubles aplenty, more admired than all. Annatoo bedecking herself like a tragedy queen, one blaze of brass. Much mourned the merry dame that thus arrayed there was none to admire, but Samoa her husband, but he was all the while admiring himself, and not her. And here must needs be related what has hitherto remained unsaid. Very often this husband and wife were no Darby and Joan. Their married life was one long campaign, whereof the truces were only by night. They billed and they cooed on their arms, rising fresh in the morning to battle, and often Samoa got more than a henpecking. To be short, Annatoo was a Tartar, a regular Kalmuck, and Samoa, heaven help him, her husband. Yet a while, joined together by a sense of common danger, and long engrossed in turning over their tinsel acquisitions, without present thought of proprietorship, the pair refrained from all squabbles. But soon burst the storm. Having given every bale and every case a good shaking, Annatoo, making an estimate of the whole, very coolly proceeded to set apart for herself whatever she fancied. To this Samoa objected, to which objection Annatoo objected, and then they went at it. The lady vowed that the things were no more Samoa's than hers, nay, not so much, and that whatever she wanted, the same would she have, and furthermore, by way of codicil, she declared that she was slave to nobody. Now Samoa, sad to tell, stood in no little awe of his bellicose spouse. What though a hero in other respects, what though he had slain his savages and gallantly carried his craft from their clutches, like the valiant Captains Marlborough and Belisarius, he was a poltroon to his wife, and Annatoo was worse than either Sarah or Antonina. However, like everything partaking of the nature of a scratch,
Most conjugal squabbles are quickly healed, for if they healed not, they would never anew break out, which is the beauty of the thing. So at length they made up, but the treaty stipulations of Annatoo told much against the interests of Samoa. Nevertheless, ostensibly, it was agreed upon that they should strictly go halves. The lady, however, laying special claim to certain valuables, more particularly fancied. But as a set-off to this, she generously renounced all claims upon the spare rigging, all claims upon the foremast and mainmast, and all claims upon the captain's arms and ammunition. Of the latter, by the way, Dame Antonina stood in no need. Her voice was a park of artillery, her talons a charge of bayonets. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mardi by Herman Melville, dedicated to the College of Physicians and Surgeons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By this time Samoa's wounded arm was in such a state that amputation became necessary. Among savages, severe personal injuries are, for the most part, accounted but trifles. When a European would be taking to his couch in despair, the savage would disdain to recline. More yet, in Polynesia, every man is his own barber and surgeon, cutting off his beard or arm as occasion demands. No unusual thing for the warriors of Varvu to saw off their own limbs desperately wounded in battle. But, owing to the clumsiness of the instrument employed, a flinty serrated shell, the operation has been known to last several days. Nor will they suffer any friend to help them, maintaining that a matter so nearly concerning a warrior is far better attended to by himself. Hence it may be said that they amputate themselves at their leisure, and hang up their tools when tired. But, though thus beholden to no one for aught connected with the practice of surgery, they never cut off their own heads that ever I heard, a species of amputation to which, metaphorically speaking, many would-be independent sort of people in civilized lands are addicted. Samoa's operation was very summary. A fire was kindled in the little caboose or cook-house, and so made as to produce much smoke. He then placed his arm upon one of the windlass bits, a short upright timber breast-high, and seizing the blunt cook's axe would have struck the blow, but for some reason distrusting the precision of his aim, Annatoo was assigned to the task. 3 strokes, and the limb from just above the elbow was no longer Samoa's, and he saw his own bones, which many a centenarian cannot say. The very clumsiness of the operation was safety to the subject. The weight and bluntness of the instrument both deadened the pain and lessened the hemorrhage. The wound was then scorched and held over the smoke of the fire, till all signs of blood vanished. From that day forward it healed, and troubled Samoa but little. But shall the sequel be told? How that superstitiously averse to burying in the sea the dead limb of a body yet living, since in that case Samoa held that he must very soon drown and follow it, and how that equally dreading to keep the thing near him, he at last hung it aloft from the topmost stay, where yet it was suspended, bandaged over and over in cerements. The hand that must have locked many others in friendly clasp or smote a foe was no food, thought Samoa, for fowls of the air nor fishes of the sea. Now, which was Samoa, the dead arm swinging high as Haman, or the living trunk below? Was the arm severed from the body, or the body from the arm? The residual part of Samoa was alive, and therefore we say it was he. But which of the writhing sections of a 10 times severed worm is the worm proper? And the smoke of Waterloo blown by, what was Anglesea but the like? After Saratoga, what Arnold? To say nothing of Mutius Scalvola minus a hand, General Knox a thumb, and Hannibal an eye, and that old Roman grenadier Dentatus, nothing more than a bruised and battered trunk, a knotty sort of hemlock of a warrior, hard to hack and hew into chips, though much marred in symmetry by battle-axe blows. Ah, but these warriors, like anvils, will stand a deal of hard hammering, especially in the old knight-errant times. For at the battle of Brevoux in Flanders, my glorious old gossiping ancestor Froissart informs me that 10 good knights, being suddenly unhorsed, fell stiff and powerless to the plain, fatally encumbered by their armour. Whereupon the rascally burglarious peasants, their foes, fell to picking their visors as burglars, locks, or oystermen oysters, to get at their lives. But all to no purpose, and at last they were fain to ask aid of a blacksmith, and not till then were the inmates of the armour dispatched. Now it was deemed very hard that the mysterious state prisoner of France should be riveted in an iron mask, but these knight-errants did voluntarily prison themselves in their own iron bastilles, and thus helpless were murdered therein. Days of chivalry these, when gallant chevaliers died chivalric deaths. And this was the epic age over whose departure my late eloquent and prophetic friend and correspondent Edmund Burke so movingly mourned. Yes, they were glorious times, but no sensible man given to quiet domestic delights would exchange his warm fireside and muffins for a heroic bivouac in a wild beechen wood, of a raw gusty morning in Normandy, every night blowing his steel-gloved fingers and vainly striving to cook his cold coffee in his helmet. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Peril a Peacemaker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few days passed, the brigantine drifting hither and thither, and nothing in sight but the sea, when forth again on its stillness rung Annatoo's domestic alarum. The truce was up. Most egregiously had the lady infringed it, appropriating to herself various objects previously disclaimed in favor of Samoa. Besides, forever on the prowl, she was perpetually going up and down with untiring energy, exploring every nook and cranny, carrying off her spoils and diligently secreting them. Having little idea of feminine adaptations, she pilfered whatever came handy, iron hooks, dollars, bolts, hatchets, and stopping not at balls of marline and sheets of copper. All this poor Samoa would have borne with what patience he might, rather than again renew the war, were it not that the audacious dame charged him with peculations upon her own private stores, though of any such thing he was innocent as the bowsprit. This insulting impeachment got the better of the poor islander's philosophy. He keenly resented it. And the consequence was that, seeing all domineering useless, Annatoo flew off at a tangent, declaring that, for the future, Samoa might stay by himself. She would have nothing more to do with him. Save when unavoidable in managing the brigantine, she would not even speak to him. That she wouldn't, the monster. She then boldly demanded the forecastle. In the brig's case, by far the pleasantest end of the ship, for her own independent suite of apartments. As for hapless Belisarius, he might do what he pleased in his dark little den of a cabin. Concerning the division of the spoils, the termagant succeeded in carrying the day. Also, to her quarters, bale after bale of goods, together with numerous odds and ends, sundry and divers. Moreover, she laid in a fine stock of edibles, so as, in all respects possible, to live independent of her spouse. Unlovely Annatoo! Unfortunate Samoa! Thus did the pair make a divorce of it, the lady going upon a separate maintenance, and Belisarius resuming his bachelor loneliness. In the captain's stateroom, all cold and comfortless, he slept, his lady whilome retiring to her forecastle boudoir, beguiling the hours in saying her paternosters, and tossing over and assorting her ill-gotten trinkets and finery, like Madame de Maintenon dedicating her last days and nights to continents and calicoes. But think you this was the quiet end of their conjugal quarrels? Ah, no, no end to those feuds till one or t'other gives up the ghost. Now, exiled from the nuptial couch, Belisarius bore the hardship without a murmur. And hero that he was, who knows that he felt not like a soldier on a furlough? But as for Antonina, she could neither get along with Belisarius nor without him. She made advances. But of what sort? Why, breaking into the cabin and purloining sundry goods therefrom, in artful hopes of breeding a final reconciliation out of the temporary outburst that might ensue. Then followed a sad scene of altercation, interrupted at last by a sudden loud roaring of the sea. Rushing to the deck, they beheld themselves sweeping headforemost toward a shoal, making out from a cluster of low islands, hitherto by banks of clouds shrouded from view. The helm was instantly shifted, and the yards braced about. But for several hours, owing to the freshness of the breeze, the set of the currents, and the irregularity and extent of the shoal, it seemed doubtful whether they would escape a catastrophe. But Samoa's seamanship, united to Annatoo's industry, at last prevailed, and the brigantine was saved. Of the land where they came so near being wrecked, they knew nothing, and for that reason they at once steered away. For after the fatal events which had overtaken the Parki at the Pearl Shell Islands, so fearful were they of encountering any islanders, that from the first they had resolved to keep open sea, shunning every appearance of land, relying upon being eventually picked up by some passing sail. Doubtless this resolution proved their salvation. For to the navigator in these seas, no risk so great as in approaching the isles, which mostly are so guarded by outpost reefs, and far out from their margins environed by perils, that the green flowery field within lies like a rose among thorns, and hard to be reached as the heart of proud maiden. Though once attained, all three, red rose, bright shore, and soft heart, are full of love, bloom, and all manner of delights. The Pearl Shell Islands excepted. Besides, in those generally tranquil waters, Samoa's little craft, though hundreds of miles from land, was very readily managed by himself and Annatoo. So small was the Parki that one hand could brace the mainyard, and a very easy thing it was even to hoist the small topsails, for after their first clumsy attempt to perform that operation by hand, they invariably led the halyards to the windlass, and so managed it with the utmost facility. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Mardi by Herman Melville, containing a pennyweight of philosophy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Still many days passed, and the Parki yet floated. The little flying fish got used to her familiar loitering hull, and like swallows building their nests in quiet old trees, they spawned in the great green barnacles that clung to her sides. The calmer the sea, the more the barnacles grow. In the tropical Pacific, but a few weeks suffice thus to encase your craft in shell armor. Vast bunches adhere to the very cutwater, and if not stricken off, much impede the ship's sailing. And at intervals this clearing away of barnacles was one of Annatoo's occupations. For be it known that, like most termagants, the dame was tidy at times, though capriciously, loving cleanliness by fits and starts. Wherefore, these barnacles oftentimes troubled her, and with a long pole she would go about brushing them aside. It beguiled the weary hours, if nothing more, and then she would return to her beads and her trinkets, telling them all over again, murmuring forth her devotions, and marking whether Samoa had been pilfering from her store. Now the escape from the shoal did much once again to heal the differences of the good lady and her spouse, and keeping house, as they did all alone by themselves in that lonely craft, a marvel it is that they should ever have quarrelled. And then, to divorce, and yet dwell in the same tenement, was only aggravating the evil. So Belisarius and Antonina again came together. But now, grown wise by experience, they neither loved over keenly nor hated, but took things as they were, found themselves joined without hope of a sundering, and did what they could to make a match of the mate. Annatoo concluded that Samoa was not wholly to be enslaved, and Samoa thought best to wink at Annatoo's foibles, and let her purloin when she pleased.
But as in many cases, all this philosophy about wedlock is not proof against the perpetual contact of the parties concerned, and as it was far better to revive the old days of courtship, when men's mouths are honeycombs, and to make them still sweeter, the ladies the bees which there store their sweets, when fathomless raptures glimmer far down in the lover's fond eye, and best of all, when visits are alternated by absence. So, like my dignified Lord Duke and his Duchess, Samoa and Annatoo, man and wife, dwelling in the same house, still kept up their separate quarters. Marlborough visiting Sarah, and Sarah Marlborough, whenever the humor suggested. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Mardi by Herman Melville, in which the past history of the Parquis is concluded. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Still days sped by, and steering now this way, now that, to avoid the green treacherous shores, which frequently rose into view, the Parquis went to and fro in the sea, till at last it seemed hard to tell in what watery world she floated. Well knowing the risks they ran, Samoa desponded. But blessed be ignorance, for in the day of his despondency, the lively old lass, his wife, bade him be of stout heart, cheer up, and steer away manfully for the setting sun, following which they must inevitably arrive at her own dear native island, where all their cares would be over. So, squaring their yards, away they glided, far sloping down the liquid sphere. Upon the afternoon of the day we caught sight of them in our boat, they had sighted a cluster of low islands, which put them in no small panic because of their resemblance to those where the massacre had taken place, whereas they must have been full 500 leagues from that fearful vicinity. However, they altered their course to avoid it, and a little before sunset, dropping the islands astern, resumed their previous track. But very soon after they espied our little sea-goat, bounding over the billows from afar. This they took for a canoe, giving chase to them. It renewed and augmented their alarm. And when at last they perceived that the strange object was a boat, their fears, instead of being allayed, only so much the more increased. For their wild superstitions led them to conclude that a white man's craft coming upon them so suddenly upon the open sea and by night could be naught but a phantom. Furthermore, marking 2 of us in the chamois, they fancied us the ghosts of the cholos, a conceit which effectually dampened Samoa's courage, like my Vikings, only proof against things tangible. So seen as bent upon boarding the brigantine, after a hurried overturning of their chattels with a view of carrying the most valuable aloft for safekeeping, they secreted what they could, and together made for the foretop, the man with a musket, the woman with a bag of beads. Their endeavoring to secure these treasures against ghostly appropriation originated in no real fear that otherwise they would be stolen. It was simply incidental to the vacant panic into which they were thrown. No reproach this to Belisarius's heart of game, for the most intrepid Fiji warrior, he who has slain hecatombs, will not go 10 yards in the dark alone, for fear of ghosts. Their purpose was to remain in the top until daylight, by which time they counted upon the withdrawal of their visitants, who, sure enough, at last sprang on board, thus verifying their worst apprehensions. They watched us long and earnestly. But curious to tell, in that very strait of theirs, perched together in that airy top, their domestic differences again broke forth, most probably from their being suddenly forced into such very close contact. However that might be, taking advantage of our descent into the cabin, Samoa, in desperation, fled from his wife, and one-armed as he was, sailor-like, shifted himself over by the fore and aft stays to the maintop, his musket being slung to his back. And thus divided, though but a few yards intervened, the pair were as much asunder as if at the opposite poles. During the livelong night, they were both in great perplexity as to the extraordinary goblins on board, Such inquisitive, meddlesome spirits had never before been encountered, so cool and systematic, sagaciously stopping the vessel's headway the better to rummage, the very plan they themselves had adopted. But what most surprised them was our striking a light, a thing of which no true ghost would be guilty. Then our eating and drinking on the quarterdeck, including the deliberate investment of Vienna, and many other actions equally strange, almost led Samoa to fancy that we were no shades after all, but a couple of men from the moon. Yet they had dimly caught sight of the frocks and trousers we wore, similar to those which the captain of the Parki had bestowed upon the two cholos, and in which those villains had been killed. This, with the presence of the whaleboat, united to chase away the conceit of our lunar origin. But these considerations renewed their first superstitious impressions of our being the ghosts of the murderous half-breeds. Nevertheless, while during the latter part of the night we were reclining beneath him, munching our biscuit, Samoa, eyeing us intently, was half a mind to open fire upon us, by way of testing our corporeality. But most luckily, he concluded to defer so doing till sunlight, if by that time we should not have evaporated. For Dame Annatoo, almost from our first boarding the brigantine, something in our manner had bred in her a lurking doubt as to the genuineness of our atmospheric organization, and abandoned to her speculations when Samoa fled from her side, her incredulity waxed stronger and stronger. Whence we came she knew not, enough that we seemed bent upon pillaging her own precious purloinings. Alas, thought she, my buttons, my nails, my tappa, my dollars, my beads, and my boxes. Wrought up to desperation by these dismal forebodings, she at length shook the ropes leading from her own perch to Samoa's, adopting this method of arousing his attention to the heinousness of what was, in all probability, going on in the cabin. A prelude most probably to the invasion of her own end of the vessel. Had she dared raise her voice, no doubt she would have suggested the expediency of shooting us so soon as we emerged from the cabin. But failing to shake Samoa into an understanding of her views on the subject, her malice proved futile. When her worst fears were confirmed, however, and we actually descended into the forecastle, there ensued such a reckless shaking of the ropes that Samoa was fain to hold on hard for fear of being tossed out of the rigging. And it was this violent rocking that caused the loud creaking of the yards, so often heard by us while below in Annatoo's apartment. And the foretop being just over the open forecastle scuttle, the dame could look right down upon us. Hence our proceedings were plainly revealed by the lights that we carried. Upon our breaking open her strong-box, her indignation almost completely overmastered her fears. Unhooking a top-lock, down it came into the forecastle, charitably commissioned with the demolition of Jarl's coconut, then more exposed to the view of an aerial observer than my own. But, as it turned out, no harm was done to our porcelain. At last morning dawned, when ensued Jarl's discovery of the occupant of the maintop, which event, with what followed, has been duly recounted. And such, in substance, was the first, second, third, and fourth acts of the Parki drama. The fifth and last, including several scenes, now follows. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Suspicions laid, and something about the Kalmuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Though abounding in details full of the savor of reality, Samoa's narrative did not at first appear altogether satisfactory. Not that it was so strange, for stranger recitals I had heard. But one reason, perhaps, was that I had anticipated a narrative quite different, something agreeing with my previous surmises. Not a little puzzling also was his account of having seen islands the day preceding, though upon reflection that might have been the case, and yet from his immediately altering the Parki's course, the Chamois unknowingly might have sailed by their vicinity.
Still, those islands could form no part of the chain we were seeking. They must have been some region hitherto undiscovered. But seems it likely, thought I, that one who, according to his own account, has conducted himself so heroically in rescuing the brigantine, should be the victim of such childish terror at the mere glimpse of a couple sailors in an open boat, so well supplied, too, with arms as he was to resist their capturing his craft, if such proved their intention. On the contrary, would it not have been more natural in his dreary situation to have hailed our approach with the utmost delight? But then again, we were taken for phantoms, not flesh and blood. Upon the whole, I regarded the narrator of these things somewhat distrustfully, but he met my gaze like a man. While Annatoo, standing by, looked so expressively the Amazonian character imputed to her that my doubts began to waver. And recalling all the little incidents of their story, so hard to be conjured up on the spur of a presumed necessity to lie, nay, so hard to be conjured up at all, my suspicions at last gave way, and I could no longer harbor any misgivings. For, to be downright, what object could Samoa have in fabricating such a narrative of horrors, those of the massacre, I mean, unless to conceal some tragedy still more atrocious in which he himself had been criminally concerned? A supposition which, for obvious reasons, seemed out of the question. True, instances were known to me of half-civilized beings like Samoa, forming part of the crews of ships in these seas, rising suddenly upon their white shipmates, and murdering them, for the sake of wrecking the ship on the shore of some island nearby, and plundering her hull when stranded. But had this been purposed with regard to the Parki, where the rest of the mutineers? There was no end to my conjectures. The more I indulged in them, the more they multiplied. So, unwilling to torment myself when nothing could be learned but what Samoa related, and stuck to like a hero, I gave over conjecturing it all, striving hard to repose full faith in the islander. Jarl, however, was skeptical to the last, and never could be brought completely to credit the tale. He stoutly maintained that the hobgoblins must have had something or other to do with the Parki. My own curiosity satisfied with respect to the brigantine, Samoa himself turned inquisitor. He desired to know who we were, and whence we came in our marvelous boat. But on these heads I thought best to withhold from him the truth, among other things fancying that if disclosed it would lessen his deference for us, as men superior to himself. I therefore spoke vaguely of our adventures, and assumed the decided air of a master, which I perceived was not lost upon the rude islander. As for Jarl and what he might reveal, I embraced the first opportunity to impress upon him the importance of never divulging our flight from the Arcturion, nor in any way to commit himself on that head, injunctions which he faithfully promised to observe. If not wholly displeased with the fine form of Samoa, despite his savage lineaments and mutilated member, I was much less conciliated by the person of Annatoo, who, being sinewy of limb, and neither young, comely, nor amiable, was exceedingly distasteful in my eyes. Besides, she was a tigress. Yet how avoid admiring those Penthesillian qualities which so signally had aided Samoa in wresting the Parki from its treacherous captors? Nevertheless, it was indispensable that she should at once be brought under prudent subjection, and made to know, once for all, that though conjugally a rebel, she must be nautically submissive. For to keep the sea with a Kalmuk on board seemed next to impossible. In most military marines, they are prohibited by law. No officer may take his Pandora and her bandbox off soundings. By the way, this selfsame appellative, Pandora, has been bestowed upon vessels. There was a British ship by that name, dispatched in quest of the mutineers of the Bounty. But any old tar might have prophesied her fate. Bound home, she was wrecked on a reef off New South Wales. Pandora indeed. A pretty name for a ship, fairly smiting fate in the face. But in this matter of christening ships of war, Christian nations are but too apt to be daredevils. Witness the following. British names all. The Conqueror, The Defiance, the Revenge, the Spitfire, the Dreadnought, the Thunderer, and the Tremendous, not omitting the Etna, which in the roads of Corfu was struck by lightning, coming nigh being consumed by fire from above. But almost potent as Moses' rod, Franklin's proved her salvation. With the above catalogue, compare we the Frenchman's, quite characteristic of the aspirations of Monsieur, the Destiny, the Glorious, the Magnanimous, the Magnificent, the Conqueror, the Triumphant, the Indomitable, the Intrepid, the Mont Blanc. Lastly, the Dons, who have ransacked the theology of the religion of peace for fine names for their fighting ships, stopping not at designating one of their three-deckers the Most Holy Trinity. But though at Trafalgar the Santissima Trinidad thundered like Sinai, her thunders were silenced by the victorious cannonade of the Victory. And without being blown into splinters by artillery, how many of these redoubtables and invincibles have succumbed to the waves, and like braggarts gone down before hurricanes, with their bravados broad on their bows? Much better the American names, barring scorpions, hornets, and wasps. Ohio, Virginia, Carolina, Vermont. And if ever these Yankees fight great sea engagements, which heaven forbid, how glorious, poetically speaking, to range up the whole federated fleet and pour forth a broadside from Florida to Maine. Aye, aye, very glorious indeed. Yet in that proud crowing of cannon, how shall the shade of peace-loving pen be astounded to see the mightiest murderer of them all, the great Pennsylvania, a very namesake of his? Truly, the Pennsylvania's guns should be the wooden ones, called by men-of-war's men Quakers. But all this is an episode made up of digressions. Time to tack ship and return. Now, in its proper place, I omitted to mention that shortly after descending from the rigging, and while Samoa was rehearsing his adventures, Dame Annatoo had stolen below into the forecastle, intent upon her chattels. And finding them all in mighty disarray, she returned to the deck prodigiously excited, and glancing angrily toward Jarl and me, showered a whole torrent of objurgations into both ears of Samoa. This contempt of my presence surprised me at first, but perhaps women are less apt to be impressed by a pretentious demeanor than men. Now, to use a fighting phrase, there is nothing like boarding an enemy in the smoke, and therefore, upon this first token of Annatoo's termagant qualities, I gave her to understand, craving her pardon, that neither the vessel nor aught therein was hers, but that everything belonged to the owners in Lahina. I added that at all hazards a stop must be put to her pilferings. Rude language for feminine ears, but how to be avoided? Here was an infatuated woman who, according to Samoa's account, had been repeatedly detected in the act of essaying to draw out the screw-bolts which held together the planks. Tell me, was she not worse than the lodestone rock sailing by which a stout ship fell to pieces? During this scene, Samoa said little. Perhaps he was secretly pleased that his matrimonial authority was reinforced by myself and my Viking, whose views of the proper position of wives at sea so fully corresponded with his own. However difficult to practice those purely theoretical ideas of his had hitherto proved. Once more turning to Annatoo, now looking anything but amiable, I observed that all her clamors would be useless, and that if it came to the worst, the Parquis had a hull that would hold her. In the end, she went off in a fit of the sulks, sitting down on the windlass and glaring, her arms akimbo, and swaying from side to side, while ever and anon she gave utterance to a dismal chant. It sounded like an invocation to the Cholos to rise and dispatch us. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Mardi by Herman Melville. What they lighted upon in further searching the craft, and the resolution they came to. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Descending into the cabin with Samoa, I bade him hunt up the brigantine's log, the captain's writing desk, and nautical instruments. In a word, aught that could throw light on the previous history of the craft, or aid in navigating her homeward. But nearly everything of the kind had disappeared. Log, quadrant, and ship's papers. Nothing was left but the sextant case which Jarl and I had lighted upon in the stateroom. Upon this, vague though they were, my suspicions returned, and I closely questioned the islander concerning the disappearance of these important articles. In reply, he gave me to understand that the nautical instruments had been clandestinely carried down into the forecastle by Anatu, and by that indefatigable and inquisitive dame they had been summarily taken apart for scientific inspection. It was impossible to restore them, for many of the fixtures were lost, including the colored glasses, sights, and little mirrors, and many parts still recoverable were so battered and broken as to be entirely useless. For several days afterward, we now and then came across bits of the quadrant or sextant, but it was only to mourn over their fate. However, though sextant and quadrant were both unattainable, I did not so quickly renounce all hope of discovering a chronometer, which, if in good order, though at present not ticking, might still be made in some degree serviceable. But no such instrument was to be seen. No, nor to be heard of, Samoa himself professing utter ignorance. Anatu I threatened and coaxed, describing the chronometer, a live, round creature like a toad that made a strange noise, which I imitated, but she knew nothing about it. Whether she had lighted upon it unbeknown to Samoa and dissected it as usual, there was now no way to determine. Indeed, upon this one point she maintained an air of such inflexible stupidity that if she were really fibbing, her dead-wall countenance superseded the necessity for verbal deceit. It may be, however, that in this particular she was wronged, for as with many small vessels, the Parquis might never have possessed the instrument in question. All thought, therefore, of feeling our way, as we should penetrate farther and farther into the watery wilderness, was necessarily abandoned. The logbook had also formed a portion of Anatu's pilferings. It seems she had taken it into her studio to ponder over, but after amusing herself by again and again counting over the leaves and wondering how so many distinct surfaces could be compacted together in so small a compass, she had very suddenly conceived an aversion to literature, and dropped the book overboard as worthless. Doubtless it met the fate of many other ponderous tomes, sinking quickly and profoundly. What Camden or Stowe hereafter will dive for it? One evening Samoa brought me a quarto half-sheet of yellowish-ribbed paper, much soiled and tarry, which he had discovered in a dark hole of the forecastle. It had plainly formed part of the lost log, but all the writing thereon, at present decipherable, conveyed no information upon the subject, then nearest my heart. But one could not but be struck by a tragical occurrence, which the page very briefly recounted, as well as by a noteworthy pictorial illustration of the event in the margin of the text. Save the cut, there was no further allusion to the manner than the following. This day, being calm, Tuboy, one of the Lahina men, went overboard for a bath, and was eaten up by a shark. Immediately sent forward for his bag. Now, this last sentence was susceptible of two meanings. It is truth that immediately upon the decease of a friendless sailor at sea, his shipmates oftentimes seize upon his effects and divide them, though the dead man's clothes are seldom worn till a subsequent voyage. This proceeding seems heartless, but sailors reason thus: better we than the captain. For by law, either scribbled or unscribbled, the effects of a mariner dying on shipboard should be held in trust by that officer. But as sailors are mostly foundlings and castaways, and carry all their kith and kin in their arms and their legs, there hardly ever appears any heir at law to claim their estate, seldom worth inheriting, like Esterhazy's. Wherefore, the withdrawal of a dead man's kit from the forecastle to the cabin is often held tantamount to its virtual appropriation by the captain. At any rate, in small ships, on long voyages, such things have been done. Thus much being said, then, the sentence above quoted from the Parquis' log may be deemed somewhat ambiguous. At the time it struck me as singular, for the poor diver's grass bag could not have contained much of anything valuable, unless peradventure he had concealed therein some Cleopatra pearls, feloniously abstracted from the shells brought up from the sea. Aside of the paragraph copied above was a pen and ink sketch of the casualty, most cruelly executed, the poor fellow's legs being represented halfway in the process of deglutition, his arms firmly grasping the monster's teeth, as if heroically bent upon making as tough a morsel of himself as possible. But no doubt the honest captain sketched this cenotaph to the departed in all sincerity of heart, perhaps during the melancholy leisure which followed the catastrophe. Half obliterated were several stains upon the page, seemingly lingering traces of a salt tear or two. From this unwonted embellishment of the text, I was led to infer that the designer at one time or other must have been engaged in the vocation of whaling. For in India ink, the logs of certain whalemen are decorated by somewhat similar illustrations. When whales are seen, but not captured, the fact is denoted by an outline figure representing the creature's flukes, the broad curving lobes of his tail. But in those cases where the monster is both chased and killed, this outline is filled up jet black, one for every whale slain, presenting striking objects and turning over the log, and so facilitating reference. Hence it is quite imposing to behold, all in a row, 3 or 4, sometimes 5 or 6 of these drawings, showing that so many monsters that day jetted their last spout. And the chief mate, whose duty it is to keep the ship's record, generally prides himself upon the beauty and fleshy likeness to life of his flukes. Though, sooth to say, many of these artists are no Landseers. After vainly searching the cabin for those articles we most needed, we proceeded to explore the hold, into which as yet we had not penetrated. Here we found a considerable quantity of pearl shells, coconuts, an abundance of fresh water in casks, spare sails and rigging, and some 50 barrels or more of salt beef and biscuit. Unromantic as these last mentioned objects were, I lingered over them long, and in a reverie. Branded upon each barrel-head was the name of a place in America with which I was very familiar. It is from America chiefly that ship stores are originally procured for the few vessels sailing out of the Hawaiian Islands. Having now acquainted myself with all things respecting the Parki, which could in any way be learned, I repaired to the quarter-deck, and summoning round me Samoa, Annatoo, and Jarl, gravely addressed them. I said that nothing would give me greater satisfaction than forthwith to return to the scene of the massacre, and chastise its surviving authors. But as there were only 4 of us in all, and the place of those islands was wholly unknown to me, and even if known would be altogether out of our reach, since we possessed no instruments of navigation, it was quite plain that all thought of returning thither was entirely useless. The last-mentioned reason also prevented our voyaging to the Hawaiian group, where the vessel belonged, though that would have been the most advisable step, resulting as it would, if successful, in restoring the ill-fated craft to her owners. But all things considered, it seemed best, I added, cautiously to hold on our way to the westward. It was our easiest course, for we would ever have the wind from astern, and though we could not so much as hope to arrive at any one spot previously designated, there was still a positive certainty, if we floated long enough, of falling in with islands whereat to refresh ourselves, and whence, if we thought fit, we might afterward embark for more agreeable climes. I then reminded them of the fact that so long as we kept the sea, there was always some prospect of encountering a friendly sail, in which event our solicitude would be over. All this I said in the mild, firm tone of a superior, being anxious at once to assume the unquestioned supremacy. For, otherwise, Jarl and I might better quit the vessel forthwith than remain on board subject to the outlandish caprices of Annatoo, who, through Samoa, would then have the sway. But I was sure of my Viking, and if Samoa proved docile, had no fear of his dame. And therefore, during my address, I steadfastly eyed him, thereby learning enough to persuade me that though he deferred to me at present, he was, notwithstanding, a man who, without precisely meditating mischief, could upon occasion act an ugly part. but of his courage and savage honor, such as it was, I had little doubt. Then, wild buffalo that he was, tamed down in the yoke matrimonial, I could not but fancy that if upon no other account our society must please him, as rendering less afflictive the tyranny of his spouse. For a henpecked husband, by the way, Samoa was a most terrible fellow to behold. And though after all I liked him, it was as you fancy a fiery steed with mane dishevelled, as young Alexander fancied Bucephalus, which wild horse, when he patted, he preferred holding by the bridle. But more of Samoa anon. Our course determined, and the command of the vessel tacitly yielded up to myself, the next thing done was to put everything in order. The tattered sails were replaced by others dragged up from the sail-room below. In several places new running rigging was rove, blocks restrapped, and the slackened stays and shrouds set taut. For all of which we were mostly indebted to my Viking's unwearied and skillful marlingspike, which he swayed like a scepter. The little Parkie's toilet being thus thoroughly made for the first time since the massacre, we gave her new raiment to the breeze, and daintily squaring her yards, she gracefully glided away, honest old Jarl at the helm, watchfully guiding her path like some devoted old foster father. As I stood by his side like a captain, or walked up and down on the quarterdeck, I felt no little importance upon thus assuming, for the first time in my life, the command of a vessel at sea. The novel circumstances of the case only augmented this feeling. The wild and remote seas where we were, the character of my crew, and the consideration that, to all purposes, I was owner, as well as commander, of the craft I sailed. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Hints for a full length of Samoa. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My original intention to touch at the Kingsmill chain, or the countries adjacent, was greatly strengthened by thus encountering Samoa. And the more I had to do with my Belisarius, the more I was pleased with him. Nor could I avoid congratulating myself upon having fallen in with a hero who in various ways could not fail of proving exceedingly useful. Like any man of mark, Samoa best speaks for himself, but we may as well convey some idea of his person. Though manly enough, nay, an obelisk in stature, the savage was far from being sentimentally prepossessing. Be not alarmed, but he wore his knife in the lobe of his dexter ear, which by constant elongation almost drooped upon his shoulder, a mode of sheathing it exceedingly handy, and far less brigandish than the Highlander's dagger concealed in his leggings. But it was the mother of Samoa who at a still earlier day had punctured him through and through in still another direction. The middle cartilage of his nose was slightly pendant, peaked and Gothic, and perforated with a hole in which, like a Newfoundland dog carrying a cane, Samoa sported a trinket, a well-polished nail. In other respects, he was equally a coxcomb. In his style of tattooing, for instance, which seemed rather incomplete, his marks embracing but a vertical half of his person, from crown to sole, the other side being free from the slightest stain. Thus clapped together, as it were, he looked like a union of the unmatched moieties of two distinct beings, and your fancy was lost in conjecturing where roamed the absent ones. When he turned round upon you suddenly, you thought you saw someone else, not him whom you had been regarding before. But there was one feature in Samoa beyond the reach of the innovations of art, his eye, which in civilized man or savage ever shines in the head just as it shone at birth. Truly, our eyes are miraculous things. But alas, that in so many instances these divine organs should be mere lenses inserted into the socket, as glasses in spectacle rims. But my islander had a soul in his eye, looking out upon you there like somebody in him. What an eye, to be sure, at times brilliantly changeful as opal, in anger glowing like steel at white heat. Belisarius, be it remembered, had but very recently lost an arm, but you would have thought he had been born without it, so Lord Nelson-like and cavalierly did he sport the honorable stump. But no more of Samoa. Only this, that his name had been given him by a sea captain, to whom it had been suggested by the native designation of the islands to which he belonged, the Savian or Samoan group, otherwise known as the Navigator Islands. The island of Upalua, one of that cluster claiming the special honor of his birth, as Corsica does Napoleon's, we shall occasionally hereafter speak of Samoa as the Upaluan, by which title he most loved to be called. It is ever ungallant to pass over a lady, but what shall be said of Annatoo? As I live, I can make no pleasing portrait of the dame, for as in most ugly subjects, flattering would but make the matter worse. Furthermore, unalleviated ugliness should ever go unpainted as something unnecessary to duplicate. But the only ugliness is that of the heart, seen through the face. And though beauty be obvious, the only loveliness is invisible. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Mardi by Herman Melville. Rovings alow and aloft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Everyone knows what a fascination there is in wandering up and down in a deserted old tenement in some warm, dreamy country, where the vacant halls seem echoing of silence, and the doors creak open like the footsteps of strangers, and into every window the old garden trees thrust their dark boughs like the arms of night burglars. And ever and anon the nails start from the wainscot, while behind it the mice rattle like dice. Up and down in such old spectre houses one loves to wander, and so much the more if the place be haunted by some marvelous story. And during the drowsy stillness of the tropical sea day, very much such a fancy had I for prying about our little brigantine whose tragic hull was haunted by the memory of the massacre, of which it still bore innumerable traces. And so far as the indulgence of quiet strolling and reverie was concerned, it was well nigh the same as if I were all by myself, for Samoa, for a time, was rather reserved, being occupied with thoughts of his own. And Annatoo seldom troubled me with her presence. She was taken up with her calicoes and jewelry, which I had permitted her to retain to keep her in good humor if possible. And as for my royal old Viking, he was one of those individuals who seldom speak unless personally addressed. Besides, all that by day was necessary to navigating the Parquis was that somebody should stand at the helm, the craft being so small and the grating whereon the steersman stood so elevated that he commanded a view far beyond the bowsprit, thus keeping Argus eyes on the sea as he steered us along. In all other respects we left the brigantine to the guardianship of the gentle winds. My own turn at the helm, for though commander I felt constrained to do duty with the rest, came but once in the 24 hours. And not only did Jarl and Samoa officiate as helmsmen, but also Dame Annatoo, who had become quite expert at the business, though Jarl always maintained that there was a slight drawback upon her usefulness in this vocation. Too much taken up by her lovely image reflected in the glass of the binnacle before her, Annatoo now and then neglected her duty, and led us some devious dances. Nor was she, I ween, the first woman that ever led men into zigzags. For the reasons above stated, I had many spare hours to myself. At times I mounted aloft, and lounging in the slings of the topsail yard, one of the many snug nooks in a ship's rigging, I gazed broad off upon the blue boundless sea, and wondered what they were doing in that unknown land toward which we were fated to be born. Or feeling less meditative, I roved about hither and thither, slipping over by the stays from one mast to the other, climbing up to the truck, or lounging out to the ends of the yards, exploring wherever there was a foothold. It was like climbing about in some mighty old oak, and resting in the crotches. To a sailor, a ship's ropes are a study, and to me every rope yarn of the Parquis was invested with interest, The outlandish fashion of her shrouds, the collars of her stays, the stirrups, seizings, Flemish horses, gaskets, all the wilderness of her rigging bore unequivocal traces of her origin. But perhaps my pleasantest hours were those which I spent stretched out on a pile of old sails in the foretop, lazily dozing to the craft's light roll. Frequently I descended to the cabin, for the 50th time exploring the lockers and staterooms for some new object of curiosity, and often with a glimmering light I went into the midnight hold, as into old vaults and catacombs, and creeping between damp ranges of casks penetrated into its farthest recesses. Sometimes in these underground burrowings I lighted upon sundry out-of-the-way hiding-places of Anatoos, where were snugly secreted divers articles with which she had been smitten. In truth, no small portion of the whole seemed a mine of stolen goods, stolen out of its own bowels. I found a jaunty shore-cap of the captain's, hidden away in the hollow heart of a coil of rigging, covered over in a manner most touchingly natural with a heap of old ropes. And nearby, in a breaker, discovered several entire pieces of calico, heroically tied together with cords almost strong enough to sustain the mainmast. Near the stray light, which, when the hatch was removed, gleamed down into this part of the hold, was a huge ground-tier butt, headless as Charles I. And herein was a mat, nicely spread for repose, a discovery which accounted for what had often proved an enigma. Not seldom Anatoo had been among the missing, and though from stem to stern loudly invoked to come forth and relieve the poignant distress of her anxious friends, the dame remained perdu, silent and invisible as a spirit. But in her own good time she would mysteriously emerge, or be suddenly espied lounging quietly in the forecastle, as if she had been there from all eternity. Useless to inquire, "Where hast thou been, sweet Anatoo?" for no sweet rejoinder would she give. But now the problem was solved. Here in this silent cask in the hold, Anatoo was wont to coil herself away, like a garter-snake under a stone. Whether she thus stood sentry over her goods secreted round about, whether she here performed penance like a nun in her cell, or was moved to this unaccountable freak by the powers of the air, no one could tell. Can you? Verily, her ways were as the ways of the inscrutable penguins in building their inscrutable nests, which baffle all science, and make a fool of a sage. Marvelous Anatoo, who shall expound thee? End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Mardi, A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mardi, A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. Chapter 32. Xiphius Platypterus. About this time, the loneliness of our voyage was relieved by an event worth relating. Ever since leaving the Pearl Shell Islands, the Parki had been followed by shoals of small fish, pleasantly enlivening the sea, and socially swimming by her side. But in vain did Jarl and I search among their ranks for the little steel-blue pilot-fish, so long outriders of the chamois. But perhaps, since the chamois was now high and dry on the Parki's deck, our bright little avant-couriers were lurking out of sight, far down in the brine, racing along close to the keel. But it is not with the pilot-fish that we now have to do. One morning our attention was attracted to a mighty commotion in the water. The shoals of fish were darting hither and thither, and leaping into the air in the utmost affright. Samoa declared that their deadly foe, the swordfish, must be after them. And here let me say that, since of all the bullies, and braggarts, and bravos, and freebooters, and hectors, and fish-at-arms, and knight-errants, and moss-troopers, and assassins, and footpads, and gallant soldiers, and immortal heroes that swim the seas, the Indian swordfish is by far the most remarkable. I propose to dedicate this chapter to a special description of the warrior, in doing which I but follow the example of all chroniclers and historians, my Peloponnesian friend Thucydides and others, who are ever mindful of devoting much space to accounts of eminent destroyers. for the purpose, no doubt, of holding them up as ensamples to the world. Now, the fish here treated is of a very different creature from the swordfish frequenting the North Atlantic, being much larger every way, and a more dashing varlet to boot. Furthermore, he is denominated the Indian swordfish, in contradistinction from his namesake above mentioned. But by seamen in the Pacific, he is more commonly known as the billfish, while for those who love science and hard names, be it known that among the erudite naturalists he goeth by the outlandish appellation of Xiphius Platypterus. But I weave for my hero all these his cognomens, and substitute a much better one of my own, namely, the Chevalier. And a Chevalier he is by good right and title, a true gentleman of Black Prince Edward's bright day, when all gentlemen were known by their swords, whereas, in times present, the swordfish excepted, they are mostly known by their high-polished boots and rattans. A right valiant and jaunty Chevalier is our hero, going about with his long Toledo perpetually drawn. Rely upon it, he will fight you to the hilt, for his bony blade has never a scabbard. He himself sprang from it at birth, yea, at the very moment he leaped into the battle of life, as we mortals ourselves spring all naked and scabbardless into the world. Yet, rather, we are scabbards to our souls, and the drawn soul of genius is more glittering than the drawn scimitar of Saladin. But how many let their steel sleep, till it eat up the scabbard itself, and both corrode to rust chips? Saw you ever the hillocks of old Spanish anchors, and anchor stocks of ancient galleons, at the bottom of Callao Bay? The world is full of old tower armories and dilapidated Venetian arsenals, and rusty old rapiers. But true warriors polish their good blades by the bright beams of the morning, and gird them on their brave sirloins, and watch for rust spots, as for foes, and by many stout thrusts and staccatos keep their metal lustrous and keen, as the spears of the northern light charging over Greenland. Fire from the flint is our Chevalier enraged. He takes umbrage at the cut of some ship's keel crossing his road, and straightway runs a tilt at it, with one mad lounge thrusting his Andrea Ferrara clean through and through, not seldom breaking it short off at the haft, like a bravo leaving his poignard in the vitals of his foe. In the case of the English ship Foxhound, the blade penetrated through the most solid part of her hull, the bow, going completely through the copper plates and timbers, and showing for several inches in the hold. On the return of the ship to London, it was carefully sawn out, and embedded in the original wood like a fossil, is still preserved. But this was a comparatively harmless onslaught of the valiant Chevalier. With the Rousseau of Nantucket, it fared worse. It was only by keeping the pumps clanging that she managed to swim into a Tahitian harbor, heave down, and have her wound dressed by a ship's surgeon with tar and oakum. This ship I met with at sea, shortly after the disaster. At what armory our Chevalier equips himself after one of his spiteful tilting matches, it would not be easy to say, but very hard for him, if ever after he goes about in the lists, swordless and disarmed, at the mercy of any caitiff shark he may meet. Now, seeing that our fellow voyagers, the little fish alongside, were sorely tormented and thinned out by the incursions of a pertinacious Chevalier, bent upon making a hearty breakfast out of them, I determined to interfere in their behalf, and capture the enemy. With shark hook and line, I succeeded, and brought my brave gentleman to the deck. He made an emphatic landing, lashing the planks with his sinewy tail, while 1.5 yards in advance of his eyes reached forth his terrible blade. As victor, I was entitled to the arms of the vanquished, so, quickly dispatching him and sawing off his Toledo, I bore it away for a trophy. It was 3-sided, slightly concave on each, like a bayonet, and some 3 inches through at the base. It tapered from thence to a point. And though tempered not in Tagus or Guadalquiver, it yet revealed upon its surface that wavy grain and watery fleckiness particular to tried blades of Spain. It was an aromatic sword, like the ancient caliphs, giving out a peculiar musky odor by friction, but far different from steel of Tagus or Damascus. It was inflexible as Crockett's rifle tube, no doubt as deadly. Long hung that rapier over the head of my hammock. Was it not storied as the good trenchant blade of brave Bayard, that other Chevalier? The knights may have slain its scores, or 50s, but the weapon I preserved had, doubtless, run through and riddled its thousands. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Mardi, A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Otard. And here is another little incident. One afternoon, while all by myself curiously penetrating into the hold, I most unexpectedly obtained proof that the ill-fated captain of the Parquis had been a man of sound judgment and most excellent taste. In brief, I lighted upon an aromatic cask of prime old Otard. Now, I mean not to speak lightly of anything immediately connected with the unfortunate captain, nor on the other hand would I resemble the inconsolable mourner who, among other tokens of affliction, bound in funereal crape his deceased father's copy of Joe Miller. Is there not a fitness in things? But let that pass. I found the Otard, and drank thereof, finding it, moreover, most pleasant to the palate, and right cheering to the soul. My next impulse was to share my prize with my shipmates, but here a judicious reflection obtruded. From the sea monarchs, his ancestors, my Viking had inherited one of their cardinal virtues, a detestation and abhorrence of all vinous and spirituous beverages, insomuch that he never could see any but he instantly quaffed it out of sight. To be short, like Alexander the Great and other royalties, Jarl was prone overmuch to imbibing. And though at sea more sober than a fifth monarchy elder, it was only because he was then removed from temptation. But having thus divulged my Viking's weak side, I earnestly entreat that it may not disparage him in any charitable man's estimation. Only think how many more there are like him, to say nothing further of Alexander the Great, especially among his own class, and consider, I beseech, that the most capacious-souled fellows, for that very reason, are the most apt to be too liberal in their libations, since being so large-hearted, they hold so much more good cheer than others. For Chamois, from his utter silence hitherto as to aught inebriating on board, I concluded that, along with his other secrets, the departed captain had very wisely kept his Otard to himself. Nor did I doubt but that the Upoluan, like all Polynesians, much loved getting high of head, and in that state would be more intractable than a black forest boar. And concerning Annatoo, I shuddered to think how that Otard might inflame her into a fury more fierce than the foremost of those that pursued Orestes. In good time, then, bethinking me of the peril of publishing my discovery, bethinking me of the quiet, lazy, ever-present perils of the voyage, of all circumstances, the very worst under which to introduce an intoxicating beverage to my companions, I resolved to withhold it from them altogether. So impressed was I with all this, that for a moment I almost tempted to roll over the cask on its bilge, remove the stopper, and suffer its contents to mix with the foul water at the bottom of the hold. But no, no. What? Dilute the brine with the double-distilled soul of the precious grape? Haft himself would have haunted me. Then again, it might come into play medicinally, and Paracelsus himself stands sponsor for every cup drunk for the good of the abdomen. So at last, I determined to let it remain where it was, visiting it occasionally by myself for inspection. But by way of advice to all shipmasters, let me say that if your Otard magazine be exposed to view, then, in the evil hour of wreck, stave in your spirit casks ere rigging the lifeboat. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Mardi, A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 34, How They Steered on Their Way. When we quitted the Chamois for the brigantine, we must have been at least 200 leagues to the westward of the spot where we had abandoned the Arcturion, though how far we might then have been, north or south of the equator, I could not with any certainty divine. But that we were not removed any considerable distance from the line seemed obvious, for in the starriest night no sign of the extreme polar constellations was visible, though often we scanned the northern and southern horizon in search of them. So far as regards the aspect of the skies near the ocean's rim, the difference of several degrees in one's latitude at sea is readily perceived by a person long accustomed to surveying the heavens. If correct in my supposition concerning the longitude at the time here alluded to, and allowing for what little progress we had been making in the Parquis, There now remained some 100 leagues to sail ere the country we sought would be found. But for obvious reasons, how long precisely we might continue to float out of the sight of land, it was impossible to say. Calms, light breezes, and currents made everything uncertain. Nor had we any method of estimating our due westward progress, except by what is called dead reckoning. The computation of the knots run hourly, allowances being made for the supposed deviations from our course, by reason of the ocean streams, which at times in this quarter of the Pacific run with very great velocity. Now, in many respects, we could not but feel safer aboard the Parki than in the Chamois. The sense of danger is less vivid, the greater the number of lives involved. He who is ready to despair in solitary peril plucks up a heart in the presence of another. In a plurality of comrades is much countenance and consolation. Still, in the brigantine there were many sources of uneasiness and anxiety unknown to me in the whaleboat. True, we had now between us and the deep 500 good planks to one lath in our buoyant little chip. But the Parki required more care and attention, especially by night, when a vigilant lookout was indispensable. With impunity in our whaleboat, we might have run close to shoal or reef, whereas similar carelessness or temerity now might prove fatal to all concerned. Though in the joyous sunlight, sailing through the sparkling sea, I was little troubled with serious misgivings. In the hours of darkness it was quite another thing, and the apprehensions, nay terrors I felt, were much augmented by the remissness of both Jarl and Samoa in keeping their night watches. Several times I was seized with a deadly panic, and earnestly scanned the murky horizon, when rising from slumber I found the steersman, in whose hand for the time being were life and death, sleeping upright against the tiller, as much a fixture there as the open-mouthed dragon rudely carved on our prow. Were it not that on board of other vessels I myself had many a time dozed at the helm, spite of all struggles, I would have been almost at a loss to account for this heedlessness in my comrades. But it seemed as if the mere sense of our situation should have been sufficient to prevent the like conduct in all on board our craft. Samoa's aspect, sleeping at the tiller, was almost appalling. His large opal eyes were half open, and turned toward the light of the binnacle, gleamed between the lids like bars of flame. And added to all was his giant stature and savage lineaments. It was in vain that I remonstrated, begged, or threatened. The occasional drowsiness of my fellow voyagers proved incurable. To no purpose I reminded my Viking that sleeping in the night watch in a craft like ours was far different from similar heedlessness on board the Arcturian. For there our place upon the ocean was always known, and our distance from land, so that when by night the seamen were permitted to be drowsy, it was mostly because the captain well knew that strict watchfulness could be dispensed with. Though in all else the Skyman proved a most faithful ally, in this one thing he was either perversely obtuse or infatuated. Or perhaps, finding himself once more in a double-decked craft, which rocked him as of yore, he was lulled into a deceitful security. For Samoa his drowsiness was the drowsiness of one beat on sleep, come dreams or death. He seemed insensible to the peril we ran. Often I sent the sleepy savage below, sad, steered myself till morning. At last I made a point of slumbering much by day, the better to stand watch by night, though I made Samoa and Jarl regularly go through with their allotted 4 hours each. It has been mentioned that Anna too took her turn at the helm, but it was only by day, and in justice to the lady I must affirm that upon the whole she acquitted herself well. For notwithstanding the siren face in the binnacle, which dimly allured her glances, Anna too, after all, was tolerably heedful of her steering. Indeed, she took much pride therein, always ready for her turn, with marvelous exactitude, calculating the approaching hour as it came on in regular rotation. Her timepiece was ours, the sun. By night it must have been her guardian star, for frequently she gazed up at a particular section of the heavens, like one regarding the dial in a tower. By some odd reasoning or other, she had cajoled herself into the notion that whoever steered the brigantine for that period was captain. Wherefore she gave herself mighty airs at the tiller, with extravagant gestures issuing unintelligible orders about trimming the sails, or pitching aboard something to see how fast we were going. All this much diverted my Viking, who several times was delivered of a laugh, a loud and healthy one to boot, a phenomenon worthy of chronicling. And thus much for Anatu, preliminary to what is further to be said. Seeing the drowsiness of Jarl and Chamois, which so often kept me from my hammock at night, forcing me to repose by day, when I far preferred being broad awake, I decided to let Anatu take her turn at the night watches, which several times she had solicited me to do, railing at the sleepiness of her spouse, though abstaining from all reflections upon Jarl, toward whom she had of late grown exceedingly friendly. Now the Kalmuck stood her first night watch to admiration, if anything was altogether too wakeful. The mere steering of the craft employed not sufficiently her active mind. Ever and anon she must needs rush from the tiller to take a parenthetical pull at the forebrace, the end of which led down to the bulwarks near by. Then, refreshing herself with a draught or two of water and a biscuit, she would continue to steer away, full of the importance of her office. At any unusual flapping of the sails, a violent stamping on deck announced the fact to the startled crew. Finding her thus indefatigable, I readily induced her to stand 2 watches to Jarl's and Chamois' 1, and when she was at the helm, I permitted myself to doze on a pile of old sails, spread every evening on the quarter-deck. It was the Skyman who often admonished me to heave the ship to every night, thus stopping her headway till morning, a plan which, under other circumstances, might have perhaps warranted the slumbers of all. But as it was, such a course would have been highly imprudent. For while making no onward progress through the water, the rapid currents we encountered would continually be drifting us eastward, since, contrary to our previous experience, they seemed latterly to have reversed their flow, a phenomenon by no means unusual in the vicinity of the line in the Pacific. And this it was that so prolonged our passage to the westward. Even in a moderate breeze, I sometimes fancied that the impulse of the wind little more than counteracted the glide of the currents, so that with much show of sailing, we were in reality almost a fixture on the sea. The equatorial currents of the South Seas may be regarded as among the most mysterious of the mysteries of the deep. Whence they come, whither go, who knows? Tell us, what hidden law regulates their flow? Regardless of the theory which ascribes to them a nearly uniform course, from east to west, induced by the eastwardly winds of the line, and the collateral action of the polar streams, these currents are forever shifting. Nor can the period of their revolutions be at all relied upon or predicted. But however difficult it may be to assign a specific cause for the ocean streams in any part of the world, one of the wholesome effects thereby produced would seem obvious enough. And though the circumstance here alluded to is perhaps known to every body, it may be questioned whether it is generally invested with the importance it deserves. Reference is here made to the constant commingling and purification of the sea water by reason of the currents. For that the ocean, according to the popular theory, possesses a special purifying agent in its salts is somewhat to be doubted. Nor can it be explicitly denied that those very salts might corrupt it, were it not for the brisk circulation of its particles consequent upon the flow of the streams. It is well known to seamen that a bucket of sea water left standing in a tropical climate very soon becomes highly offensive, which is not the case with rainwater. But I build no theories, and by way of obstructing the one which might possibly be evolved from the statement above, let me add that the offensiveness of sea water left standing may arise in no small degree from the presence of decomposed animal matter. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Mardi, A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 35. Ah, Anatu. In order to a complete revelation, I must needs once again discourse of Anatu and her pilferings, and to what those pilferings led. In the simplicity of my soul, I fancied that the dame, so much flattered as her needs have been met by the confidence I began to repose in her, would now mend her ways and abstain from her larcenies. But not so. She was possessed by some scores of devils, perpetually her to mischief on their own separate behoof, and not less, for many of her pranks were of no earthly advantage to her, present or prospective. One day the log reel was missing. Summon Anna too. She came, but knew nothing about it. Jarl spent a whole morning in contriving a substitute, and a few days after, pop, we came upon the lost article, hidden away in the maintop. Another time, discovering the little vessel to gripe hard in steering, as if someone under water were jerking her backwards, we instituted a diligent examination to see what was the matter. When lo, what should we find but a rope, cunningly attached to one of the chain plates under the starboard main channel. It towed heavily in the water. Upon dragging it up, much as you would the cord of a ponderous bucket far down in a well, a stout wooden box was discovered at the end, which opened, disclosed sundry knives, hatchets, and axe-heads. Called to the stand, the Upoluan deposed that thrice he had rescued that identical box from Annatoo's all-appropriating clutches. Now here were 4 human beings shut up in this little oaken craft, and, for the time being, their interests the same. What sane mortal, then, would forever be committing thefts without rhyme or reason? It was like stealing silver from one pocket and decanting it into the other. What might it not lead to in the end? Why, ere long, in good sooth, it led to the abstraction of the compass from the binnacle, so that we were fain to substitute for it the one brought along in the chamois. It was Jarl that first published this last and alarming theft. Anna, too, being at the helm at dawn, he had gone to relieve her, and looking to see how we headed, was horror-struck at the emptiness of the binnacle. I started to my feet, sought out the woman, and ferociously demanded the compass. But her face was a blank, every word a denial. Further lenity was madness. I summoned Chamois, told him what had happened, and affirmed that there was no safety for us, except in the nightly incarceration of his spouse. To this he privily assented, and that very evening, when Anna too descended into the forecastle, we barred over her the scuttle-slide. Long she clamoured, but unavailingly, and every night this was repeated, the dame saying her vespers most energetically. It has somewhere been hinted that Anna too occasionally cast sheep's eyes at Jarl, so I was not a little surprised when her manner toward him decidedly changed. Pulling at the ropes with us, she would give him sly pinches, and then look the other way, innocent as a lamb. Then again, she would refuse to handle the same piece of rigging with him. With wry faces, rinsed out the wooden can at the water cask, if it so chanced that my Viking had previously been drinking therefrom. At other times, when the honest skyman came up from below, she would set up a shout of derision and loll out her tongue, accompanying all this by certain indecorous and exceedingly unladylike gestures, significant of the profound contempt in which she held him. Yet never did Jarl heed her ill-breeding, but patiently overlooked and forgave it. Inquiring the reason of the dame's singular conduct, I learned that with eye averted, she had very lately crept close to my Viking, and met with no tender reception. Doubtless Jarl, who was much of a philosopher, innocently imagined that ere long the lady would forgive and forget him. But what knows a philosopher about women? Ere long, so outrageous became Annatoo's detestation of him, that the honest old tar could stand it no longer, and like most good-natured men, when once fairly roused, he was swept through and through with a terrible typhoon of passion. He proposed that forthwith the woman should be sacked and committed to the deep. He could stand it no longer. Murder is catching. At first I almost jumped at the proposition, but as quickly rejected it. Ah, Annatoo, woman unendurable, deliver me, ye gods, from being shut up in a ship with such a hornet again. But are we yet through with her? Not yet. Hitherto she had continued to perform the duties of the office assigned her since the commencement of the voyage, namely, those of the culinary department. From this she was now deposed. Her skewer was broken. My Viking solemnly averring that he would eat nothing more of her concocting for fear of being poisoned. For myself, I almost believed that there was malice enough in the minx to give us our henbane broth. But what said Chamois to all of this? Passing over the matter of the cookery, will it be credited that living right among us as he did, he was yet blind to the premeditated, though unachieved peccadilloes of his spouse? Yet so it was, and thus blind was Belisarius himself concerning the intrigues of Antonina. Witness that noble dame's affair with the young Theodosius, when her deluded lord charged upon the scandalmongers with the very horns she had bestowed upon him. Upon one occasion, seized with a sudden desire to palliate Annatoo's thievings, Samoa proudly intimated that the lady was the most virtuous of her sex. But alas, poor Annatoo, why say more? And bethinking me of the hard fate that so soon overtook thee, I almost repent what has already and too faithfully been portrayed. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Mardi, A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 36. The Parquis Gives Up the Ghost. A long calm in the boat, and now, God help us, another in the brigantine. It was airless and profound. In that hot calm, we lay fixed and frozen in like Perry at the pole. The sun played upon the glassy sea like the sun upon the glaciers. At the end of 2 days, we lifted up our eyes and beheld a low, creeping, hungry cloud, expanding like an army, wing and wing, along the eastern horizon. Instantly Jarl bade me take heed. Hear me it said, that though for weeks and weeks reign over the equatorial latitudes of the Pacific the mildest and sunniest of days, that nevertheless when storms do come, they come in their strength, spending in a few brief blasts their concentrated rage. They come like the Mamelukes, they charge, and away. It wanted full an hour to sunset, but the sun was well nigh obscured. It seemed toiling among bleak Scythian steeps in the hazy background. Above the storm cloud flitted ominous patches of scud, rapidly advancing and receding. Attila's skirmishers, thrown forward in the van of his Huns. Beneath, a fitful shadow slid along the surface. As we gazed, the cloud came nearer, accelerating its approach. With all haste, we proceeded to furl the sails, which, owing to the calm, had been hanging loose in the brails, and by help of a spare boom, used on the forecastle deck, sit a sweep or great oar, we endeavored to cast the brigantine's head toward the foe. The storm seemed about to overtake us, but we felt no breeze. The noiseless cloud stole on, its advancing shadow lowering over a distinct and prominent milk-white crest upon the surface of the ocean. But now this line of surging foam came rolling down upon us like a white charge of cavalry, mad Hotspur and plumed Murat at its head, pouring right forward in a continuous frothy cascade, which curled over and fell upon the glassy sea before it. Still no breath of air, but of a sudden, like a blow from a man's hand, and before our canvas could be secured, the stunned craft, giving one lurch to port, was stricken down on her beam ends. The roaring tide dashed high up against her windward side, and drops of brine fell upon the deck, heavy as drops of gore. It was all a din and a mist, a crashing of spars and of ropes, a horrible blending of sights and of sounds, as for an instant we seemed in the hot heart of the gale, our cordage like harp strings shrieking above the fury of the blast. The masts rose and swayed, and dipped their trunks into the sea, and like unto some strucken buffalo brought low to the plain, the brigantine's black hull, shaggy with seaweed, lay panting on its flank in the foam. Frantically we clung to the uppermost bulwarks, and now, loud above the roar of the sea, was suddenly heard a sharp, splintering sound, as of a Norway woodman felling a pine in the forest. It was brave Jarl, who foremost of all had snatched from its rack against the mainmast the axe, always there kept. "Cut the lanyards to windward," he cried, and again buried his axe into the mast. He was quickly obeyed, and upon cutting the third lanyard of the 5, he shouted for us to pause. Dropping his axe, he climbed up to windward. As he clutched the rail, the wound mast snapped in twain, with a report like a cannon. A slight smoke was perceptible where it broke. The remaining lanyards parted. From the violent strain upon them, the 2 shrouds flew madly into the air, and one of the great blocks at their ends, striking Annatoo upon the forehead, she let go of her hold upon a stanchion, and sliding across the aslant deck, was swallowed up in the whirlpool under our lee. Samoa shrieked, but there was no time to mourn, no hand could reach to save. By the connecting stays, the mainmast carried over with it the foremast, when we instantly righted, and for the time were saved, my own royal Viking, our saviour. The first fury of the gale was gone, but far to leeward was seen the even white line of its onset, pawing the ocean into foam. All round us the sea boiled like 10,000 cauldrons, and through eddy, wave, and surge our almost waterlogged craft waded heavily, every dead clash ringing hollow against her hull, like blows upon a coffin. We floated a wreck. With every pitch we lifted our jangling jib boom into the air, and beating against the side were the shattered fragments of the masts. From these we made all haste to be free by cutting the rigging that held them. Soon the worst of the gale was blown over, but the sea ran high. Yet the rack and scud of the tempest, its mad tearing foam, was subdued into immense, long extended, and long rolling billows, the white cream on their crests, like snow on the Andes. Ever and anon we hung poised on their brows, when the furrowed ocean all around looked like a panorama from Chimborazo. A few hours more, and the surges went down. There was a moderate sea, a steady breeze, and a clear starry sky. Such was the storm that came after our calm. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 37. Once more they take to the chamois. Try the pumps. We had dropped the sinker, and found the Parquis bleeding at every pore. Up from her well, the water, spring-like, came bubbling, pure and limpid as the water of Sarasota. Her time had come. But by keeping 2 hands at the pumps, we had no doubt she would float till daylight, previous to which we liked not to abandon her. The interval was employed in clanging at the pump brakes and preparing the chamois for our reception. So soon as the sea permitted, we lowered it over the side, and letting it float under the stern, stowed it with water and provisions, together with various other things, including muskets and cutlasses. Shortly after daylight, a violent jostling and thumping underfoot showed us that the water, gaining rapidly in the hold, spite of all pumping, had floated the lighter casks upward to the deck, against which they were striking. Now, owing to the number of empty butts in the hold, there would have been, perhaps, a small danger of the vessel sinking outright, all awash as her decks would soon be, were it not that many of her timbers were of a native wood which, like the teak of India, is specifically heavier than water. This, with the pearl shells on board, counteracted the buoyancy of the casks. At last the sun, long waited for, arose, the Parquis meantime sinking lower and lower. All things being in readiness, we proceeded to embark from the wreck, as from a wharf, but not without some show of love for our poor brigantine. To a seaman, a ship is no piece of mechanism merely, but a creature of thoughts and fancies, instinct with life. Standing at her vibrating helm, you feel her beating pulse. I have loved ships as I have loved men. To abandon the poor Parquis was like leaving to its fate something that could feel. It was meet that she should die decently and bravely. All this thought the skyman. Chamois and I were in the boat, calling upon him to enter quickly, lest the vessel should sink and carry us down in the eddies, for already she had gone round twice. But cutting adrift the last fragments of her broken shrouds, and putting her decks in order, Jarl buried his axe in the splintered stump of the mainmast, and not till then did he join us. We slowly cheered and sailed away. Not 10 minutes after, the hull rolled convulsively in the sea, went round once more, lifted its sharp prow as a man with arms pointed for a dive, gave a long seething plunge, and went down. Many of her old planks were twice wrecked, once thrown upon the ocean's beach, now dropped into its lowermost vaults, with the bones of drowned ships and drowned men. Once more afloat in our shell, but not with the intrepid spirit that shoved off with us from the deck of the Arcturion. A bold deed done from impulse, for the time carries few or no misgivings along with it. But forced upon you, its terrors stare you in the face. So now, had pushed from the Arcturion with a stout heart, but quitting the sinking Parquis, my heart sunk with her. With a fair wind, we held on our way westward, hoping to see land before many days. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 38. The Sea on Fire. The night following our abandonment of the Parquis was made memorable by a remarkable spectacle. Slumbering in the bottom of the boat, Jarl and I were suddenly awakened by Chamois. Starting, we beheld the ocean of a pallid white color, coruscating all over with tiny golden sparkles. But the pervading hue of the water cast a cadaverous gleam upon the boat, so that we looked to each other like ghosts. For many rods astern our wake was revealed in a line of rushing illuminated foam, while here and there, beneath the surface, the tracks of sharks were denoted by vivid greenish trails, crossing and recrossing each other in every direction. Farther away, and distributed in clusters, floating on the sea, like constellations in the heavens, innumerable medusae, a species of small, round, refulgent fish, only to be met with in the South Seas and in the Indian Ocean. Suddenly, as we gazed, there shot high into the air a bushy jet of flashes, accompanied by the unmistakable deep-breathing sound of a sperm whale. Soon, the sea all around us spouted in fountains of fire, and vast forms, emitting a glare from their flanks, and ever and anon raising their heads above water and shaking off the sparkles, showed where an immense shoal of cachalots had risen from below to sport in these phosphorescent billows. The vapor jetted forth was far more radiant than any portion of the sea, ascribable perhaps to the originally luminous fluid contracting still more brilliantly from its passage through the spouting canal of the whales. We were in great fear lest without any vicious intention the leviathans might destroy us by coming into close contact with our boat. We would have shunned them, but they were all around and around us. Nevertheless, we were safe, for as we parted the pallid brine, the peculiar irradiation which shot from about our keel seemed to deter them. Apparently discovering us of a sudden, many of them plunged headlong down into the water, tossing their fiery tails high into the air, and leaving the sea still more sparkling from the violent surging of their descent. Their general course seemed the same as our own, to the westward. To remove from them, we at last our oars, and pulled toward the north. So doing, we were steadily pursued by a solitary whale that must have taken our chamois for a kindred fish. Spite of all our efforts, he drew nearer and nearer, at length rubbing his fiery flank against the chamois' gunwale, here and there leaving long strips of the glossy, transparent substance which, thin as gossamer, invests the body of the cachalot. In terror at a sight so new, Chamois shrank. But Jarl and I, more used to the intimate companionship of the whales, pushed the boat away from it with our oars, a thing often done in the fishery. The close vicinity of the whale revived in the so long astute skyman all the enthusiasm of his daring vocation. However quiet by nature, a thoroughbred whaleman betrays no little excitement in sight of his game. And it required some persuasion to prevent Jarl from darting his harpoon. Insanity under present circumstances, and of course without object. But, oh, for a dart, cried my Viking, and, where's now our old ship? He added reminiscently. But to my great joy the monster at last departed, rejoining the shoal, whose lofty spoutings of flame were still visible upon the distant line of the horizon, showing there, like the fitful starts of the aurora borealis. The sea retained its luminosity for about 3 hours. At the expiration of half that period beginning to fade, and excepting occasional faint illuminations consequent upon the rapid darting of fish under the water, the phenomenon at last wholly disappeared. Heretofore, I had beheld several exhibitions of marine phosphorescence, both in the Atlantic and Pacific, but nothing in comparison with what was seen that night. In the Atlantic there is very seldom any portion of the ocean luminous, except the crests of the waves, and these mostly appear so during wet, murky weather. Whereas in the Pacific, all instances of the sort, previously coming under my notice, have been marked by patches of greenish light, unattended with any pallidness of sea. Save twice on the coast of Peru, where I was summoned from my hammock to the alarming midnight cry of "All hands ahoy! Tack ship!" and rushing on deck, beheld the sea white as a shroud, for which it was feared we were on soundings. Now sailors love marvels, and love to repeat them. And from many an old shipmate I have heard various sage opinings concerning the phenomenon in question, dismissing, as destitute of sound philosophic probability, the extravagant notion of one of my nautical friends, no less a philosopher than my Viking himself, namely, that the phosphorescence of the sea is caused by a commotion among the mermaids, whose golden locks, all torn and dishevelled, do irradiate the waters at such times. I proceed to record more reliable theories. Faraday might, perhaps, impute the phenomenon to a peculiarly electrical condition of the atmosphere, and to that solely. But herein my scientific friend would be stoutly contradicted by many intelligent seamen who, in part, impute it to the presence of large quantities of putrescent animal matter, with which the sea is well known to abound. And it would seem not unreasonable to suppose that it is by this means that the fluid itself becomes charged with the luminous principle. Draw a bucket of water from the phosphorescent ocean, and it still retains traces of fire, but, standing a while, this soon subsides. Now pour it along the deck, and it is a stream of flame, caused by its renewed agitation. Empty the bucket, and for a space sparkles cling to it tenaciously, and every stave seems ignited. But after all, this seeming ignition of the sea cannot be wholly produced by dead matter therein. There are many living fish, phosphorescent, and under certain conditions, by a rapid throwing off of luminous particles, must largely contribute to the result. Not to particularize this circumstance as true of diverse species of sharks, cuttlefish, and many others of the larger varieties of the finny tribes, the myriads of microscopic mollusca, well known to swarm off soundings, might alone be deemed almost sufficient to kindle a fire in the brine. But these are only surmises, likely but uncertain. After science comes sentiment. A French naturalist maintains that the nocturnal radiance of the firefly is purposely intended as an attraction to the opposite sex, that the artful insect illuminates its body for a beacon to love. Thus, perched upon the edge of a leaf, and waiting the approach of her Leander, who comes buffeting with his wings the aroma of the flowers, some insect hero may show a torch to her gossamer gallant. But alas, thrice alas, for the poor little firefish of the sea, whose radiance but reveals them to their foes, and lights the way to their destruction. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Mardi, and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 39. They fall in with strangers. After quitting the Parquis, we had much calm weather, varied by light breezes, and sailing smoothly over a sea so recently one sheet of foam, I could not avoid bethinking me how fortunate it was that the gale had overtaken us in the brigantine and not in the chamois. For deservedly high as the whaling shallop ranks as a sea-boat, still in a severe storm, the larger your craft, the greater your sense of security. Wherefore, the 1,000 reckless souls tenanting a line of battleship scoff at the most awful hurricanes, though in reality they may be less safe in their wooden-walled Troy than those who contend with the gale in a clipper. But not only did I congratulate myself upon salvation from the past, but upon the prospect for the future. For storms happening so seldom in these seas, one just blown over is almost a sure guarantee of very many weeks' calm weather to come. Now sun followed sun, and no land, and at length it almost seemed as if we must have sailed past the remotest, presumably western limit of the chain of islands we sought, a lurking suspicion which I sedulously kept to myself. However, I could not but nourish a latent faith that all would be well. On the 9th day my forebodings were over. In the grey of the dawn, perched upon the peak of our sail, a noddy was fast asleep. This freak was due to the nature of that curious fowl, whose name is significant of its drowsiness. Its plumage was snow white, its bill and legs blood red, the latter looking like little pantalettes. In a sly attempt at catching the bird, Samoa captured 3 tail feathers, the alarmed creature flying away with a scream, and leaving its quills in his hand. Sailing on, we gradually broke in upon immense, low-sailing flights of other aquatic fowls, mostly of those species which are seldom found far from land: terns, frigate birds, mollymawks, reef pigeons, boobies, gulls, and the like. They darkened the air. their wings making overhead an incessant rustling like the simultaneous turning over of 1,000 leaves. The smaller sort skimmed the sea like pebbles sent skipping from the shore. Over these flew myriads of birds of broader wing, while high above all soared in the air the daring diver, or sea kite, the power of whose vision is truly wonderful. It perceives the little flying fish in the water, at a height which cannot be less than 400 feet. Spirally wheeling and screaming as it goes, the sea kite, bill foremost, darts downward, swoops into the water, and for a moment altogether disappearing, emerges at last, its prey firmly trussed in its claws. But bearing it aloft, the bold bandit is quickly assailed by other birds of prey, that strive to wrest from him his booty, and, snatched from his talons, you see the fish falling through the air, till again caught up in the act of descent by the fleetest of its pursuers. Leaving these sights astern, we presently picked up the slimy husk of a coconut, all over green with barnacles, and shortly after passed 2 or 3 limbs of trees, and the solitary trunk of a palm, which, upon sailing nearer, seemed but very recently started on its endless voyage. As noon came on, the dark purple land haze, which had been dimly descried resting upon the western horizon, was very nearly obscured. Nevertheless, behind that dim drapery, we doubted not bright boughs were waving. We were now in high spirits, Samoa between times humming to himself some heathenish ditty, and Jarl 10 times more intent on his silence than ever, yet his eye full of expectation and gazing broad off from our bow. Of a sudden, shading his face with his hand, he gazed fixedly for an instant, then springing to his feet, uttered the long-drawn sound, "Sail ho!" Just tipping the furthest edge of the sky was a little speck, dancing into view every time we rose upon the swells. It looked like one of many birds, for, half intercepting our view, fell showers of plumage, a flight of white noddies flying downward to the sea. But soon the birds are seen no more, yet there remains the speck, plainly a sail, but too small for a ship. Was it a boat after a whale, the vessel to which it belonged far astern, and shrouded by the haze? So it seemed. Quietly, however, we waited the stranger's nearer approach, confident that for some time he would not be able to perceive us, owing to our being in what mariners denominate the sun-glade, or that part of the ocean upon which the sun's rays flash with peculiar intensity. As the sail drew nigh, its failing to glisten white led us to doubt whether it was indeed a whaleboat. Presently it showed yellow, and Samoa declared that it must be the sail of some island craft. True. The stranger proved a large double canoe, like those used by Polynesians in making passages between distant lands. The Upoluan was now clamorous for a meeting, to which Jarl was averse. Deliberating a moment, I directed the muskets to be loaded. Then setting the sail, the wind on our quarter, we headed away for the canoe, now sailing at right angles with our previous course. Here it must be mentioned that from the various gay cloths and other things provided for barter by the captain of the Parki, I had very strikingly improved my costume, making it free, flowing, and eastern. I looked like an emir, nor had my Viking neglected to follow my example, though with some few modifications of his own. With his long tangled hair and harpoon, he looked like the sea god that boards ships for the first time crossing the equator. For tattooed Samoa, he yet sported both kilt and turban, reminding one of a tawny leopard, though his spots were all in one place. Besides this raiment of ours, against emergencies, we had provided our boat with divers nankeens and silks. But now, into full view, comes a yoke of huge, clumsy prows, shaggy with carving, and driving through the water with considerable velocity, the immense sprawling sail holding the wind like a bag. She seemed full of men, and from the dissonant cries borne over to us, the canoes widely yawing, it was plain that we had occasioned no small sensation. They seemed undetermined what course to pursue, whether to court a meeting or avoid it, whether to regard us as friends or foes. As we came still nearer, distinctly beholding their faces, we had loudly hailed them, inviting them to furl their sails and allow us to board them. But no answer was returned, their confusion increasing. And now, within less than 2 ships' length, they swept right across our bow, gazing at us with blended curiosity and fear. Their craft was about 30 feet long, consisting of a pair of parallel canoes, very narrow, and at the distance of a yard or so lengthwise, united by stout cross timbers, lashed across the 4 gunwales. Upon these timbers was a raised platform, or dais, quite dry, and astern an arched cabin or tent, behind which were 2 broad-bladed paddles, terminating in rude shark's tails, by which the craft was steered. The yard, spreading a yellow sail, was a crooked bow, supported obliquely in the crotch of the mast, to which the green bark was still hanging. Here and there were little tufts of moss. The high-beaked prow of that canoe, in which the mast was placed, resembled a rude altar, and all round it was suspended a great variety of fruits, including scores of coconuts unhusked. This prow was railed off, forming a sort of chancel within. The foremost beam, crossing the gunwales, extended some 12 feet beyond the side of the dais, and at regular intervals hereupon, stout cords were fastened, which, leading up to the head of the mast, answered the purpose of shrouds. The breeze was now streaming fresh, and, as if to force down into the water the windward side of the craft, 5 men stood upon this long beam, grasping 5 shrouds. Yet they failed to counterbalance the pressure of the sail, and owing to the opposite inclination of the twin canoes, these living statues were elevated high above the water. Their appearance rendered still more striking by their eager attitudes and the apparent peril of their position, as the mad spray from the bow dashed over them. Suddenly, the islanders threw their craft into the wind, while for ourselves we lay on our oars, fearful of alarming them by now coming nearer. But hailing them again, we said we were friends, and had friendly gifts for them, if they would peaceably permit us to approach. This understood, there ensued a mighty clamour, insomuch that I bade Jarl and Chamois out oars, and row very gently toward the strangers. Whereupon, amid a storm of vociferations, some of them hurried to the furthest side of the dais, standing with arms arched over their heads, as if for a dive, others menacing us with clubs and spears, and one, an old man with a bamboo trellis on his head, forming a sort of arbor for his hair, planted himself full before the tent, stretching behind him a wide plaited sling. Upon this hostile display, Chamois dropped his oar, and brought his piece to bear upon the old man, who, by his attitude, seemed to menace us with the fate of the great braggart of Gath. But I quickly knocked down the muzzle of the musket, and forbade the slightest token of hostility, and joining it upon my companions, nevertheless, to keep well on their guard. We now ceased rowing, and after a few minutes' uproar in the canoe, they ran to the steering blades, and forcing round their craft before the wind, rapidly ran away from us. With all haste we set our sail, and pulling also at our oars, soon overtook them, determined upon coming into closer communion. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 40. Sire and Sons. Seeing flight was useless, the islanders again stopped their canoe, and once more we cautiously drew nearer, myself crying out to them not to be fearful, and Chamois, with the odd humour of his race, averring that he had known every soul of them from his infancy. We approached within 2 or 3 yards, when we paused, which somewhat allayed their alarm. Fastening a red china handkerchief to the blade of our long midship oar, I waved it in the air. A lively clapping of hands, and many wild exclamations. While yet waving this flag, I whispered to Jarl to give the boat a sheer toward the canoe, which being adroitly done, brought the bow, where I stood, still nearer to the islanders. I then dropped the silk among them, and the islander who caught it at once handed it to the warlike old man with the sling, who, on seating himself, spread it before him, while the rest crowded round, glanced rapidly from the wonderful gift to the more wonderful donors. This old man was the superior of the party, and Chamois asserted that he must be a priest of the country to which the islanders belonged, that the craft could be no other than one of their sacred canoes, bound on some priestly voyage. All this he inferred from the altar-like prow, and there being no women on board. Bent upon conciliating the old priest, I dropped into the canoe another silk handkerchief, while Chamois loudly exclaimed that we were only 3 men, and we were peaceably inclined. Meantime, old Aaron, fastening the two silks crosswise over his shoulders, like a brace of Highland plaids, cross-legged sat and eyed us. It was a curious sight. The old priest, like a scroll of old parchment, covered all over with hieroglyphical devices, harder to interpret, I'll warrant, than any old Sanskrit manuscript. And upon his broad brow, deep graven in wrinkles, were characters still more mysterious, which no Champollion nor gypsy could have deciphered. He looked old as the elderly hills, eyes sunken, though bright, and head white as the summit of Mont Blanc. The rest were a youthful and comely set, their complexion that of gold sherry, and all tattooed after this pattern, 2 broad cross stripes on the chest and back, reaching down to the waist, like a foot soldier's harness. Their faces were full of expression, and their mouths were full of fine teeth, so that the parting of their lips was as the opening of pearl oysters. Marked here and there, after the style of Tahiti, with little round figures in blue, dotted in the middle with a spot of vermilion, their brawny brown thighs looked not unlike the gallant hams of Westphalia, spotted with the red dust of Cayenne. But what a marvellous resemblance in the features of all! Were they born at one birth? This resemblance was heightened by their uniform marks, but it was subsequently ascertained that they were the children of one sire, and that sire, old Aaron, who no doubt reposed upon his sons as an old general upon the trophies of his youth. They were the children of as many mothers, and he was training them up for the priesthood. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Mardi and Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 41, A Fray. So bent were the strangers upon concealing who they were, and the object of their voyage, that it was some time ere we could obtain the information we desired. They pointed toward the tent, as if it contained their Eleusinian mysteries, and the old priest gave us to know that it would be profanation to enter it. But all this only aroused my curiosity to unravel the wonder. At last I succeeded. In that mysterious tent was concealed a beautiful maiden, and in pursuance of a barbarous custom, by Alima the priest, she was being borne an offering from the island of Amma to the gods of Tedaidi. Now, hearing of the maiden, I waited for no more. Need I add how stirred was my soul toward this invisible victim, and how hotly I swore that precious blood of hers should never smoke upon an altar? If we drowned for it, I was bent upon rescuing the captive. But as yet no gentle signal of distress had been waved to us from the tent. Thence no sound could be heard but an occasional rustle of the matting. Was it possible that one about to be immolated could proceed thus tranquilly to her fate? But desperately as I resolved to accomplish the deliverance of the maiden, it was best to set heedfully about it. I desired no shedding of blood, though the odds were against us. The old priest seemed determined to prevent us from boarding his craft. But being equally determined the other way, I cautiously laid the bow of the chamois against the canoe's quarter, so as to present the smallest possible chance for a hostile entrance into our boat. Then Samoa, knife in ear, and myself with a cutlass, stepped upon the dais, leaving Jarl in the boat's head, equipped with his harpoon, 3 loaded muskets lying by his side. He was strictly enjoined to resist the slightest demonstration toward our craft. As we boarded the canoe, the islanders slowly retreated, meantime earnestly conferring in whispers. All but the old priest, who still seated presented an undaunted, though troubled front. To our surprise, he motioned us to sit down by him, which we did, taking care, however, not to cut off our communication with Jarl. With the hope of inspiring goodwill, I now unfolded a roll of printed cotton, and spread it before the priest, directed his attention to the pictorial embellishments thereon, representing some hundreds of sailor boys simultaneously ascending some hundreds of uniform sections of a ship's rigging. Glancing at them a moment, by a significant sign, he gave me to know that long previous had ascended the shrouds of a ship. Making this allusion, his countenance was overcast with a ferocious expression, as if something terrific was connected with the reminiscence. But it soon passed away, and somewhat abruptly he assumed an air of much merriment. While we were thus sitting together, and my whole soul full of the thoughts of the captive, and how best to accomplish my purpose, and often gazing toward the tent, I all at once noticed a movement among the strangers. Almost in the same instant, Samoa, right across the face of Alima, and in his ordinary tones, bade me take heed to myself, for mischief was brewing. Hardly was this warning uttered when, with carved clubs in their hands, the islanders completely surrounded us. Then uprose the old priest, and gave us to know that we were wholly in his power, and if we did not swear to depart in our boat forthwith, and molest him no more, the peril be ours. Depart, and you live; stay, and you die. 15-3, madness to gainsay his mandate, yet a beautiful maiden was at stake. The knife, before dangling in Samoa's ear, was now in his hand. Jarl cried out for us to regain the boat, several of the islanders making a rush for it. No time to think. All passed quicker than it can be said. They closed in upon us, to push us from the canoe. Rudely the old priest flung me from his side, menacing me with his dagger, the sharp spine of a fish. A thrust and a threat. Ere I knew it, my cutlass made a quick lunge. A curse from the priest's mouth, red blood from his side. He tottered, stared about him, and fell over like a brown hemlock into the sea. A yell of maledictions rose on the air. A wild cry was heard from the tent. Making a dead breach among the crowd, we now dashed side by side for the boat. Springing into it, we found Jarl battling with 2 islanders, while the rest were still howling upon the dais. Rage and grief had almost disabled them. With one stroke of my cutlass, I now parted the line that held us to the canoe, and with Samoa falling upon the 2 islanders, by Jarl's help, we quickly mastered them, forcing them down into the bottom of the boat. The Skyman and Samoa holding passive the captives, I quickly set our sail, and snatching the sheet at the cavil, we rapidly shot from the canoe. The strangers, defying us with their spears, several couching them as if to dart, while others held back their hands, as if to prevent them from jeopardizing the lives of their countrymen in the chamois. Seemingly untoward events oftentimes lead to successful results. Far from destroying all chance of rescuing the captive, our temporary flight, indispensable for the safety of Jarl, only made the success of our enterprise more probable. For having made prisoners of 2 of the strangers, I determined to retain them as hostages, through whom to effect my plans without further bloodshed. And here it must needs be related that some of the natives were wounded in the fray, while all 3 of their assailants had received several bruises. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Mardi, and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 42. Remorse. During the skirmish, not a single musket had been discharged. The first, snatched by Jarl, had missed fire, and ere he could seize another, it was close quarters with him, and no gestures to spare. His harpoon was his all, and truly, there is nothing like steel in a fray. It comes and it goes with a will, and is never a-weary. Your sword is your life, and that of your foe, to keep or to take as it happens. Closer home does it go with a rammer, and fighting with steel is a play without ever an interlude. There are points more deadly than bullets, and stocks packed full of subtle tubes, whence comes an impulse more reliable than powder. Binding our prisoners lengthwise across the boat's seats, we rowed for the canoe, making signs of amity. Now if there be anything fitted to make a high tide ebb in the veins, it is the sight of a vanquished foe, inferior to yourself in powers of destruction, but whom some necessity has forced you to subdue. All victories are not triumphs, nor all who conquer heroes. As we drew near the canoe, it was plain that the loss of their sire had again for the instant overcome the survivors. Raising hands, they cursed us, and at intervals sent forth a low, piercing wail peculiar to their race. As before, faint cries were heard from the tent, and all the while rose and fell on the sea the ill-fated canoe. As I gazed at this sight, what iron mace fell on my soul, what curse rang sharp in my ear. It was I who was the author of the deed that caused the shrill wails that I heard. By this hand the dead man had died. Remorse smote me hard, and like lightning I asked myself whether the death deed I had done was sprung of a virtuous motive, the rescuing of a captive from thrall, or whether beneath that pretense I had engaged in this fatal affray for some other and selfish purpose, the companionship of a beautiful maid. But throttling the thought, I swore to be gay. Am I not rescuing the maiden? Let them go down who withstand me. At the dismal spectacle before him, Jarl, hitherto menacing our prisoners with his weapon, in order to intimidate their countrymen, honest Jarl dropped his harpoon. But shaking his knife in the air, Chamois yet defied the strangers. Nor could we prevent him. His heathenish blood was up. Standing foremost in the boat, I now assured the strangers that all we sought at their hands was the maiden in the tent. That captive surrendered, our own, unharmed, should be restored. If not, they must die. With a cry, they started to their feet and brandished their clubs, but seeing Jarl's harpoon quivering over the hearts of our prisoners, they quickly retreated, at last signifying their acquiescence in my demand. Upon this I sprang to the dais, and across it, indicating a line near the bow, signed the islanders to retire beyond it. Then, calling upon them one by one to deliver their weapons, they were passed into the boat. The chamois was now brought round to the canoe's stern, and leaving Jarl to defend it as before, the Upoluan rejoined me on the dais. By these precautions, the hostages still remained bound, hand and foot, in the boat. We deemed ourselves entirely secure. Attended by Chamois, I stood before the tent, now still as the grave. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 43. The tent entered. By means of thin spaces between the braids of matting, the place was open to the air, but not to view. There was also a round opening on one side, only large enough, however, to admit the arm, but this aperture was partially closed from within. In front, a deep-dyed rug of osiers, covering the entranceway, was intricately laced to the standing part of the tent. As I divided this lacing with my cutlass, there arose an outburst of voices from the islanders, and they covered their faces as the interior was revealed to my gaze. Before me crouched a beautiful girl. Her hands were drooping, and like a saint from a shrine, she looked sadly out from her long, fair hair. A low wail issued from her lips, and she trembled like a sound. There were tears on her cheek, and a rose-colored pearl on her bosom. Did I dream? A snow-white skin, blue firmament eyes, Golconda locks. For an instant spellbound I stood, while with a slow, apprehensive movement, and still gazing fixedly, the captive gathered more closely about her a gauze-like robe. Taking one step within, and partially dropping the curtain of the tent, I so stood as to have both sight and speech of Chamois, who tarried without, while the maiden, crouching in the farther corner of the retreat, was wholly screened from all eyes but mine. Crossing my hands before me, I now stood without speaking. For the soul of me, I could not link this mysterious creature with the tawny strangers. She seemed of another race. So powerful was this impression that unconsciously I addressed her in my own tongue. She started, and bending over, listened intently, as if to the first faint echo of something dimly remembered. Again I spoke. When throwing back her hair, the maiden looked up with a piercing, bewildered gaze. But her eyes soon fell, and bending over once more, she resumed her former attitude. At length, she slowly chanted to herself several musical chords, unlike those of the islanders, but though I knew not what they meant, they vaguely seemed familiar. Impatient to learn her story, I now questioned her in Polynesian, but with much earnestness she signed me to address her as before. Soon perceiving, however, that without comprehending the meaning of the words I employed, she seemed merely touched by something pleasing in their sound, I once more addressed her in Polynesian, saying that I was all eagerness to hear her story. After much hesitation she complied, starting with alarm at every sound from without, yet all the while deeply regarding me. Broken as these disclosures were at the time, they are here presented in the form in which they were afterward more fully narrated. So unearthly was the story that at first I little comprehended it, and was almost persuaded that the luckless maiden was some beautiful maniac. She declared herself more than mortal, a maiden from Oroolia, the Island of Delights, somewhere in the paradisiacal archipelago of the Polynesians. To this isle, while yet an infant, by some mystical power, she had been spirited from Amma, the place of her nativity. Her name was Yilla, and hardly had the waters of Oroolia washed white her olive skin and tinged her hair with gold, when one day, strolling in the woodlands, she was snared in the tendrils of a vine. Drawing her into its bowers, it gently transformed her into one of its blossoms, leaving her conscious soul folded up in the transparent petals. Here hung Yilla in a trance, the world without all tinged with the rosy hue of her prison. At length, when her spirit was about to burst forth in the opening flower, the blossom was snapped from its stem, and borne by a soft wind to the sea, where it fell into the opening valve of a shell, which in good time was cast upon the beach of the island of Amma. In a dream, these events were revealed to Alima the priest, who by a spell, unlocking its pearly casket, took forth the bud, which now showed signs of opening in the reviving air, and bore faint shadowy revealings, as of the dawn behind crimson clouds. Suddenly expanding, the blossom exhaled away in perfumes, floating a rosy mist in the air. Condensing at last, there emerged from this mist the same radiant young Yilla as before, her locks all moist, and a rose-colored pearl on her bosom. Enshrined as a goddess, the wonderful child now tarried in the sacred temple of Apo, buried in a dell, never beheld of mortal eyes, save Alima's. Moon after moon passed away, and at last, only 4 days gone by, Alima came to her with a dream, that the spirits of Oroolia had recalled her home by way of Tadaidi, on whose coast gurgled up in the sea an enchanted spring, which streaming over upon the brine, flowed on between blue watery banks, and plunging into a vortex went round and round, descending into depths unknown. Into this whirlpool Yilla was to descend in a canoe, at last to well up in an inland fountain of Oroolia. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1 by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 44. Away. Though clothed in language of my own, the maiden's story is in substance the same as she related. Yet were not these things narrated as past events. She merely recounted them as impressions of her childhood, and of her destiny yet unaccomplished. And mystical as the tale most assuredly was, my knowledge of the strange arts of the island priesthood, and the rapt fancies indulged in by many of their victims, deprived it in good part of the effect it would otherwise have produced. For ulterior purposes connected with their sacerdotal supremacy, the priests of these climes oftentimes secrete mere infants in their temples, and jealously secluding them from all intercourse with the world, craftily delude them as they grow up into the wildest conceits. Thus wrought upon, their pupils almost lose their humanity in the constant indulgence of seraphic imaginings. In many cases, becoming inspired as oracles, and as such, they are sometimes resorted to by devotees, always screened from view, however, in the recesses of the temples. But in every instant their end is certain. Beguiled with some fairy tale about revisiting the islands of paradise, they are led to the secret sacrifice and perish, unknown to their kindred. But would that all this had been hidden from me at the time, for Yilla was lovely enough to be really divine, and so I might have been tranced into a belief of her mystical legends. But with what passionate exultation did I find myself the deliverer of this beautiful maiden, who, thinking no harm, and wrapped in a dream, was being borne to her fate on the coast of Tadaidi. Nor now, for a moment, did the death of Alima, her guardian, seem to hang heavy upon my heart. I rejoiced that I had sent him to his gods, that in place of the sea moss growing over sweet Yilla drowned in the sea, the vile priest himself had sunk to the bottom. But though he had sunk in the deep, his ghost sunk not in the deep waters of my soul. However in exultations its surface foamed up, at bottom guilt brooded. Sifted out, my motives to this enterprise justified not the mad deed which, in a moment of rage, I had done, though those motives had been covered with a gracious pretense. concealing myself from myself. But I beat down the thought. In relating her history, the maiden frequently interrupted it with questions concerning myself. Whence came I, being white? From Olia? Whither I was going? To Amma? And what had happened to Alima? For she had been dismayed at the fray, though knowing not what it could mean, and she had heard the priest's name called upon in lamentations. These questions for the time I endeavored to evade, only inducing her to fancy me some gentle demigod that had come over the sea from her own fabulous Olia. And all this she must verily have believed, for whom, like me, ere this could she have beheld. Still fixed she her eyes upon me strangely, and hung upon the accents of my voice. While this scene was passing, the strangers began to show signs of impatience, and a voice from the chamois repeatedly hailed us to accelerate our movements. My course was quickly decided. The only obstacle to be encountered was the possibility of Yilla's alarm at being borne suddenly into my prow. For this event I now sought to prepare her. I informed the damsel that Alima had been dispatched on a long errand to Olia, leaving to my care for the present the guardianship of the lovely Yilla, and that therefore it was necessary to carry her tent into my own canoe, then waiting to receive it. This intelligence she received with the utmost concern, and not knowing to what her perplexity might lead, I thought fit to transport her into the chamois, while yet overwhelmed by the announcement of my intention. Quitting her retreat, I apprised Jarl of my design, and then no more delay. At bottom, the tent was attached to a light framework of bamboos, and from its upper corners 4 cords, like those of a marquee, confined it to the dais. These Chamois' knife soon parted. When lifting the light tent, we speedily transferred it to the chamois, a wild yell going up from the islanders, which drowned the faint cries of the maiden. But we heeded not the din. Toss in the fruit, hanging from the altar prow, it was done, and then running up our sail, we glided away, chamois, tent, hostages and all. Rushing to the now vacant stern of their canoe, the islanders once more lifted up their hands and their voices in curses. A suitable distance gained, we paused to fling overboard the arms we had taken, and Jarl proceeded to liberate the hostages. Meanwhile, I entered the tent, and by many tokens sought to allay the maiden's alarm. Thus engaged, violent plunges were heard, our prisoners taking to the sea to regain their canoe. All dripping, they were received by their brethren with wild caresses. From something now said by the captives, the rest seemed suddenly inspirited with hopes of revenge, again wildly shaking their spears, just before picked up from the sea. With great clamor and confusion, they soon set their mat sail, and, instead of sailing southward for Tadaidi, or northward for Amma, their home, they steered straight after us in our wake. Foremost in the prow stood 3, javelins poised for a dart, at intervals raising a yell. Did they mean to pursue me? Full in my rear they came on, baying like hounds on their game. Yilla trembled at their cries. My own heart beat hard with undefinable dread. The corpse of Alima seemed floating before, its avengers were raging behind. But soon these phantoms departed, for very soon it appeared that in vain the pagans pursued. Their craft, our fleet chamois outleaped, and farther astern dropped the evil-boding canoe, till at last but a speck, when a great swell of the sea surged up before it, and it was seen no more. Samoa swore that it must have been swamped and gone down, but however it was, my heart lightened apace. I saw none but ourselves on the sea. I remembered that our keel left no track as we sailed. Let the Oregon Indian, through brush, bramble, and briar, hunt his enemy's trail, far over the mountains and down in the vales. Comes he to water, he sniffs idly in the air. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 45, Reminiscences. In rescuing the gentle Yilla from the hands of the islanders, a design seemed accomplished. But what was now to be done? Here in our adventurous chamois was a damsel more lovely than the flushes of morning, and for companions, whom had she but me and my comrades? Besides, her bosom still throbbed with alarms, her fancies all roving through mazes. How subdue these dangerous imaginings? How gently dispel them? But one way there was, to lead her thoughts toward me, as her friend and preserver, and a better and wiser than Alima, the priest. Yet could not this be effected but by still maintaining my assumption of a divine origin in the blessed Isle of Oroolia, and thus fostering in her heart the mysterious interest with which from the first she had regarded me. But if punctilious reserve on the part of her deliverer should teach her to regard him as some frigid stranger from the Arctic zone, what sympathy could she have for him? And hence, what peace of mind, having no one else to cling to? Now, re-entering the tent, she again inquired where tarried Alima. "Think not of him, sweet Yilla," I cried. "Look on me. Am I not white like yourself? Behold! Though since quitting Oroolia the sun has dyed my cheek, am I not even as you? Am I brown like the dusky Alima? They snatched you away from your isle in the sea too early for you to remember me there, but you have not been forgotten by me, sweetest Yilla. Ha, ha! Shook we not the palm trees together, and chased we not the rolling nuts down the glen? Did we not dive into the grotto on the seashore, and come up together in the cool cavern in the hill? In my home in Oroolia, dear Yilla, I have a lock of your hair, ere yet it was golden, a little dark tress, like a ring. How your cheeks were then changing from olive to white. And when shall I forget the hour that I came upon you sleeping among the flowers, with roses and lilies for cheeks? Still forgetful? Know you not my voice? Those little spirits in your eyes have seen me before. They mimic me now as they sport in their lakes. All the past a dim blank? Think of the time when we ran up and down in our arbor, where the green vines grew over the great ribs of the stranded whale. Oh, Yilla, little Yilla, has it all come to this? Am I forever forgotten? Yet over the wide watery world have I sought thee, from isle to isle, from sea to sea. And now we part not. Alima is gone. My prow shall keep kissing the waves till it kisses the beach at Oroolia. Yilla, look up. Sunk the ghost of Alima. Sweet Yilla was mine. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 46. The Chamois with a Roving Commission. Through the assiduity of my Viking, ere nightfall our chamois was again in good order, and with many subtle and seaman-like splices, the light tent was lashed in its place, the sail taken up by a reef. My comrades now questioned me as to my purposes, whether they had been modified by the events of the day. I replied that our destination was still the islands to the westward. But from these we had steadily been drifting all the morning long, so that now no loom of the land was visible, but our prow was kept pointing as before. As evening came on, my comrades fell fast asleep, leaving me at the helm. How soft and how dreamy the light of the hour! The rays of the sun, setting behind golden-barred clouds, came to me like the gleaming of a shaded light behind a lattice. And the low breeze, pervaded with the peculiar balm of the mid-Pacific near land, was fragrant as the breath of a bride. Such was the scene, so still and witching, that the hand of Yilla in mine seemed no hand, but a touch. Visions flitted before me and in me. Something hummed in my ear. All the air was alay. And now entered a thought into my heart. I reflected how serenely we might thus glide along, far removed from all care and anxiety. And then what different scenes might await us upon any of the shores round about. But there seemed no danger in the balmy sea, the assured vicinity of land imparting a sense of security. We had ample supplies for several days more, and thanks to the pagan canoe, an abundance of fruit. Besides, what cared I now for the green groves and bright shore? Was not Yilla my shore and my grove, my meadow, my mead, my soft shady vine, and my arbor? Of all things desirable and delightful, the full-plumed sheaf, and my own right arm the band? Enough. No shore for me yet. One sweep of the helm, and our light prow headed round toward the vague land of song, sun, and vine, the fabled south. As we glided along, strange Yilla gazed down in the sea, and would fain have had me plunge into it with her, to rove through its depths. But I started dismayed, in fancy I saw the stark body of the priest drifting by. Again that phantom obtruded. Again guilt laid his red hand on my soul. But I laughed. Was not Yilla my own? By my arm rescued from ill? To do her a good, I had periled myself. So down, down, Alima. When next morning, starting from slumber, my comrades beheld the sun at our beam, instead of astern as before at that hour, they eagerly inquired, whither now? But very briefly I gave them to know that after devoting the night to due consideration of a matter so important, I had determined upon voyaging for the island Tadaidi, in place of the land to the westward. At this they were not displeased, but to tell the plain truth, I harbored some shadowy purpose of merely hovering about for a while, till I felt more landwardly inclined. But had I not declared to Yilla that our destination was the fairy isle she had spoken of, even Oroolia? Yet that shore was so exceedingly remote, and the folly of endeavoring to reach it in a craft built with hands so very apparent, but what wonder I really nourished no thought of it. So away floated the chamois, like a vagrant cloud in the heavens, bound no one knew whither. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Mardi, and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 47, Yilla, Jarl, and Chamois. But time to tell how Chamois and Jarl regarded this mystic Yilla, and how Yilla regarded them. As beauty from the beast, so at first shrank the damsel from my one-armed companion. But seeing my confidence in the savage, a reaction soon followed, and in accordance with that curious law by which, under certain conditions, the ugliest mortals become only amiably hideous, Yilla at length came to look upon Chamois as a sort of harmless and good-natured goblin. Whence he came, she cared not, nor what was his history, or in what manner his fortunes were united to mine. May be, she held him of being of spontaneous origin. Now, as everywhere women are the tamers of the menageries of men, so Yilla in good time tamed down Chamois to the relinquishment of that horrible thing in his ear, and persuaded him to substitute a vacancy for the bauble in his nose. On his part, however, all this was conditional. He stipulated for the privilege of restoring both trinkets upon suitable occasions. But if thus gaily the damsel sported with Chamois, how different his emotions toward her. The fate to which she had been destined, and every nameless thing about her, appealed to all his native superstitions, which ascribed to beings of her complexion a more than terrestrial origin. When permitted to approach her, he looked timid and awkwardly strange, suggesting the likeness of some clumsy satyr, drawing in his horns, slowly wagging his tail, crouching abashed before some radiant spirit. And this reverence of his was most pleasing to me. Bravo, thought I, to be a pagan forever. No more than myself, for, after a different fashion, Yilla was an idol to both. But what of my Viking? Why, of good Jarl I grieve to say that the old-fashioned interest he took in my affairs led him to look upon Yilla as a sort of intruder, an Ammonite siren who might lead me astray. This would now and then provoke a philippic, but he would only turn toward my resentment, his devotion, and then I was silent. Unsophisticated as a wild flower in the germ, Yilla seemed incapable of perceiving the contrasted lights in which she was regarded by our companions, and like a true beauty, seemed to cherish the presumption that it was quite impossible for such a person as hers to prove otherwise than irresistible to all. She betrayed much surprise at my Viking's appearance, but most of all was she struck by a characteristic device upon the arm of the wonderful mariner, our Saviour on the cross, in blue, with the crown of thorns and 3 drops of blood in vermilion falling one by one from each hand and foot. Now, honest Jarl did vastly pride himself upon this ornament. It was the only piece of vanity about him. Unlike a lady keeping gloveless the hand to show off a fine turquoise ring, he invariably wore that sleeve of his frock rolled up, the better to display the embellishment. And round would Yilla turn Jarl's arm, till Jarl was fain to stand firm, for fear of revolving all over. How such untutored homage would have thrilled the heart of the ingenious artist! Eventually, through the Upoluan, she made overtures to the skyman concerning the possession of his picture in her own right. In her very simplicity, little heeding that, like a landscape in fresco, it could not be removed. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 48. Something under the surface. Not to omit an occurrence of considerable interest, we must needs here present some account of a curious retinue of fish, which overtook our chamois a day or two after parting with the canoe. A violent creaming and frothing in our rear announced their approach. Soon we found ourselves in the nucleus of an incredible multitude of finny creatures, mostly anonymous. First, far in advance of our prow, swam the helmeted silverheads, side by side, in uniform ranks, like an army. Then came the bonitas, with their flashing blue flanks. Then, like a third distinct regiment, wormed and twisted through the water like Archimedean screws, the quivering wriggletails, followed in turn by the rank and file of the triggerfish, so called from their quaint dorsal fins being set in their backs with a comical curve, as if at half-cock. Far astern the rear was brought up by an endless battalion of yellowbacks, right martially vested in buff. And slowly sailing overhead were flights of birds, a wing in the air for every fin in the sea. But let the sea fowls fly on, we turn to the fish. Their numbers were amazing, countless as the tears shed for perfidious lovers. Far abroad on both flanks, they swam in long lines, tier upon tier, the water alive with their hosts, locusts of the sea, peradventure, going to fall with a blight upon some green, mossy province of Neptune. And tame and fearless they were, as the first fish that swam in Euphrates, hardly evading the hand, insomuch that Chamois caught many without lure or line. They formed a decorous escort, paddling along by our barnacled sides, as if they had been with us from the very beginning, neither scared by our craft's surging in the water, nor in the least sympathetic at losing a comrade by the hand of Chamois. They closed in their ranks and swam on. How innocent yet heartless they looked. Had a plank dropped out of our boat, we had sunk to the bottom, and belike our cheerful retinue would have paid the last rites to our remains. But still we kept company, as sociably as you please, Chamois helping himself when he listed, and Yilla clapping her hands as the radiant creatures, by a simultaneous turning round on their silvery bellies, caused the whole sea to glow like a burnished shield. But what has befallen this poor little bonita astern, that he swims so toilingly on, with gills showing purple? What has he there towing behind? It is tangled sea kelp clinging to its fins. But the clogged thing strains to keep up with its fellows. Yet little they heed. Away they go, every fish for itself, and any fish for Chamois. At last the poor bonita is seen no more. The myriad fins swim on, a lonely waste, where the lost one drops behind. Strange fish. All the livelong day they were there by our side, and at night still tarried and shone, more crystal and scaly in the pale moonbeams than the glowing glare of the sun. How prettily they swam, all silver life, darting hither and thither between their long ranks, and touching their noses, and scraping acquaintance. No mourning they wear for the bonetta left far astern, nor for those so cruelly killed by Chamois. No, all is glee, fishy glee, and frolicking fun. Light hearts and light fins, gay backs and gay spirits. Swim away, my merry fins all. Let us roam the flood. Let us follow this monster fish with the barnacled sides, this strange-looking fish, so high out of water, that goes without fins. What fish can it be? What rippling is that? Dost hear the great monster breathe? Why, 'tis sharp at both ends, a tail either way, nor eyes has it any nor mouth. What a curious fish! What a comical fish! But more comical far, those creatures above on its hollow back, clinging thereto like the snaky eels that cling and slide on the back of the swordfish, our terrible foe. But what curious eels these are! Do they deem themselves pretty as we? No, for sure. They behold our limber fins, our speckled and beautiful scales. Poor powerless things, how must they wish they were we, that roam the flood and scour the seas with a wish. Swim away, merry fins, swim away. Let him drop, that fellow that halts. Make a lane, close in, and fill up. Let him drown, if he cannot keep pace. No laggards for us. We fish, we merrily swim. We care not for friend nor for foe. Our fins are stout, our tails are out, as through the seas we go. Fish, fish, we are fish with red gills. Naught disturbs us, our blood is at zero. We are buoyant because of our bags being many. Each fish is a hero. We care not what is it, this life, that we follow this phantom unknown. To swim, it's exceedingly pleasant, so swim away, making a foam. This strange-looking thing by our side, not for safety, around it we flee. Its shadow's so shady, that's all, we only swim under its lee. And as for the eels there above, and as for the fowls in the air, we care not for them nor their ways, as we cheerily glide afar. We fish, we merrily swim. We care not for friend nor for foe. Our fins are stout, our tails are out, as through the seas we go. But how now, my fine fish? What alarms your long ranks, and tosses them all into a hubbub of scales and of foam? Never mind that long knave with the spear there astern. Pipe away, merry fish, and give us a knave or two more, keeping time with your doggerel tales. But no, no, their singing was over. Grim death, in the shape of a chevalier, was after them. How they changed their boastful tune! How they hugged the vilified boat! How they wished they were in it, the braggarts! And how they all tingled with fear! For now here, now there, is heard a terrible rushing sound under water, betokening the onslaught of the dread fish of prey, that with spear ever in rest, charges in upon the outskirts of the shoal, transfixing the fish on his weapon. Retreating and shaking them off, the chevalier devours them, then returns to the charge. Hugging the boat to desperation, the poor fish fairly crowded themselves up to the surface and floundered upon each other, as men are lifted off their feet in a mob. They clung to us thus, out of a fancied security in our presence. Knowing this, we felt no little alarm for ourselves, dreading lest the chevalier might despise our boat full as much as his prey, and in pursuing the fish, run through the poor chamois with a lunge. A jacket, rolled up, was kept in readiness to be thrust into the first opening made, while as the thousand fins audibly patted against our slender planks, we felt nervously enough, as if treading upon thin, crackling ice. At length, to our no small delight, the enemy swam away, and again by our side merrily paddled our escort, 10 times merrier than ever. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 49. Yilla. While for a few days, now this way, now that, as our craft glides along, surrounded by these locusts of the deep, let the story of Yilla flow on. Of her beauty say I nothing. It was that of a crystal lake in a fathomless wood, all light and shade, full of fleeting revealings, now shadowed in depths, now sunny in dimples, but all sparkling and shifting and blending together. But her wild beauty was a veil to things still more strange. As often she gazed so earnestly into my eyes, like some pure spirit looking far down into my soul, and seeing therein some upturned faces, I started in amaze, and asked what spell was on me, that she thus gazed. Often she entreated me to repeat over and over again certain syllables of my language. These she would chant to herself, pausing now and then, as if striving to discover wherein lay their charm. In her accent there was something very different from that of the people of the canoe. Wherein lay the difference, I knew not, but it enabled her to pronounce with readiness all the words which I taught her, even as if recalling sounds long forgotten. If all this filled me with wonder, how much was that wonder increased, and yet baffled again, by considering her complexion and the cast of her features. After endeavoring in various ways to account for these things, I was led to imagine that the damsel must be an albino, Tula, occasionally to be met with among the people of the Pacific. These persons are of an exceedingly delicate white skin, tinted with a faint rose hue, like the lips of a shell. Their hair is golden, but unlike the albinos of other climes, their eyes are invariably blue, and no way intolerant of light. As a race, the Tulas die early, and hence the belief that they pertain to some distant sphere, and only through irregularities in the providence of the gods come to make their appearance on the earth, whence, the oversight discovered, they are hastily snatched. And it is chiefly on this account that in those islands where human sacrifices are offered, the tulas are deemed the most suitable oblations for the altar, to which from their birth many are prospectively devoted. It was these considerations, united to others, which at times induced me to fancy that by the priest Yillah was regarded as one of these beings. So mystical, however, her revelations concerning her past history, that often I knew not what to divine. But plainly they showed that she had not the remotest conception of her real origin. But these conceits of a state of being anterior to an earthly existence may have originated in one of the celestial visions seen transparently stealing over the face of a slumbering child, and craftily drawn forth and re-echoed by another, and at times repeated over to her with many additions. These imaginings must at length have assumed in her mind a hue of reality, heightened into conviction by the dreamy seclusion of her life. But now let her subsequent and more credible history be related, as from time to time she rehearsed it. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 50. Yillah in Ardare. In the verdant glen of Ardare, far in the silent interior of Amma, shut in by hoary old cliffs, Yillah the maiden abode. So small and so deep was this glen, so surrounded on all sides by steep acclivities, and so vividly green in its verdure, and deceptive the shadows that played there, that from above it seemed more like a lake of cool balmy air than a glen, its woodlands and grasses gleaming shadowy all, like sea groves and mosses beneath the calm sea. Here none came but Alima the priest, who at times was absent for days altogether. But at certain seasons, an unseen multitude with loud chants stood upon the verge of the neighboring precipices, and traversing those shaded wilds, slowly retreated, their voices lessening and lessening, as they wended their way through the more distant groves. At other times, Yillah, being immured to the temple of Apo, a band of men entering the vale, surrounded her retreat, dancing there till evening came. Meanwhile, heaps of fruit, garlands of flowers, and baskets of fish were laid upon an altar without, where stood Alima, arrayed in white tapa, and muttering to himself as the offerings were laid at his feet. When Alima was gone, Yillah went forth into the glen, and wandered among the trees, and reposed by the banks of the stream. And ever as she strolled, looked down upon her the grim old cliffs, bearded with trailing moss. Toward the lower end of the vale, its lofty walls advancing and overhanging their base, almost met in mid-air. And a great rock hurled from an adjacent height, and falling into the space intercepted, there remained fixed. Aerial trees shot up from its surface, birds nested in its clefts, and strange vines roved abroad, overrunning the tops of the trees, lying thereon in coils and undulations, like anacondas basking in the light. Beneath this rock was a lofty wall of ponderous stones. Between its crevices, peeps were had of a long and leafy arcade, quivering far away to where the sea rolled in the sun. Lower down, these crevices gave an outlet to the waters of the brook, which, in a long cascade, poured over sloping green ledges near the foot of the wall, into a deep, shady pool, whose rocky sides, by the perpetual eddying of the water, had been worn into a grotesque resemblance to a group of giants, with heads submerged, indolently reclining about the basin. In this pool Yillah would bathe, and once, emerging, she heard the echoes of a voice, and called aloud. But the only reply was the rustling of branches, as someone, invisible, fled down the valley beyond. Soon after, a stone rolled inward, and Alima the priest stood before her, saying that the voice she had heard was his. But it was not. At last the weary days grew longer and longer, and the maiden pined for companionship. When the breeze blew not, but slept in the caves of the mountains, and all the leaves of the trees stood motionless as tears in the eye, Yillah would sadden, and call upon the spirits in her soul to awaken. She sang low airs she thought she had heard in Oro Olia, but started affright, as from dingles and dells came back to her strains more wild than hers. And ever when sad, Alima would seek to cheer her soul by calling to mind the bright scenes of Oro Olia the Blessed, to which place he averred she was shortly to return, never more to depart. Now, At the head of the Vale of Ardare rose a tall dark peak, presenting at the top the grim profile of a human face, whose shadow every afternoon crept down the verdant side of the mountain, a silent phantom stealing all over the bosom of the glen. At times, when the phantom drew near, Alima would take Yilla forth, and waiting its approach, lay her down by the shadow, disposing her arms in a caress, saying, "O Apo, dost thou accept thy bride?" And at last, when it crept beyond the place where he stood, and buried the whole valley in gloom, Alima would say, "Arise, Yilla, Apo hath stretched himself to sleep in Ardare. Go, slumber where thou wilt, for thou wilt slumber in his arms." And so every night slept the maiden in the arms of grim Apo. One day, when Yilla had come to love the wild shadow as something that every day moved before her eyes, where all was so deathfully still, she went forth alone to watch it, as softly it slid down from the peak. Of a sudden, when its face was just edging a chasm that made it to look as if parting its lips, she heard a loud voice, and thought it was Apo calling, "Yilla, Yilla." But now it seemed like the voice she had heard while bathing in the pool. Glancing upward, she beheld a beautiful open-armed youth, gazing down upon her from an inaccessible crag. But presently there was a rustling in the groves behind, and swift as thought something darted through the air. The youth bounded forward. Yilla opened her arms to receive him, but he fell upon the cliff and was seen no more. As alarmed and in tears, she fled from the scene. Someone out of sight ran before her through the wood. Upon recounting this adventure to Alima, he said that the being she had seen must have been a bad spirit come to molest her, and that Apo had slain him. The sight of this youth filled Yilla with wild yearnings to escape from her lonely retreat, for a glimpse of someone beside the priest and the phantom suggested vague thoughts of worlds of fair beings in regions beyond Ardare. But Alima sought to put away these conceits, saying that ere long she would be journeying to Oroolia, there to rejoin the spirits she dimly remembered. Soon after, he came to her with a shell, one of those ever moaning of the ocean, and placed it to her ear, bade her list to the being within, which in that little shell had voyaged from Oroolia to bear her company in Ama. Now the maiden oft held it to her ear, and closing her eyes, listened and listened to its soft inner breathings, till visions were born of the sound, and her soul lay for hours in a trance of delight. And again the priest came, and brought her a milk-white bird, with a bill jet black, and eyes like stars. In this lurks the soul of the maiden. It hath flown from Oroolia to greet you. The soft stranger willingly nestled in her bosom, turning its bright eyes upon hers, and softly warbling. Many days passed, and Yilla, the bird, and the shell were inseparable. The bird grew familiar, pecked seeds from her mouth, perched upon her shoulder, and sang in her ear, and at night folded its wings in her bosom, and, like a sea-fowl, went softly to sleep, rising and falling upon the maiden's heart. And every morning it flew from its nest, and fluttered and chirped, and sailed to and fro, and blithely sang, and brushed Yilla's cheek till she woke. Then came to her hand, and Yilla, looking earnestly in its eyes, saw strange faces there, and said to herself as she gazed, "These are two souls, not one." But at last, going forth into the groves with the bird, it suddenly flew from her side, and perched in a bough, and throwing back its white downy throat, there gushed from its bill a clear warbling jet, like a little fountain in the air. Now the song ceased, when up and away toward the head of the vale flew the bird. "Lil, Lil, come back, leave me not, blessed soul of the maidens." But on flew the bird, far up a defile, winging its way till a speck. It was shortly after this, and upon the evening of a day which had been tumultuous with sounds of warfare beyond the lower wall of the glen, that Alima came to Yilla in alarm, saying, "Yilla, the time is come to follow thy bird. Come, return to thy home in Oroolia." And he told her the way she would voyage there, by the vortex on the coast of Tadaidi. That night, being veiled and placed in the tent, the maiden was borne to the seaside, where the canoe was in waiting. And setting sail quickly, by next morning the island of Ama was no longer in sight. And this was the voyage whose sequel has already been recounted. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 51. The dream begins to fade. Stripped of the strange associations with which a mind like Yilla's must have invested every incident of her life, the story of her abode in Ardare seemed not incredible. But so etherealized had she become from the wild conceits she nourished, that she verily believed herself a being of the lands of dreams. Her fabulous past was her present. Yet as our intimacy grew closer and closer, these fancies seemed to be losing their hold, and often she questioned me concerning my own reminiscences of her shadowy isle. And cautiously I sought to produce the impression that whatever I had said of that clime had been revealed to me in dreams, but that in these dreams her own lineaments had smiled upon me, and hence the impulse which had sent me roving after the substance of this spiritual image. And true it was to say so, and right it was to swear it upon her white arms crossed. For, O Yilla, were you not the earthly semblance of that sweet vision that haunted my earliest thoughts? At first, she had wildly believed that the nameless affinities between us were owing to our having in times gone by dwelt together in the same ethereal region. But thoughts like these were fast dying out, yet not without many strange scrutinies. More intently than ever she gazed into my eyes, rested her ear against my heart, and listened to its beatings. And love, which in the eye of its object ever seeks to invest itself with some rare superiority, love sometimes induced me to prop my failing divinity, though it was I myself who had undermined it. But if it was with many regrets that, in the sight of Yilla, I perceived myself thus dwarfing down to a mortal, it was with quite contrary emotions that I contemplated the extinguishment in her heart of the notion of her own spirituality. For as such thoughts were chased away, she clung the more closely to me, as unto one without whom she would be desolate indeed. And now at intervals she was sad, and often gazed long and fixedly into the sea. Nor would she say why it was that she did so, until at length she yielded and replied that whatever false things Alima might have instilled into her mind, and of this she was certain, that the whirlpool on the coast of Tadaidi prefigured her fate, that in the waters she saw lustrous eyes and beckoning phantoms, and strange shapes smoothing her couch among the mosses. Her dreams seemed mine. Many visions I had of the green corpse of the priest, outstretching its arms in the water, to receive pale Yilla as she sunk in the sea. But these forebodings departed. No happiness in the universe like ours. We lived and we loved. Life and love were united. In gladness glided our days. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 52. World Ho. 5 suns rose and set, and Yilla pining for the shore, we turned our prow due west, and next morning came in sight of land. It was innumerable islands, lifting themselves bluely through the azure air, and looking upon the distant sea like haycocks in a hazy field. Towering above all and midmost rose a mighty peak, one fleecy cloud sloping against its summit, a column wreathed. Beyond, like purple steeps in heaven at set of sun, stretched far away what seemed lands on lands, an infinite perspective. Gliding on, the islands grew more distinct, rising up from the billows to greet us, revealing hills, vales, and peaks, grouped within a milky white zone of reef, so vast that in the distance all was dim. The jeweled vapors, erewhile hovering over these violet shores, now seemed to be shedding their gems, as the almost level rays of the sun, shooting through the air like a variegated prism, touched the verdant land. It trembled all over with dewy sparkles. Still nearer we came, our sail faintly distended as the breeze died away from our vicinity to the isles. The billows rolled listlessly by, as if conscious that their long task was nigh done, while gleamed the white reef, like the trail of a great fish in a calm. But as yet no sign of paddle or canoe, no distant smoke, no shining thatch. Bravo, good comrades, we've discovered some new constellation in the sea. Sweet Yilla, no more of Oroolia, but see you not this flowery land? Never more shall we desire to roam. Voyaging along the zone, we came to an opening. and quitting the firmament blue of the open sea, we glided in upon the still green waters of the wide lagoon. Mapped out in the broad shadows of the isles, and tinted here and there with the reflected hues of the sun clouds, the mild waters stretched all around us, like another sea. Near by the break in the reef was a little island, with palm trees harping in the breeze, an aviary of alluring sounds that seemed calling upon us to land. And here Yilla, whom the sight of the verdure had made glad, threw out a merry suggestion. Nothing less than to plant our mast, set sail upon the highest hill, and fly away, island and all, trees rocking, birds caroling, flowers springing, away, away across the wide waters to Oroolia. But alas, how weigh the island's coral anchor, leagues down in the fathomless sea? We glanced around, but all the islands seemed slumbering in the flooding light. A canoe, cried Chamois, as 3 proas showed themselves rounding the neighboring shore. Instantly we sailed for them, but after shooting to and fro for a time, and standing up and gazing at us, the islanders retreated behind the headland. Hardly were they out of sight, when from many a shore round about, other proas pushed off. Soon the water all around us was enlivened by fleets of canoes, darting hither and thither like frightened waterfowls. Presently they all made for one island. From their actions we argued that these people could have had but little or no intercourse with whites, and most probably knew not how to account for our appearance among them. Desirous, therefore, of a friendly meeting, ere any hostile suspicions might arise, we pointed our craft for the island, whither all the canoes were now hastening. Whereupon, those which had not yet reached their destination turned and fled, while the occupants of the proas that had landed ran into the groves and were lost to view. Crossing the distinct outer limit of the isle's shadow on the water, we gained the shore, and gliding along its margin, passing canoe after canoe, hauled up on the silent beach, which otherwise seemed entirely innocent of man. A dilemma, but I decided at last, upon disembarking Jarl and Chamois, to seek out and conciliate the natives. So landing them upon a jutting buttress of coral, whence they waded to the shore, I pushed off with Yilla into the water beyond to await the event. Full an hour must have elapsed when, to our great joy, loud shouts were heard, and there burst into view a tumultuous crowd, in the midst of which my Viking was descried, mounted upon the shoulders of 2 brawny natives, while the Upoluan, striding on in advance, seemed resisting a similar attempt to elevate him in the world. Good omens both. "Come ashore," cried Jarl. "Aramai," cried Chamois, while storms of interjections went up from the islanders, who with extravagant gestures danced upon the beach. Further caution seemed needless. I pointed our prow for the shore. No sooner was this perceived than, rising an applauding shout, the islanders ran up to their waists in the sea, and skimming like a gull over the smooth lagoon, the light shallop darted in among them. Quick as thought, 50 hands were on the gunwale, and with all its contents lifted bodily into the air, the little chamois, upon many a dripping shoulder, was borne deep into the groves. Yilla shrieked at the rocking motion, and when the boughs of the trees brushed against the tent. With his staff, an old man now pointed to a couple of twin-like trees, some 4 paces apart, and a little way from the ground, conveniently crotched. And here, eftsoons, they deposited their burden, lowering the chamois gently between the forks of the trees, whose willow-like foliage fringed the tent and its inmate. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 53. The Chamois Ashore. Until now, enveloped in her robe and crouching like a fawn, Yilla had been well nigh hidden from view, but presently she withdrew her hood. What saw the islanders that they so gazed and adored in silence, some retreating, some creeping nearer, and the women all in a flutter? Long they gazed, and following Chamois' example, stretched forth their arms in reverence. The adoration of the maiden was extended to myself. Indeed, from the singular gestures employed, I had all along suspected that we were being received with unwonted honors. I now sought to get speech of my comrades, but so obstreperous was the crowd that it was next to impossible. Jarl was still in his perch in the air, his enthusiastic bearers not yet suffering him to alight. Chamois, however, who had managed to keep out of the saddle, by and by contrived to draw nearer to the chamois. He advised me, by no means, to descend for the present, since in any event we were sure of remaining unmolested therein, the islanders regarding it as sacred. The Upoluan attracted a great deal of attention, chiefly from his style of tattooing, which, together with other peculiarities, so interested the natives that they were perpetually hanging about him, putting eager questions, and all the time keeping up a violent clamor. But despite the large demand upon his lungs, Chamois made out to inform me that, notwithstanding the multitude assembled, there was no high chief or person of consequence present, the king of the place, also those of the islands adjacent, being absent at a festival in another quarter of the archipelago. But upon the first distant glimpse of the chamois, fleet canoes had been dispatched to announce the surprising event that had happened. In good time, the crowd became less tumultuous, and abandoning the siege of Chamois, I availed myself of this welcome lull, and called upon him and my Viking to enter the chamois, desirous of condensing our forces against all emergencies. Chamois now gave me to understand that from all he could learn, the islanders regarded me as a superior being. They had inquired of him whether I was not a white Taji, a sort of half and half deity, now and then an avatar among them, and ranking among their inferior ex officio demigods. To this Chamois had said aye, adding moreover all he could to encourage the idea. He now entreated me, at the first opportunity, to announce myself as Taji, declaring that if once received under that title, the unbounded hospitality of our final reception would be certain, and our persons fenced about from all harm. Encouraging this, but it was best to be wary, for although among some barbarians the first strangers landing upon their shores are frequently hailed as divine, and in more than one wild land have been actually styled gods, as a familiar designation, yet this has not exempted the celestial visitants from peril, when too much presuming upon the reception extended to them. In sudden tumults they have been slain outright, and while full faith in their divinity had in no wise abated. The sad fate of an eminent navigator is a well-known illustration of this unaccountable waywardness. With no small anxiety, therefore, we awaited the approach of some of the dignitaries of Mardi, for by this collective appellation the people informed us their islands were known. We waited not long. Of a sudden, from the seaside, a single shrill cry was heard. A moment more, and the blast of numerous conch shells startled the air. A confused clamor drew nearer and nearer, and flying our eyes in the directions of these sounds, we impatiently awaited what was to follow. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Mardi, and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 54. A Gentleman from the Sun. Never before had I seen the deep foliage of woodlands navigated by canoes, but on they came sailing through the leaves two abreast, borne on men's shoulders, in each a chief, carried along to the measured march of his bearers, paddle blades reversed under arms. As they emerged, the multitude made gestures of homage. At the distance of some 8 or 10 paces, the procession halted, when the kings alighted to the ground. They were fine-looking men, arrayed in various garbs. Rare the show of stained feathers and jewels and other ornaments. Brave the floating of dyed mantles. The regal bearing of these personages, the deference paid them, and their entire self-possession not a little surprised me. And it seemed preposterous to assume a divine dignity in the presence of these undoubted potentates of terra firma. Taji seemed oozing from my fingers' ends, but courage, and directing my crest, I strove to look every inch the character I had determined to assume. For a time, it was almost impossible to tell with what emotions precisely the chiefs regarded me. They said not a word, but plucking up heart of grace, I crossed my cutlass on my chest, and reposing my hand on the hilt, addressed their high mightinesses thus: Men of Mardi, I come from the sun. When this morning it rose and touched the wave, I pushed my shallop from its golden beach, and hither sailed before its level rays. I am Taji. More would have been added, but I paused for the effect of my exordium. Stepping back a pace or two, the chiefs eagerly conversed. Emboldened, I returned to the charge, and labored hard to impress them with just such impressions of me and mine as I deemed desirable. The gentle Yilla was a seraph from the sun. Chamois I had picked off a reef in my route from that orb. And as for the skyman, why, as his name imported, he came from above. In a word, we were all strolling divinities. Advancing toward the chamois, one of the kings, a calm old man, now addressed me as follows. Is this indeed Taji? He who, according to a tradition, was to return to us after 5,000 moons? But that period is as yet unexpired. What bring'st thou hither then, Taji, before thy time? Thou wast but a quarrelsome demigod, say the legends, when thou dwelt among our sires. But wherefore comest thou, Taji? Truly, thou wilt interfere with the worship of thy images, and we have plenty of gods besides thee. But comest thou to fight? We have plenty of spears, and desire not thine. Comest thou to dwell? Small are the houses of Mardi. Or comest thou to fish in the sea? Tell us, Taji. Now all this was a series of posers hard to be answered, furnishing a curious example, moreover, of the reception given to strange demigods when they travel without their portmanteaus, and also of the familiar manner in which these kings address the immortals. Much I mourned that I had not previously studied better my part, and learned the precise nature of my previous existence in the land. But nothing like carrying it bravely. Attend, Taji comes, old man, because it pleases him to come, and Taji will depart when it suits him. Ask the shades of your sires whether Taji thus scurvily greeted them when they came stalking into his presence in the land of spirits. No, Taji spread the banquet. He removed their mantles. He kindled a fire to drive away the damp. He said not, come you to fight, you fogs and vapors? Come you to dwell, or come you to fish in the sea? Go to, then, kings of Mardi. Upon this, the old king fell back, and his place was supplied by a noble chief of a free, frank bearing. Advancing quickly toward the boat, he exclaimed, I am Medea, the son of Medea, thrice welcome, Taji. On my island of Odo hast thou an altar. I claim thee for my guest. He then reminded the rest that the strangers had voyaged far and needed repose, and furthermore, that he proposed escorting them forthwith to his own dominions, where next day he would be happy to welcome all visitants. And, good as his word, he commanded his followers to range themselves under the chamois. Springing out of our prow, the Upoluan was followed by Jarl, leaving Yilla and Taji to be borne therein toward the sea. Soon we were once more afloat. By our side, Medea, sociably seated, 6 of his paddlers perched upon the gunwale, swiftly urging us over the lagoon. The transition from the grove to the sea was instantaneous. All seemed a dream. The place to which we were hastening being some distance away, as we rounded isle after isle, the extent of the archipelago grew upon us greatly. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 55. Tiffin in a Temple. Upon at last drawing nigh to Odo, its appearance somewhat disappointed me. A small island of moderate elevation. But plumb not the height of the house that feasts you. The beach was lined with expectant natives who, lifting the chamois, carried us up the beach. Alighting, as they were bearing us along, King Medea, designating a canoe house hard by, ordered our craft to be deposited therein. This being done, we stepped upon the soil. It was the first we had pressed in many days. It sent a sympathetic thrill through our frames. Turning his steps inland, Medea signed us to follow. Soon we came to a rude sort of enclosure, fenced in by an imposing wall. Here a halt was sounded, and in great haste the natives proceeded to throw down a portion of the stones. This accomplished, we were signed to enter the fortress, thus carried by storm. Upon an artificial mount, opposite the breach, stood a small structure of bamboo, open in front. Within was a long pedestal, like a settee, supporting 3 images, also of wood, and about the size of men, bearing likewise a remote resemblance to that species of animated nature. Before these idols was an altar, and at its base many fine mats. Entering the temple, as if he felt very much at home, Medea disposed these mats so as to form a very pleasant lounge, where he deferentially entreated Yilla to recline. Then, deliberately removing the first idol, he motioned me to seat myself in its place. Setting aside the middle one, he quietly established himself in its stead. The displaced ciphers, meanwhile, standing upright before us, and their blank faces looking upon this occasion unusually expressive. As yet, not a syllable as to the meaning of this cavalier treatment of their wooden godships. We now tranquilly awaited what next might happen, and I earnestly prayed that if sacrilege was being committed, the vengeance of the gods might be averted from an ignoramus like me, notwithstanding the petitioner himself hailed from the other world. Perfect silence was preserved, Jarl and Chamois standing a little without the temple, the first looking quite composed, but his comrade casting wondering glances at my sociable apotheosis with Medea. Now happening to glance upon the image last removed, I was not long in detecting a certain resemblance between it and our host. Both were decorated in the same manner. The carving on the idol exactly corresponded with the tattooing of the king. Presently, the silence was relieved by a commotion without, and a butler approached, staggering under an immense wooden trencher, which, with profound genuflections, he deposited upon the altar before us. The tray was loaded like any harvest wain, heaped up with good things sundry and diverse, breadfruit, and cocoa nuts, and plantains, and guavas, all pleasant to the eye, and furnishing good earnest of something equally pleasant to the palate. Transported at the sight of these viands, after so long an estrangement from full indulgence in things green, I was forthwith proceeding to help Yilla and myself, when, like lightning, a most unwelcome query obtruded. Did deities dine? Then also recurred what Medea had declared about my shrine in Odo. Was this it? Self-sacrilegious demigod that I was I going to gluttonize on the very offerings laid before me in my own sacred fane? Give head to thy ways, O Taji, lest thou stumble and be lost. But hereupon, what saw we but his cool majesty of Odo tranquilly proceeding to lunch in the temple? How now? Was Medea too a god? Egad, it must be so. Else, why his image here in the fane, and the original so entirely at his ease, with legs fully cozily tucked away under the very altar itself? This put to flight all appalling apprehensions of the necessity of starving to keep up the assumption of my divinity. So without more ado, I helped myself right and left, taking the best care of Yilla, who overfed her flushed beauty with juicy fruits, thereby transferring to her cheek the sweet glow of the guava. Our hunger appeased, and Medea, in token thereof, celestially laying his hand upon the appropriate region, we proceeded to quit the enclosure. But coming to the wall where the breach had been made, lo and behold, no breach was to be seen. But down it came tumbling again, and forth we issued. This overthrowing of walls, be it known, is an incidental compliment paid distinguished personages in this part of Mardi. It would seem to signify that such gentry can go nowhere without creating an impression, even upon the most obdurate substances. But to return to our ambrosial lunch. Sublimate as you will the idea of our ethereality as intellectual beings. No sensible man can harbor a doubt but that there is a vast deal of satisfaction in dining. More, there is a savor of life and immortality in substantial fare. Like balloons, we are nothing till filled. And well knowing this, nature has provided this jolly round board, our globe, which in an endless sequence of courses and crops spreads a perpetual feast. Though, as with most public banquets, there is no small crowding, and many go away famished from plenty. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 56. King Medea, a host. Striking into a grove About sunset we emerged upon a fine clear space, and spied a city in the woods. And in the middle of all, like a generalissimo's marquee among tents, was a structure more imposing than the rest. Here abode King Medea. Disposed round a space some 50 yards square were many palm posts, staked firmly in the earth. A man's height from the ground, these supported numerous horizontal trunks, upon which lay a flooring of hibiscus. High over this dais, but resting upon independent supports beyond, a gable-ended roof sloped away to within a short distance of the ground. Such was the palace. We entered it by an arched arbored entrance at one of its palmetto-thatched ends. But not through this exclusive portal entered the islanders. Humbly stooping, they found ingress under the drooping eaves. A custom immemorial and well calculated to remind all contumacious subjects of the dignity of the habitation thus entered. 3 steps led to the summit of the dais, where piles of soft mats and light pillows of woven grass, stuffed with the golden down of a wind thistle, invited all loiterers to lounge. How pleasant the twilight that welled up from under the low eaves, above which we were seated! And how obvious now the design of the roof! No shade more grateful and complete, the garish sun lingering without, like some lackey in waiting. But who is this in the corner, gaping at us like a butler in a quandary? Medea's household deity, in the guise of a plethoric monster, his enormous head lolling back, and wide gaping mouth stuffed full of fresh fruits and green leaves. Truly had the idol possessed a soul under his knotty ribs. How tantalizing to hold so glorious a mouthful without the power of deglutition. Far worse than the inexorable Lockjaw, which will not admit of the step preliminary to a swallow. This jolly Josh image was that of an inferior deity, the god of good cheer, and often after we met with his merry round mouth in many other abodes in Mardi. Daily his jaws were replenished as a flower vase in summer. But did the demi-divine Medea thus brook the perpetual presence of a subaltern divinity? Still more, did he render it homage? But ere long the Mardian mythology will be discussed, thereby making plain what may now seem anomalous. Politely escorting us into his palace, Medea did honors by inviting his guests to recline. He then seemed very anxious to impress us with the fact that, by bringing us to his home, and thereby charging the royal larder with our maintenance, he had taken no hasty or imprudent step. His merry butlers kept piling round us viands till we were well nigh walled in. At every fresh deposit, Medea directing our attention to the same, as yet additional evidence of his ample resources as a host. The evidence was finally closed by dragging under the eaves a felled plantain tree, the spike of red ripe fruit sprouting therefrom, blushing all over at so rude an introduction to the notice of strangers. During this scene, Jarl was privily nudging Chamois in wonderment to know what upon earth it all meant. But Chamois, scarcely deigning to notice interrogations propounded through the elbow, only let drop a vague hint or two. It was quite amusing what airs Chamois now gave himself, at least toward my Viking. Among the Mardians he was at home, and who, when there, stretches not out his legs and says unto himself, "Who is greater than I?" To be plain, concerning himself and the Skyman, the tables were turned. At sea, Jarl had been the oracle, an old sea sage, learned in hemp and helm. But our craft high and dry, the Upoluan lifted his crest as the erudite pagan, master of Gog and Magog, expounder of all things heathenish and obscure. An hour or two was now laughed away in very charming conversation with Medea, when I hinted that a couch in solitude would be acceptable. Whereupon, seizing a taper, our host escorted us without the palace, and ushering us into a handsome, unoccupied mansion, gave me to understand that the same was mine. Mounting to the dais, he then instituted a rigorous investigation to discern whether everything was in order. Not fancying something about the mats, he rolled them up into bundle, and one by one sent them flying at the heads of his servitors, who, upon that gentle hint, made off with them, soon after returning with fresh ones. These, with mathematical precision, Medea, in person, now spread upon the dais, looking carefully to the fringes or ruffles with which they were bordered, as if striving to impart to them a sentimental expression. This done, he withdrew. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Mardi and Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 57. Taji takes counsel with himself. My brief intercourse with our host had by this time enabled me to form a pretty good notion of the light in which I was held by him and his more intelligent subjects. His free and easy carriage evinced that, though acknowledging my assumptions, he was no way overawed by them, treating me as familiarly indeed as if I were a mere mortal, one of the abject generation of mushrooms. The scene in the temple, however, had done much toward explaining this demeanor of his. A demigod in his own proper person, my claims to a similar dignity neither struck him with wonder, nor lessened his good opinion of himself. As for anything foreign in my aspect, and my ignorance of Mardian customs, all this, instead of begetting a doubt unfavorable to my pretensions, but strengthened the conviction of them as verities. Thus has it been in similar instances, but to a much greater extent. The celebrated navigator referred to in a preceding chapter was hailed by the Hawaiians as one of their demigods, returned to earth after a wide tour of the universe. And they worshipped him as such, though incessantly he was interrogating them as to who under the sun his worshippers were, how their ancestors came on the island, and whether they would have the kindness to provide his followers with plenty of pork during his stay. But a word or two concerning the idols in the shrine at Odo. Superadded to the homage rendered him as a temporal prince, Medea was there worshipped as a spiritual being. In his corporeal absence, his effigy receiving all oblations intended for him. And in the days of his boyhood, listening to the old legends of the Mardian mythology, Medea had conceived a strong liking for the fabulous Taji, a deity whom he had often declared was worthy a niche in any temple extant. Hence he had honored my image with a place in his own special shrine, placing it side by side with his worshipful likeness. I appreciated the compliment, but of the close companionship of the other image there, I was heartily ashamed, and with reason. The nuisance in question being the image of a deified maker of plantain pudding, lately deceased, who had been famed far and wide as the most notable fellow of his profession in the whole archipelago. During his sublunary career, having been attached to the household of Medea, his grateful master had afterwards seen fit to crown his celebrity by this posthumous distinction, a circumstance sadly subtracting from the dignity of an apotheosis. Nor must it be here omitted that in this part of Mardi, culinary artists are accounted worthy of high consideration. For among these people of Odo, the matter of eating and drinking is held a matter of life and of death. "Drag away my queen from my arms," said old Tai when overcome of a domo, "but leave me my cook." Now, among the Mardians, there were plenty of incarnated deities to keep me in countenance. Most of the kings of the archipelago, besides Medea, claiming homage as demigods, and that too by virtue of hereditary descent, the divine spark being transmissible from father to son. In illustration of this was the fact that in several instances the people of the land addressed the supreme god Oro in the very same terms employed in the political adoration of their sublunary rulers. Aye, there were deities in Mardi far greater and taller than I, right royal monarchs to boot, living in jolly round tabernacles of jolly brown clay, and feasting and roistering and lording it in yellow tabernacles of bamboo. These demigods had wherewithal to sustain their lofty pretensions. If need were, could crush out of him the infidelity of a nonconformist. And by this immaculate union of church and state, god and king, in their own proper persons reigned supreme Caesars over the souls and bodies of their subjects. Beside these mighty magnates, I and my divinity shrank into nothing. In their woodland antechambers, plebeian deities were kept, lingering. For be it known that in due time we met with several decayed, broken-down demigods, magnificos of no mark in Mardi, having no temples wherein to feast personal admirers or spiritual devotees. They wandered about forlorn and friendless, and oftentimes in their dinnerless despair hugely gluttonized, and would fain have grown fat by reflecting upon the magnificence of their genealogies. But poor fellows, like shabby Scotch lords in London in King James's time, the very multitude of them confounded distinction. And since they could show no rent-roll, they were permitted to fume unheeded. Upon the whole, so numerous were living and breathing gods in Mardi, that I held my divinity but cheaply. And seeing such a host of immortals, and hearing of multitudes more, purely spiritual in their nature, haunting woodlands and streams, my views of theology grew strangely confused. I began to bethink me of the Jew that rejected the Talmud, and its all-permeating principle, to which Goethe and others have subscribed. Instead, then, of being struck with the audacity of endeavoring to palm myself off as a god, the way in which the thing first impressed me, I now perceived that I might be a god as much as I pleased, and yet not whisk a lion's tail after all, at least on that special account. As for Medea's reception, its graciousness was not wholly owing to the divine character imputed to me. His he believed to be the same, but to a whim, a freakishness in his soul, which led him to fancy me as one among many, not as one with no peer. But the apparent unconcern of King Medea with respect to my godship by no means so much surprised me as his unaffected indifference to my amazing voyage from the sun. His indifference to the sun itself, and all the wonderful circumstances that must have attended my departure. Whether he had ever been there himself, that he regarded a solar trip with so much unconcern, almost became a question in my mind. Certain it is, that as a mere traveller, he must have deemed me no very great prodigy. My surprise at these things was enhanced by reflecting that to the people of the archipelago, the map of Mardi was the map of the world. With the exception of certain islands out of sight, and at an indefinite distance, they had no certain knowledge of any isles but their own. And no long time elapsed ere I had still additional reasons to cease wondering at the easy faith accorded to the story which I had given of myself. For these Mardians were familiar with still greater marvels than mine, verily believing in prodigies of all sorts. Any one of them put my exploits to the blush. Look to thy ways then, Taji, thought I, and carry not thy crest too high. Of a surety thou hast more peers than inferiors. Thou art overtopped all round. Bear thyself discreetly and not haughtily, Taji. It will not answer to give thyself airs. Abstain from all consequential allusions to the other world, and the genteel deities among whom thou hast circled. Sport not too jauntily thy raiment, because it is novel in Mardi, nor boast of the fleetness of thy chamois, because it is unlike a canoe. Vaunt not of thy pedigree, Taji, for Medea himself will measure it with thee there by the furlong. Be not a snob, Taji. So then, weighing all things well, and myself severely, I resolved to follow my mentor's wise counsel, neither arrogating aught, nor abating of just dues, but circulating freely, sociably, and frankly among the gods, heroes, high priests, kings, and gentlemen that made up the principalities of Mardi. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Mardi, and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 58. Mardi by night, and Yilla by day. During the night following our arrival, many dreams were no doubt dreamt in Odo, but my thoughts were wakeful. And while all others slept, obeying a restless impulse, I stole without into the magical starlight. There are those who in a strange land ever love to view it by night. It has been said that the opening in the groves where was situated Medea's city was elevated above the surrounding plains. Hence was commanded a broad reach of prospect. Far and wide was deep, low-sobbing repose of man and nature. The groves were motionless, and in the meadows, like goblins, the shadows advanced and retreated. Full before me lay the Mardian fleet of isles, profoundly at anchor within their coral harbor. Nearby was one belted round by a frothy luminous reef, wherein it lay like Saturn in its ring. From all their summits went up a milk-white smoke, as from Indian wigwams in the hazy harvest moon. And floating away, these vapors blended with a faint mist, as of a cataract, hovering over the circumvallating reef. Far beyond all, and far into the infinite night, surged the jet-black ocean. But how tranquil the wide lagoon, which mirrored the burning spots in heaven. Deep down into its innermost heart penetrated the slanting rays of Hesperus, like a shaft of light, sunk far into mysterious Golcondas, where myriad gnomes seemed toiling. Soon a light breeze rippled the water, and the shaft was seen no more. But the moon's bright wake was still revealed, a silver track, tipping every wave crest in its course, till each seemed a pearly, scroll-proud Nautilus, buoyant with some elfin crew. From earth to heaven, high above me was night's shadowy bower, traversed vine-like by the Milky Way, and heavy with golden clusterings. O stars, O eyes that see me wheresoe'er I roam, serene, intent, inscrutable for eye, tell me, Sibyllus, what am I? Wondrous worlds on worlds, lo, round and round me shining awful spells. All glorious, vivid constellations, God's diadem ye are. To you, ye stars, man owes his subtlest raptures, thoughts unspeakable, yet full of faith. But how your mild effulgence stings the boding heart. Am I a murderer, stars? Hours pass. The starry trance is departed. Long waited for, the dawn now comes. First, breaking along the waking face, peeping from out the languid lids, then shining forth in longer glances, till, like the sun, up comes the soul and sheds its rays abroad. When thus my Yilla did daily dawn, how she lit up the world, tinging more rosily the roseate clouds that in her summer cheek played to and fro, like clouds in Italian air. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 59. Their morning meal. Not wholly is our world made up of bright stars and bright eyes. So now to our story. A conscientious host should ever be up betimes to look after the welfare of his guests, and see to it that their day begin auspiciously. King Medea announced the advent of the sun by rustling at my bower's eaves in person. A repast was spread in an adjoining arbor, which Medea's pages had smoothed for our reception, and where his subordinate chiefs were in attendance. Here we reclined upon mats. Balmy and fresh blew the breath of the morning. Golden vapors were upon the mountains, silver sheen upon the grass, and the birds were at matins in the groves, their bright plumage flashing into view here and there, as if some rainbow were crouching in the foliage. Spread before us were viands, served in quaint-shaped, curiously dyed gourds, not Sèvres, but almost as tasteful. And like true porcelain, fire had tempered them. Green and yielding, they are plucked from their tree, and emptied of their pulp, are scratched over with minute marks, like those of a line engraving. The ground prepared, the various figures are carefully etched, and the outlines filled up with delicate punctures. Certain vegetable oils are poured over them for coloring. Filled with a peculiar species of earth, the gourd is now placed in an oven in the ground, and in due time exhumed, emptied of its contents, and washed in the stream. It presents a deep-dyed exterior, every figure distinctly traced and opaque, but the ground semi-transparent. In some cases, owing to the variety of dyes employed, each figure is of a different hue. More glorious goblets than these for the drinking of wine went never from hand to mouth. Capacious as pitchers, they almost superseded decanters. Now in a tropical climate, fruit, with light wines, forms the only fit meal of a morning. And with orchards and vineyards forever in sight, who but the hetman of the Cossacks would desire more? We had plenty of the juice of the grape, but of this hereafter. There are some fine old cellars, and plenty of good cheer in store. During the repast, Medea, for a time, was taken up with our raiment. He begged me to examine for a moment the texture of his right royal robe, and observe how much superior it was to my own. It put my mantle to the blush, being tastefully stained with rare devices in red and black, and bordered with dyed fringes of feathers and tassels of red birds' claws. Next came under observation the skyman's Guayaquil hat, at whose preposterous shape our host laughed in derision. clapping a great conical calabash upon the head of an attendant, and saying that now he was Jarl. At this, and all similar sallies, Samoa was sure to roar louder than any, though mirth was no constitutional thing with him. But he seemed rejoiced at the opportunity of turning upon us the ridicule which, as a barbarian among whites, he himself had so often experienced. These pleasantries over, King Medea very slightly drew himself up, as if to make amends for his previous unbending. He discoursed imperially with his chiefs, nodded his sovereign will to his pages, called for another gourd of wine, in all respects carrying his royalty bravely. The repast concluded, we journeyed to the canoe house, where we found the little chamois stabled like a steed. One solitary depredation had been committed. Its sides and bottom had been completely denuded of the minute green barnacles and short seagrass which, like so many leeches, had fastened to our planks during our long, lazy voyage. By the people, they had been devoured as dainties. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 60. Belshazzar on the Bench. Now Medea was king of Odo, and from the simplicity of his manners hitherto, and his easy frank demeanor toward ourselves, had we foolishly doubted that fact, no skepticism could have survived an illustration of it, which this very day we witnessed at noon. For at high noon, Medea was wont to don his dignity with his symbols of state, and sit on his judgment divan or throne, to hear and try all causes brought before him, and fulminate his royal decrees. This divan was elevated at one end of a spacious arbor, formed by an avenue of regal palms, which in brave state held aloft their majestic canopy. The crown of the island prince was of the primitive old Eastern style, in shape similar perhaps to that jauntily sported as a foraging cap by his sacred majesty King Nimrod, who so lustily followed the hounds. It was a plaited turban of red tapa, radiated by the pointed and polished white bones of the rayfish. These diverged from a bandeau or fillet of the most precious pearls, brought up from the sea by the deepest diving mermen of Mardi. From the middle of the crown rose a trifoiled spearhead, and a spear-headed scepter graced the right hand of the king. Now, for all the rant of your Democrats, a fine king on a throne is a very fine sight to behold. He looks very much like a god. No wonder that his more dutiful subjects so swore that their good lord and master King Medea was semi-divine. A king on his throne, believe me, ye Gracchi, ye Acephali, ye levelers. It is something worth seeing, be sure, whether beheld at Babylon the Tremendous, when Nebuchadnezzar was crowned, at Old Scone in the days of Macbeth, at Rheims among Oriflamme at the coronation of Louis le Grand, at Westminster Abbey, when the gentlemanly George doffed his beaver for a diadem, or under the soft shade of palm trees on an isle in the sea. Man lording it over man, man kneeling to man, is a spectacle that Gabriel might well travel hitherward to behold, for never did he behold it in heaven. But Darius, giving laws to the Medes and the Persians, or to the conqueror of Bactria, with King Cattle yoked to his car, was not a whit more sublime than Beau Brummel magnificently ringing for his valet. A king on his throne, it is Jupiter nodding in the councils of Olympus, Satan seen among the coronets in hell. A king on his throne, it is the sun over a mountain, the sun over law-giving Sinai, the sun in our system, planets, duke-like, dancing attendants, and baronial satellites in waiting. A king on his throne, after all, but a gentleman seated, and thus sat the good lord, King Medea. Time passed, and after trying and dismissing several minor affairs, King Medea called for certain witnesses to testify concerning one Jeromo, a foolhardy wight who had been silly enough to plot against the majesty now sitting judge and jury upon him. His guilt was clear, and the witnesses being heard, from a bunch of palm plumes, Medea, taking a leaf, placed it in the hand of a runner or pursuivant, saying, "This to Jeromo, where he is prisoned, with his king's compliments. Say we here wait for his head." It was doffed like a turban before a day, and brought back on the instant. Now came certain lean-visaged, poverty-stricken, and had suspicious-looking varlets, grumbling and growling, and amiable as Bruin. They came muttering some wild jargon about bulwarks, bulkheads, cofferdams, safeguards, noble characters, shields and palladiums, great and glorious birthrights, and other unintelligible gibberish. Of the pursuivants, these worthies asked an audience of Medea. "Go, kneel at the throne," was the answer. "Our knee-pans are stiff with sciatics," was the rheumatic reply. "An artifice to keep on your legs," said the pursuivants. And advancing they salaamed, and told Medea the excuse of those sour-looking varlets, whereupon my lord commanded them down on their marrow-bones instanter, either before him or the headsman, whichsoever they pleased. They preferred the former, and as they there kneeled, in vain did men with sharp ears, who abound in all courts, prick their auriculars, to list to that strange crackling and firing off of bone balls and sockets, ever incident to the genuflections of rheumatic careers. In a row then, these self-same knee-pans did kneel before the king, who eyed them as eagles in air do goslings on dunghills, or hunters, hounds crouching round their calves. "Your prayer," said Medea. It was a petition that thereafter all differences between man and man in ode, together with all alleged offences against the state, might be tried by 12 good men and true. These 12 to be unobnoxious to the party or parties concerned, their peers, and previously unbiased touching the matter at issue. Furthermore, that unanimity in these 12 should be indispensable to a verdict, and no dinner be vouchsafed till unanimity came. Loud and long laughed King Medea in scorn. "This be your judge," he cried, swaying his scepter. "What? Are 12 wise men more wise than one? Or will 12 fools put together make one sage? Are 12 honest men more honest than one? Or 12 knaves less knavish than one? And if of 12 men 3 be fools and 3 wise, 3 knaves and 3 upright, how obtain real unanimity from such? But if 12 judges be better than one, then are 1200 better than 12? But take the whole populace for a judge, and you will long wait for a unanimous verdict. If upon a thing dubious there be little unanimity in the conflicting opinions of one man's mind, how expect it in the uproar of 12 puzzled brains? Though much unanimity be found in 12 hungry stomachs. Judge is unobnoxious to the accused. Apply it to a criminal case. Ha ha! If peradventure a cacti be rejected, because he had seen the accused commit the crime for which he is arraigned, then his mind would be biased, no impartiality from him. Or your testy accused might object to another, because of his tomahawk nose, or a cruel squint of the eye. Of all follies the most foolish, know ye from me, that true peers render not true verdicts. Jerome was a rebel. Had I tried him by his peers, I had tried him by rebels, and the rebel had rebelled to some purpose. Away, as unerring justice dwells in a unity, and as one judge will at last judge the world beyond all appeal, so, though often here below justice be hard to attain, does man come nearest the mark when he imitates that model divine. Hence, one judge is better than 12. And as justice, in ideal, is ever painted high lifted above the crowd, so from the exaltation of his rank, an honest king is the best of those unical judges which individually are better than 12. And therefore I am, King Medea, the best judge in this land. Subjects, so long as I live, I will rule you and judge you alone. And though you were kneeled before me till you grew into the ground, and there took root, no yea to your petition will you get from this throne. I am king, ye are slaves, mine to command, yours to obey. And this hour I decree that henceforth no gibberish of bulwarks and bulkheads be heard in this land. For a dead bulwark and a bulkhead, to dam off sedition, will I make of that man who again but breathes those bulky words. Ho, spears, see that these knee-pans there kneel till the set of sun. High noon was now past, and removing his crown, and placing it on the dais for the kneelers to look at during their devotions, King Medea departed from that place, and once more played the agreeable host. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Mardi and a Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 61. An Incognito. For the rest of that day and several that followed, we were continually receiving visits from the neighboring islands, whose inhabitants, in fleets and flotillas, flocked round Odo to behold the guests of its lord. Among them came many messengers from the neighboring kings with soft speeches and gifts. But it were needless to detail our various interviews, or to relate in what manifold ways the royal strangers gave token of their interest concerning us. Upon the third day, however, there was noticed a mysterious figure, like the inscrutable incognitos sometimes encountered, crossing the tower-shadowed plaza of assignations at Lima. It was enveloped in a dark robe of tapa, so drawn and plaited about the limbs, and with one hand so wimpled about the face, as only to expose a solitary eye. But that eye was a world. Now it was fixed upon Yilla with a sinister glance, and now upon me, but with a different expression. However great the crowd, however tumultuous, that fathomless eye gazed on, till at last it seemed no eye, but a spirit forever prying into my soul. Often I strove to approach it, but it would evade me, soon reappearing. Pointing out the apparition to Medea, I entreated him to take means to fix it, that my suspicions might be dispelled as to its being incorporeal. He replied that, by courtesy, incognitos were sacred, insomuch that the close-plaited robe and wimple were secure as a castle. At last, to my relief, the phantom disappeared, and was seen no more. Numerous and fervent the invitations received to return the calls wherewith we were honored, but for the present we declined them, preferring to establish ourselves firmly in the heart of Medea, ere encountering the vicissitudes of roaming. In a multitude of acquaintances is less security than in one faithful friend. Now, while these civilities were being received, and on the fourth morning after our arrival, there landed on the beach 3 black-eyed damsels, deep brunettes, habited in long variegated robes, and with gay blossoms on their heads. With many salams, the strangers were ushered into my presence by an old, white-haired servitor of Medea's, who with a parting conge murmured, "From Queen Hautia," then departed. Surprised, I stood mute and welcomed them. The first, with many smiles and blandishments, waved before me a many-tinted iris, the flag flower streaming with pennons. Advancing, the second then presented 3 rose-hued, purple-veined Circe flowers, the dew still clinging to them. The third placed in my hand a moss rosebud, then a Venus car. "Thanks for your favors. Now your message." Starting at this reception, graciously intended, they conferred a moment, when the iris-bearer said in a winning phrase, "We come from Hautia, whose moss rose you hold." "All thanks to Hautia, then. The bud is very fragrant." Then she pointed to the Venus car. "This too is sweet. Thanks to Hautia for her flowers. Pray, bring me more." "He mocks our mistress." And gliding from me, they waved witch hazels, leaving me alone and wondering. Informing Medea of this scene, he smiled, threw out queer hints of Hautia, but knew not what her message meant. At first this affair occasioned me no little uneasiness, with much matter for marveling. But in the novel pleasure of our sojourn in Odo, it soon slipped from my mind, nor for some time did I again hear aught of Queen Hautia. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 62. Taji retires from the world. After a while, when the strangers came not in shoals as before, I proposed to our host a stroll over his dominions, desirous of beholding the same, and secretly induced by the hope of selecting an abode more agreeable to my fastidious taste than the one already assigned me. The ramble over, a pleasant one it was, it resulted in a determination on my part to quit Odo, yet not to go very far, only 10 or 12 yards, to a little green tuft of an island, one of many, which here and there all round the island nestled like birds' nests in the branching boughs of the coral grove, whose roots laid hold of the foundations of the deep. Between these islets and the shore extended shelving ledges, with shallow above, just sufficient to float a canoe. One of these islets was wooded and wined, an arbor in the sea, and here, Media permitting, I decided to dwell. Not long was Media in complying, nor long ere my retreat was in readiness. Laced together, the twisting boughs were closely thatched, and thatched were the sides also, with deep crimson pandanus leaves, whose long forked spears, lifted by the breeze, caused the whole place to blaze, as with flames. Canes, laid on palm trunks, formed the floor. How elastic! In vogue all over Odo among the chiefs, it imparted such a buoyancy to the person, that to this special cause may be imputed in good part the famous fine spirits of the nobles. Hypochondriac, essay the elastic flooring. It shall so pleasantly and gently jolt thee, as to shake up and pack off the stagnant humors mantling thy pool-like soul. Such was my dwelling, but I make no mention of sundry little appurtenances of tropical housekeeping, calabashes, coconut shells, and rolls of fine tapa, till with Yilla seated at last in my arbor, I looked round and wanted for naught. But what of Jarl and Samoa? Why, Jarl must needs be fanciful as well as myself. Like a bachelor in chambers, he settled down right opposite to me on the mainland, in a little wigwam in the grove. But Samoa, following not his comrade's example, still tarried in the camp of the Hittites and Jebusites of Odo, beguiling men of their leisure by his marvelous stories, and maidens of their hearts by his marvelous wiles. When I choose, I was completely undisturbed in my arbor, and ukase of Media's forbidding indiscriminate intrusion. But thrice in the day came a garrulous old man with my viands. Thus sequestered, however, I could not entirely elude the pryings of the people of the neighboring islands, who often passed by, slowly paddling and earnestly regarding my retreat. But gliding along at a distance, and never essaying a landing, their occasional vicinity troubled me but little. But now and then of an evening, when thick and fleet the shadows were falling, dim glimpses of a canoe would be spied, hovering about the place like a ghost. And once, in the stillness of the night, hearing the near ripple of a prow, I sallied forth, but the phantom quickly departed. That night, Yilla shuddered as she slept. The whirlpool, she murmured, sweet mosses. Next day she was lost in reveries, plucking pensive hyacinths, or gazing intently into the lagoon. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 63. Odo and its Lord. Time now to enter upon some further description of the island and its lord. And first for Media, a gallant gentleman and king. From a goodly stock he came. In his endless pedigree, reckoning deities by decimals, innumerable kings, and scores of great heroes, chiefs, and priests. Nor in person did he belie his origin. No far-descended dwarf was he, the least of a receding race. He stood like a palm tree, about whose acanthus capital droops not more gracefully the silken fringes than Media's lock upon his noble brow. Strong was his arm to wield the club, or hurl the javelin, and potent, I ween, round a maiden's waist. Thus much here for Media. Now comes his isle. Our pleasant ramble found it a little round world by itself, full of beauties as a garden, checkered by charming groves, watered by roving brooks, and fringed all round by a border of palm trees, whose roots drew nourishment from the water. But though abounding in other quarters of the archipelago, not a solitary breadfruit grew in Odo. A noteworthy circumstance, observable in these regions, where islands close adjoining so differ in their soil that certain fruits growing genially in one are foreign to another. But Odo was famed for its guavas, whose flavor was likened to the flavor of new-blown lips, and for its grapes, whose juices prompted many a laugh and many a groan. Beside the city where Media dwelt, there were few other clusters of habitations in Odo. The higher classes living here and there in separate households, but not as eremites. Some buried themselves in the cool, quivering bosoms of the groves. Others, fancying a marine vicinity, dwelt hard by the beach in little cages of bamboo, whence of mornings they sallied out with jocund cries and went plunging into the refreshing bath, whose frothy margin was the threshold of their dwellings. Others still, like birds, built their nests among the sylvan nooks of the elevated interior, whence all below, and hazy green, lay steeped in languor the island's throbbing heart. Thus dwelt the chiefs and merry men of Mark. The common sort, including serfs and helots, war captives, held in bondage, lived in secret places hard to find. Whence it came that to a stranger the whole isle looked carefree and beautiful. Deep among the ravines and the rocks, these beings lived in noisome caves, lairs for beasts, not human homes, or built them coops of rotten boughs, living trees were banned them, whose mouldy hearts hatched vermin. Fearing infection of some plague born of this filth, the chiefs of Odo seldom passed that way, and looking round with their green retreats, in pouring out their wine, and plucking from orchards of the best, marveled how these swine could grovel in the mire, and wear such sallow cheeks. But they offered no sweet homes. From that mire they never sought to drag them out. They opened through no orchard, and intermitted not the mandates that condemned their drudges to a life of deaths. Sad sight, to see those round-shouldered helots stooping in the trenches, artificial, 3 in number, and concentric, the isle well nigh surrounding, and herein, fed by oozy loam, and kindly dew from heaven, and bitter sweat from men, grew, as in hotbeds, the nutritious taro. Toil is man's allotment, toil of brain, or toil of hands, or a grief that's more than either, the grief and sin of idleness. But when man toils and slays himself for masters who withhold the life he gives them, then the soul screams out, and every sinew cracks. So with these poor serfs, and few of them could choose but be the brutes they seemed. Now needs it to be said that Odo was no land of pleasure unalloyed, and plenty without a pause? Odo, in whose lurking places infants turned from breasts whence flowed no nourishment. Odo, in whose inmost haunts dark groves were brooding, passing what you heard most dismal cries, and voices cursing Medea. There men were scourged, their crime a heresy, the heresy that Medea was no demigod, and for this they shrieked. Their fathers shrieked before, their fathers, who tormented, said, happy we to groan that our children's children may be glad. But their children's children howled, yet these, too, echoed previous generations, and loudly swore, the pit that's dug for us may prove another's grave. But let all pass. To look at and to roam about of holidays, Odo seemed a happy land. The palm trees waved, though here and there you marked one sear and palsy smitten, and flowers bloomed, though dead ones smoldered in decay. The waves ran up the strand in glee, though receding, they sometimes left behind bones mixed with shells. But else than these, no sign of death was seen throughout the isle. Did men in Odo live for aye? Was Ponce de Leon's fountain there? For far and near, you saw no ranks and files of graves. No generations harvested in windrows. In Odo, no hard-hearted nabob slept beneath a gentle epitaph. No requiescat in pace mocked a sinner damned. No memento mori admonished men to live while yet they might. Here, death hid his skull and hid it in the sea, the common sepulchre of Odo. Not dust to dust, but dust to brine. Not hearses, but canoes. For all who died upon that isle were carried out beyond the outer reef, and there were buried with their sires' sires. Hence came the thought that of gusty nights, when round the isles and high toward heaven flew the white reef's rack and foam, that then and there kept chattering watch and ward the myriads that were ocean tombed. But why these watery obsequies? Odo was but a little isle, and must the living way make for the dead, and life's small colony be dislodged by death's grim hosts, as the gaunt tribes of Tamerlane o'erspread the tented pastures of the Khan? And now, what follows, said these islanders? Why so corruption in the soil which yields us life? We would not pluck our grapes from over graves. This earth's an urn for flowers, not for ashes. They said that Oro, the supreme, had made a cemetery of the sea. And what more glorious grave? Was Mausolus more sublimely urned? Or do the minster lamps that burn before the tomb of Charlemagne show more pomp than all the stars that blaze above the shipwrecked mariner? But no more of the dead. Men shrugged their shoulders and loved not their company, though full soon we shall all have them for fellows. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1 by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Chapter 64. Yilla, a Phantom. For a time we were happy in Odo, Yilla and I, in our islet. Nor did the pearl on her bosom glow more rosily than the roses in her cheeks, though at intervals they waned and departed, and deadly pale was her glance, when she murmured of the whirlpool and mosses. As pale my soul, bethinking me of Alima, the priest. But day by day did her spell weave around me its magic, and all the hidden things of her being grew more lovely and strange. Did I commune with a spirit? Often I thought that paradise had overtaken me on earth, and that Yilla was verily an angel, and hence the mysteries that hallowed her. But how fleeting our joys! Storms follow bright dawnings, long memories of short-lived scenes, sad thoughts of joyous hours. How common are ye to all mankind! When happily do we pause and say, Lo, thy felicity, my soul? No, happiness seldom seems happiness, except when looked back upon from woes. A flowery landscape you must come out of to behold. Sped the hours, the days, the one brief moment of our joys. Fairy bower in the fair lagoon, scene of sylvan ease and heart's repose. O Yilla, Yilla! All the woods repeat the sound, the wild, wild woods of my wild soul. Yilla, Yilla! Cry the small strange voices in me, and evermore and far and deep they echo on. Days passed. When one morning I found the arbor vacant, gone, a dream. I closed my eyes and would have dreamed her back, in vain. Starting, I called upon her name, but none replied. Fleeing from the islet, I gained the neighboring shore, and searched among the woods, and my comrades meeting, besought their aid. But idle all, no glimpse of aught save trees and flowers. Then Medea was sought out, the event made known, and quickly bands were summoned to range out the island. Noon came, but no Yilla, when Medea averred she was no longer in Odo. Whither she was gone or how, he knew not, nor could any imagine. At this juncture there chanced to arrive certain messengers from abroad, who, presuming that all was well with Taji, came with renewed invitations to visit various pleasant places round about. Among these came Queen Hautia's heralds, with their iris flag, once more bringing flowers, but they came and went unheeded. Setting out to return, these envoys were accompanied by numerous followers of Medea, dispatched to the neighboring islands to seek out the missing Yilla. But 3 days passed, and one by one they all returned, and stood before me, silently. For a time I raved, then, falling into outer repose, lived for a space in moods and reveries, with eyes that knew no closing, one glance forever fixed. They strove to rouse me, girls danced and sang, and tales of fairy times were told, of monstrous imps and youths enchanted, of groves and gardens in the sea. Yet still I moved not, hearing all, yet nothing not. Medea cried, for shame, O Taji, thou a god? And placed a spear in my nerveless hand. And Jarl loud called upon me to awake. Chamois marveled. Still sped the days, and at length my memory was restored. The thoughts of things broke over me like returning billows on a beach long bared. A rush, a foam of recollections. Sweet Yilla gone, and I bereaved. Another interval, and that mood was past. Misery became a memory, the keen pang a deep vibration. The remembrance seemed the thing remembered, though bowed with sadness. There are thoughts that lie and glitter deep, tearful pearls beneath life's sea, that surges still and rolls sunlit, whatever it may hide. Common woes like fluids mix all round. Not so with that other grief. Some mourners load the air with lamentations, but the loudest notes are struck from hollows. Their tears flow fast, but the deep spring only wells. At last I turned to Medea, saying I must hie from Odo, and rove throughout all Mardi, for Yilla might yet be found. But hereafter in words, little more of the maiden, till perchance her fate be learned. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Mardi and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 65. Taji makes 3 acquaintances. Down to this period I had restrained Samoa from wandering to the neighboring islands, though he had much desired it, in compliance with the invitations continually received. But now I informed both him and his comrade of the tour I proposed, desiring their company. Upon the announcement of my intention to depart, to my no small surprise, Medea also proposed to accompany me, a proposition gladly embraced. It seems that for some reason he had not as yet extended his travels to the more distant islands. Hence, the voyage in prospect was particularly agreeable to him. Nor did he forbear any pains to ensure its prosperity, assuring me, furthermore, that its object must eventually be crowned with success. I myself am interested in this pursuit, said he, and trust me, Yilla will be found. For the tour of the lagoon, the docile chamois was proposed, but Medea dissented, saying that befitted not the Lord of Odo to voyage in the equipage of his guest. Therefore, 3 canoes were selected from his own royal fleet, 1 for ourselves, and a trio of companions whom he purposed introducing to my notice. The rest were reserved for attendants. Thanks to Medea's taste and heedfulness, the strangers above mentioned proved truly acceptable. The first was Mohi, or Braidbeard, so called from the manner in which he wore that appendage, exceedingly long and grey. He was a venerable teller of stories and legends, one of the keepers of the chronicles of the kings of Mardi. The second was Babbalanja, a man of mystical aspect, habited in a voluminous robe. He was learned in Mardian lore, much given to quotations from ancient and obsolete authorities, the ponderings of old Bardiana, the Pandects of Alla Malola. Third and last was Yumi, or the Warbler, a youthful, long-haired, blue-eyed minstrel, all fits and starts, at times absent of mind and wan of cheek, but always very neat and pretty in his apparel, wearing the most becoming of turbans, a bird of paradise feather in its plume, and sporting the gayest of sashes. Most given was Yumi to amorous melodies, and rondos and roundelays, very witching to hear, but at times disdaining the oaten reed. Like a clarion, he burst forth with lusty lays of arms and battle, or, in mournful strains, sounded elegies for departed bards and heroes. Thus much for Yumi as a minstrel. In other respects, it would be hard to depict him. He was so capricious a mortal, so swayed by contrary moods, so lofty, so humble, so sad, so merry, so made up of 1,000 contradictions, that we must e'en let him depict himself as our story progresses. And herein it is hoped he will succeed, since no one in Mardi comprehended him. Now the trio, thus destined for companions on our voyage, had for some time been anxious to take the tour of the archipelago. In particular, Babbalanja had often expressed the most ardent desire to visit every one of the isles, in quest of some object mysteriously hinted. He murmured deep concern for my loss, the sincerest sympathy, and pressing my hand more than once, said lowly, "Your pursuit is mine, noble Taji. Where'er you search, I'll follow." So too Yumi addressed me, but with still more feeling, and something like this also Braidbeard repeated. But to my sorrow, I marked that both Mohi and Babbalanja, especially the last, seemed not so buoyant of hope concerning lost Yilla as the youthful Yumi and his high-spirited lord, King Medea. As our voyage would embrace no small period of time, it behoved King Medea to appoint some trustworthy regent to rule during his absence. This regent was found in Almani, a stem-eyed, resolute warrior, a kinsman of the king. All things at last in readiness, and the ensuing morning appointed for a start, Medea on the beach, at eventide, when both light and water waned, drew a rude map of the lagoon to compensate for the obstructions in the way of a comprehensive glance at it from Odo. And thus was sketched the plan of our voyage, which islands first to visit and which to touch at when we should be homeward bound. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Mardi, and A Voyage Thither, Volume 1, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 66. with a fair wind at sunrise they sail. True each to his word, up came the sun, and round to my isle came Medea. How glorious a morning! The newborn clouds all dappled with gold and streaked with violet, the sun in high spirits, and the pleasant air cooled overnight by the blending circumambient fountains forever playing all round the reef. The lagoon within, the coral-rimmed basin, into which they poured subsiding hereabouts into green tranquillity. But what monsters of canoes! Would they devour an innocent voyager? Their great black prows curling aloft, and thrown back like trunks of elephants, a dark snaky length behind, like the sea serpent's train. The prow of the foremost terminated in a large open shark's mouth, garnished with 10 rows of pearly human teeth, curiously inserted into the sculptured wood. The gunwale was ornamented with rows of rich spotted leopard and tiger shells, here and there varied by others, flat and round, and spirally traced, gay serpents petrified in coils. These were embedded in a grooved margin by means of a resinous compound, exhaling with spices that the canoes were odoriferous as the Indian chests of the Maldives. The likeness of the foremost canoe to an elephant was helped by a sort of canopied howdah in its stern, of heavy, russet-dyed tapa, tasseled at the corners with long bunches of coconut fibers, stained red. These swayed to and fro, like the foxtails on a Tuscarora robe. But what is this in the head of the canoe, just under the shark's mouth? A grinning little imp of an image, a ring in its nose, cowrie shells jingling at its ears, with an abominable leer, like that of Silenus reeling on his ass. It was taking its ease, cozily smoking a pipe, its bowl a 12º edition of the face of the smoker. This image looked sternward, everlastingly mocking us. Of these canoes it may be well to state that although during our stay in Odo so many barges and shallops had touched there, nothing similar to Medea's had been seen. But inquiring whence his sea equipage came, we were thereupon taught to reverence the same as antiquities and heirlooms, claw-keeled, dragon-prowed crafts of a bygone generation, at present superseded in general use by the more swan-like canoes, significant of the advanced stage of marine architecture in Mardi. No sooner was this known than what had seemed almost hideous in my eyes became merely grotesque. Nor could I help being greatly delighted with the good old family pride of our host. The upper corners of our sails displayed the family crest of Medea, 3 upright boar's tusks in an heraldic field argent. A fierce device, whom rends he? All things in readiness, we glided away, the multitude waving adieu, and our flotilla disposed in the following order. First went the royal elephant carrying Medea, myself, Jarl, and Samoa, Mohi the teller of legends, Babbalanja and Yumi, and 6 vivacious paddlers, their broad paddle blades carved with the royal boar's tusks, and same tattooed on their chests for a livery. And thus, as Medea had promised, we voyaged in state. To crown all, seated sideways in the high open shark's mouth of our prow was a little dwarf of a boy, one of Medea's pages, a red conch shell, bugle-wise, suspended at his side. Among various other offices, it was the duty of little Vivi to announce the advent of his master upon drawing near to the islands in our route. 2 short bars, projecting from one side of the prow, furnished him the means of ascent to his perch. As we gained the open lagoon with bellied sails and paddles playing, a sheaf of foam borne upright at our prow, Yumi, standing where the spicy spray flew over him, stretched forth his hand and cried, "The dawn of day is past, and Mardi lies all before us. All her isles, and all her lakes, all her stories of good and evil. Storms may come, our barks may drown. But blow before us, all ye winds. Give us a lively blast, good clarion. Rally round us all our wits, and be this voyage full gaily sailed, for Yilla will yet be found." End of chapter 66.